All right. All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Hadi Hosseini. Welcome to Games, Agents, and Incentives Workshop. So this is the 4th edition of this workshop that has been going on for now, with this name, at least for 4 years, and with different names previously for many, many years before that, which I cannot even count. I don't know what this picture is, but for some reason, we are getting this picture completely inherited in every setting of the workshop.
No, every workshop we have a different bird. These are birds
Oh,
that
we
were
do have
taken.
a different birds. I never even noticed. To me, they're just birds.
Each of them was photographed by Liz Matei and Nick Matei's wife.
I see.
Usually Australian, because one of the parents of this workshop is Explorer, which Nick Matei started.
That's perfect. That's perfect. Good to know the history behind this. So first of all, I wanted to say Happy Mother's Day, because I think in North America it's up Mother's Day. I don't know if in other parts of the world it is, but for those of you who are mothers, Happy Mother's Day. And for those of you who have mothers taking care of your kids so that you can attend, again, Happy Mother's Day. So with that, I wanted to kind of say a couple of words about the workshop. The first thing is that we really wanted to have this workshop in person. That was what we were hoping for in New Zealand. But it didn't happen. The flip side is that now, guessing most of us are in our underwears, so not too bad, right? All right, so let me just jump into quickly. I just wanted to thank all the organizers here. So these are some of them that are present here, some of them who are going to join us as we go. There's a lot of work that goes into these type of workshops, as you probably guessed, lots of work in the background. And I think this wonderful group of people made this happen. Very quickly, so the program, I just want to kind of point out, you can find all the details of the program on the webpage and all the links, necessary links. So we're going to have 2 main sessions for the talks. One of them is right now. That is going to be for 3 hours. There's going to be some little breaks in between. And the next session is going to be, again, today at 7 p.m. That would be the Eastern time, right? If you don't know the Eastern time, again, if you go to the program, you can find exactly the time that maps your time zone. The poster sessions are going to be all tomorrow. So there are 2 different sessions to accommodate for everybody from different parts of the world. These are the joint sessions with our sister workshops, LSA and ALA. So you would be able to attend your own poster, and you would be able to also talk to other people. So we created this cute environment on Gather, where you can go to different rooms and check out posters and talk to one another. So please participate. If you haven't submitted a poster, that's still fine. You can still participate in that. We also have 2 joint talks from 2 invited speakers that the details I'm going to talk about in a second. So these 2, again, are joint talks with LSA and LAA. That is going to happen, I think, tomorrow. Again, all the information can be found in our webpage. So I think that's it. Without further ado, we can start with the first talk. I'm going to stop sharing my screen. So who is the first? I think it's Antonio. Antonio, are you presenting or?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, you're here. All right. So whenever you have, you're free, you want, you can start
Sure.
sharing your. We try to give you like a 3-minute kind of notice.
Moments. So I have to quit Zoom because I have to give permission to. I need to get back, so I have to give permission. So in 1 minute, I come back. So, moment.
I wasn't sure what happened.
Me either. I think there was some permission problem with sharing his slides. I did allow, sharing is allowed for everyone.
I think so, yeah, that's what
I verified that. I think he had something that he needed. I suspect it's a new installation of Zoom on a Mac, which does require a thing. Yeah. Yes, I see Nisarg is agreeing with me, which is always a good person to agree with.
Oh, I see. Oh, hey, Sark, by the way.
We will wait for operating systems to permit.
Yeah.
I'm ready. I think I'm ready.
Okay.
Yay.
Sorry for that.
Mhm.
Okay. So can you see the slide? It's
Yes.
okay. Okay, so I can start. So today I will present a paper presented for submitted for GAIW. So I previously published this paper to AIXIA 2021. That is a conference about artificial intelligence in Italy. So the title of the paper is on the impact of social media recommendation and opinion consensus. So today I will talk about the processes of opinion formation and the crucial role of social media. I will describe our proposed discrete model and the theoretical and experimental result achieved. But first I want to start the speech with a simple example from real life for better understand why we are interested in study the processes of opinion formation. Few weeks ago in Italy were held municipal elections. Different institutes magazine described the vote flow that define how people opinion change. So we can see, oh, the process of opinion formation is very complicated. So we want to study to analyze the process of opinion formation through analytical model. Without any doubt, several parties use the power of social media to increase their electorate. So nowadays, it is crucial to understand the role of social media on the processes of opinion formation. According to Pew Research Center, in 2018, 68% of American adults get news on social media. And this is a significant rise from the 49% registered in 2012. Several studies highlight that social media may have a relevant effect in many real-world critical settings. For instance, Fujiwara et al. In 2021 analyzed the role of Twitter in US presidential election. Moreover, different studies observed that social media may polarize and extremize the society. We can think to the incredible proliferation on ISIS propaganda on Twitter. So different works study the opinion formation process manipulation. But in our work, we do not study the manipulation of opinion formation. So we did not represent social media as a manipulator agent, but we represent social media as a platform for sharing information. So this means that social media propose personalized content to its user to increase the engagement. And although the algorithms used by social media are private, it is observed that social media tend to expose individuals to news matching their ideology. And this aspect can increase the polarization, the extremism in the society. So our work starts from a simple but precise question. So can social networking platform make richer consensus harder? But first, why? Have we focused on consensus? Or better, why have we focused on the impact of social media with respect to the influence of the ability to reach a consensus? We did that for two main reasons. The first reason is that the likelihood that consensus is reached has been widely adopted for evaluating the impact that variation on the model may have on opinion formation process. For instance, Aulette et al. In 2019 determined the condition for a consensus in a dynamic environment where social relations change. Moreover, the second reason is that in several practical settings, such as autonomous mobile robots, consensus is a requisite goal. Our work stems from the growing literature on the processes of opinion formation. Most of the work are based on the pioneering work of the group published in 1974. The GAIW model states that each agent adopts an opinion that averages among the ones of individual which she interacts with. In the last decade, several variants have been proposed, such as the variant of Franklin and Johansson that limits the effects of social media by holding agents close to their original ideology. The most of the traditional model of opinion formation proves that opinion dynamics always converge to a consensus under mild assumptions that are not so hard to reach. But in recent years, some work considered the impact of social media on opinion dynamics. And this work observed that when we take into account the impact of social media, it is possible to prove that consensus can be impossible, unlike the typical opinion dynamics model. Almost all the work in the literature propose continuous model, where opinion of people are represented through continuous value. However, in several real settings, such as electoral contexts, the number of strategies around which opinions should converge are limited, and thus this continuous model tends to be scarcely representative. For instance, during election, voters can vote to one of left or right party or don't vote. For this reason, we propose a discrete model in which agent opinion must belong to a discrete and finite set. An opinion greater than 0 is a right-leaning opinion, an opinion lower than 0 is a left-leaning opinion. Delta represents the degree of discretization, and as delta goes to 0, our model converges to a continuous model. We represented the opinion formation process as a repeated game following the work of Raiol et al. In 2016. And we represent the recommendation system of the social media as a multi-step function. So when the opinion of an individual is higher than lambda, then social media propose an extreme right-leaning content. On the other hand, if the opinion of an individual is lower than minus lambda, the social media propose an extreme left-leaning content. Otherwise, social media propose a non-oriented content. Lambda is a parameter of our system, and it is a real positive number lower than 1. So in our model, each individual receives influence from two contrasting sources of influence that are the content shown by the platform and the opinion of the neighbors. It is easy to see why this process of opinion formation always admits a Nash equilibrium. For instance, an opinion profile where all individuals have an opinion equal to 1, it is a Nash equilibrium. Before describing our main finding, it is necessary to specify a concept. We partitioned individuals in two groups based on their initial opinion. So we have a right-leaning group and a left-leaning group. We assume that the influence of social media is the same for all individuals in our social network. And in general, homophily represents the tendency of players to form strong ties with similar players. In our model, similar players are players that belong to the same group. So the Eiger is the homophily, the Eiger is the cohesion between players in the same group. Homophily ratio measures the ratio between the expected influence that each player receives from players in the same group and the expected influence that each player receives from players in the opposing group. So this means that the Eiger is the homophily ratio, the Eiger is the cohesion between players in the same group, and so the Eiger is the homophily. So homophily ratio is proportional to the homophily. So the Eiger is the homophily, the Eiger is the homophily ratio. So now we are ready to present very informally our main findings. The first set of findings determine the crucial role of social media. We observed that when social media influence is high and the initial distance between average opinion of each group is high, consensus can be impossible. This result supports the work of Arnaud Zhuang et al. And confirms the results obtained by the work of Arnaud Zhuang et al. With a continuous model. Moreover, we observed that when social media influence is high and the initial distance between average opinion of the two groups is small, then we can reach a consensus, but only on zero. So this means that we can reach a consensus where all agents, all individuals have an opinion equal to zero, so a non-extreme equilibrium. In practice, we observe that when initial opinions are distant, then social media tend to push this opinion toward two opposite extremes. On the other hand, we observe that when distance between opinion is not high, so opinions are near, then social media influence then tend to push this opinion towards zero. The second set of findings determine the crucial role of homophily. So our model, unlike the continuous model, allowed us to study how homophily affects the opinion dynamics. And so we observe that homophily is a crucial measure for processes of opinion formation. We observe that when the homophily ratio is high, so when homophily is high, the initial distance between average opinion of the two groups is high. And when the initial distance between average opinion of the two groups is high, then the consensus is almost impossible, regardless the strength of social media. This results very important signs. We observe that also when social media influence is low, so when social media is not so influent, we can have that consensus is impossible. And this result does not confirm the result obtained by Nurjong et al., but by using a discrete model, we can observe that also homophily can make reach a consensus impossible. Moreover, we expected that when social media influence increases, the consensus probability decreases. But we said that this is true only when homophily ratio is low. So we can observe that when homophily ratio is low, then consensus probability decreases as social media influence increases. But when homophily ratio is high, the trend is inverted, and social media influence tend to make richer consensus, tend to make the probability of reaching a consensus higher. So we observe that when consensus probability increases, when social media influence increases, consensus probability increases. And this is a surprising result for us. All these findings are formally proved assuming simplification hypothesis common in the literature. This simplification hypothesis allowed us to study the n-player opinion games as a simple two-player games. But surprisingly, experimental results highlight a large adherence to the theoretical finding also in settings where simplification hypothesis does not hold. We ran a lot of simulation using different network model. So we perform simulation using both synthetic and both stochastic network model and real-life network taken from Snap. We obtain a high number of the results, but due to time limit in this slide, I show only a small portion of the obtained result. I represent in the same column results obtained in a very similar setting, but with different network structure to highlight that our findings are confirmed with very different network structure. So in the first column, we can observe the rule of social influence and homophily. And we can observe that when homophily ratio is low, so by looking, or it is not high, so by looking at blue line and orange line, social media consensus probability decreases as social media influence increases. So when homophily ratio is low, we observe almost the same result observed by Arunjong et al. But when homophily ratio is high, when we have very coarse group, we can observe that the trend is inverted. And we can observe that the consensus probability almost increases as social media influence increases. Moreover, in the second column, we can observe the crucial rule of initial opinion. And we can observe that when the difference between initial opinion is high, the consensus probability is almost zero. On the other hand, when the difference between initial opinion is low, the consensus probability is almost 1. So by answering the initial question, so confirming the work of Arunjong et al., yes, social networking platform can make richer consensus harder, but we observe that isomorphism matters. And so, unlike the typical model of opinion dynamics, we observe that when we have very coarse group, consensus can be impossible. So, thank you for your attention. I finish my presentation.
Thanks so much.
So I have to stop.
Sorry?
I have to stop the. Okay. Okay. Sure.
Okay. Thanks so much. First of all, I have my own question, but first, do other people have any questions regarding the great talk? So let me start off. So you talk about how homophily is directly connected to influence. Now, is a social influencer just defined by the degree in the network, or are there other parameters that define a social influencer?
Yeah, we in our model we have a weighted graph, so it's not a degree, but it's a weighted degree. Let me say so. The weight of the age between individuals represent the social influence that each individual has on each other. So we have weights in our graph that represent social influence. So weights between two individuals represent social influence. So it is like a traditional degree model.
Okay. Thanks. Anyone else has any questions? Yeah, Lee.
Maybe I missed it in the model, but how do you measure when people reach a consensus? How do you define a consensus?
Yeah. A consensus during our theoretical analysis is when all agents have the same opinion. But we have some issue during experimental analysis science, a small numerical variation. So for instance, if we have 1 million of people that have the same opinion, but only one person that have a different opinion, we want that also in this case, this is a consensus. So we determine an average value. So if all people have an opinion that is equal to the average opinion of all the network, so this is a consensus during experimental analysis. But during the theoretical analysis, a consensus is an equilibrium when all individuals have the same opinion. So the opinion profile is for all people we had the same for all individual we had the same opinion during theoretical analysis, but during the experimental analysis we had to change this definition. We had to take into account the relaxed definition of a consensus. So we take into account the average value.
Okay.
Thank you for the question.
Alan, I see you have a question, your last one, because we don't want to run off time.
Sure, thank you. Very interesting work and very relevant. Is
Thank
there
you.
dynamicism in your network? Does your network reconfigure based on the social network or social media impact, or is that a thing that's initialized at the beginning and then you run?
No, initialized at the beginning. We have not set dynamic environment.
Okay.
But it is very interesting to study what happens when things can change, when social media influence can change, when the influence between people can change. So social media influence, and so forth, so on. But until now, we studied also the static case. So all our measures are initialized at the beginning.
Fantastic.
Thank you for the answer.
Thanks. So let's thank the speaker again. Thank you, Antonio.
Thank you.
And the next speaker is, wait, I have the list here somewhere. Welfare. The next speaker is welfare optimal combinatorial civic crowdfunding. Who's presenting it? I see several authors.
It'll be me, Manisha.
Manisha.
Okay, so go ahead, share the screen, and Joe.
Yes. Is my screen visible?
It says you have started screen sharing, but you have not started screen sharing. It is a lie.
It's not
Ah,
visible.
there
Is
you
it?
go. Something is happening.
Okay.
Diagonal lines. Oh,
No, you see the mouse cursor. We see a black
Yeah, I
screen.
see a mouse cursor. Oh yes. I should change my glasses. Oh no. Now we
I'll
see
just,
nothing.
I'll just give me a second. I think something.
Yeah.
Um, is it fine now?
We can see your screen. Yes.
We see your
Files.
yeah, your files.
Oh, okay. Not the presentation.
No.
Now we
Here,
do.
now we do. Now we do.
Okay.
Oh, and we have a
Sorry
little
for
screen
the-
within a screen thing going on here. So you might want to minimize the Zoom chat thingy and Control L or whatever it is to make the slides the largest thing, like to put them on full screen.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
No, we are still at the bottom. We're seeing ourselves.
Yeah. You just press the little one line at the top. Like go to
Right.
the mouse.
I got it.
Yes, there you go. Hide everything.
Sorry.
There you go.
Right. So sorry for the. So hi all. I'm Manisha. I'm from IIIT Hyderabad, India. I'll be presenting welfare optimal combinatorial civic crowdfunding with budgeted agents. So first I'll be giving a brief introduction to civic crowdfunding and discussing the state-of-the-art work that is there for the single project case. And then I'll move on to our contribution in the multi-project case, that is essentially the combinatorial civic crowdfunding. So civic crowdfunding is a process of raising voluntary contributions towards the funding of a public project. It could be libraries, parks, or even bridges. So the main challenge with a public project is they are non-excludable. That is, once it is funded, citizens cannot be excluded from enjoying its benefit. So because of that, what happens is any rational agent is not incentivized to contribute. So this term is technically called free riding. They would wait for others to contribute and then enjoy the benefits of it once it is funded. Because everyone thinks so, the project ends up not getting funded. So to overcome this challenge, we have to incentivize these agents to contribute since the agents are strategic. Zubrikas introduced this concept of refund bonus schemes and presented the provision point refund scheme. In PPR, if a project is not funded by the deadline, the agents are then given an additional refund along with their contributions. So this essentially incentivizes them to contribute. So the final agent utility looks something like this. If the project is funded, that is the contribution is greater than the target cost, they get a utility, a quasi-linear utility of theta minus x, where theta is the valuation and x is the contribution. But on the other hand, if the project is not funded, they get this particular refund scheme, where refund, which is dependent on their contribution. This is the PPR refund scheme. And Zubrikas, they show that at equilibrium, having such a refund scheme, if there is enough valuation for the project in the system, then at equilibrium, such a project will get funded under this refund scheme. So that's what Zubrikas has proved. Now, this is a very special refund scheme of taking a particular form. Now, Damle et al. Further generalize this refund scheme and show this theorem, and they show that any refund scheme that is increasing with respect to the contribution would also have the same guarantees or will ensure that the project is funded at equilibrium. Now, this property that it should be increasing with respect to contribution is referred to as the contribution monotonicity or CM. PPR and the other subsequent works all focus on a single project case and they provide guarantees for the same. Further, they also consider that every agent has sufficient budget to pay the equilibrium contribution, and hence they're able to pay for it, and then we are getting the project to be funded. But we can easily create instances that when there are budget constrained agents, such an equilibrium may not exist. So in our work, we focus on the more practical case where there are multiple projects and agents are simultaneously interested in more than one project and wanting to contribute towards them. Further, to make it more closer to reality, we assume that agents are budget constrained. So now, since agents are budget constrained, only a subset of the projects may be funded. We may not have budget to fund all the projects. So in such a case, it is desirable that the subset that is funded is a socially or is a welfare maximizing one among the budget feasible ones. So that's the goal. So if we are able to provide guarantees for such a subset, so at equilibrium, if a welfare maximizing subset is funded, then we say that such an equilibrium is socially efficient equilibrium. So in our work, our goal is to check if such an equilibrium can exist. What is the possibilities or under which scenario such an equilibrium exists? So to provide a brief overview in the domain of combinatorial civic crowdfunding, we have divided into two obvious categories. One is where we have excess budget. That is, we have enough budget to fund all the projects. It seems seemingly a simpler case, but we have identified that without a certain other condition of subset feasibility, which I'll be explaining later, we cannot guarantee a socially efficient equilibrium. So that's what we'll see first. A social efficient equilibrium is not guaranteed even when there is enough budget to fund all the projects without the condition of subset feasibility. But now if we introduce this condition of subset feasibility, then we see that in a budget surplus case, the social efficient equilibrium is possible. At equilibrium, the social welfare maximizing subset will be funded. Now to the more interesting case of budget deficit, where there is not enough budget to fund all the projects, we see that even with the condition of subset feasibility, we cannot guarantee that the social efficient equilibrium guarantee the existence of that. So that's the overall idea. So now we get into each of the results in a little bit in detail. So we consider the first most general case where there is surplus budget. We assume that there is a refund scheme which satisfies contribution monotonicity. And we show that even with budget surplus in the most general setting, that there may not exist a set of equilibrium contributions. So why is that? Why does this happen? So a little bit of intuition behind that. What you see over here is a figure of agent utility versus the contribution. Now the blue graph that is there, it is the unfunded or the bonus or the refund that the agent gets. It is, since contribution monotonicity, it's an increasing function with respect to the contribution. And the other graph, that is the pink graph that you see, is the funded utility that the agent gets. It is theta, valuation minus contribution, hence it's a decreasing function. Now, wherever these two meet, that is the xi bar, this is the upper bound of the equilibrium contribution for every agent. If any agent contributes more than this, that agent will get a strictly lesser funded utility and higher unfunded utility, and vice versa. So we consider a situation where there are two projects and two agents, both similar projects, similar projects with same targets and etc. Now we consider agent 1 has enough budget to contribute its upper bound or x bar equilibrium contribution x bar to project 1, and so it does. But it does not have enough budget to contribute x bar to project 2. So it contributes less, as much as it can, to grab the refund that it can possibly get. Now the agent 2 has enough budget. So it contributes the equilibrium contribution x2 bar in the first project and grabs the entire funded utility that it can get from project 1. But if you see in project 2, in order to fund it, it must contribute more than its x2 bar, that is the equilibrium contribution. Now, as we have already seen, if it has to contribute more, then it will strictly get lesser utility, and it's lesser funded utility, but its unfunded utility will be more. So now agent 2 is incentivized not to fund project 2. but it still wants to grab maximum refund bonus that it can get. So what it does, it contributes all of as much as possible, but epsilon less to ensure that the project is not funded. So this epsilon can be any arbitrarily small value, hence the contributions are not well defined. Therefore, in such a setting, even with surplus budget, it's not possible. And if there's no assumption on how the budget is distributed among the agents, it's not possible that there is an equilibrium. So now, which brings us to the next case where we introduce this notion of subset feasibility, which essentially means that we are trying to have some condition on how the budget is distributed. That is, each agent has enough budget to contribute the upper bound or the X bar to all the projects in a subset M. Then the set M will be subset feasible. So if each agent has enough budget to contribute the Xij bar or the upper bound to the equilibrium to each of the project in this particular subset, then it is feasible. So that's the assumption. Next, we show that in the budget surplus case, with this additional assumption of feasibility on the entire bundle, a socially efficient equilibrium will exist. And it's naturally so, because we also provide the closed form solutions, because this is essentially boiling down to a case of multiple simultaneous single projects being conducted. So since Zubrikas had already proved the same for a single project case, now we just assume that there are simultaneously different single projects which are independently being crowdfunded, and all of them can be crowdfunded because each agent, by the assumption of subset feasibility, has enough budget to contribute its equilibrium contribution to each of the projects. So that's the second result. Now, the third more interesting result will be of the budget deficit case, where there's not enough money to fund all the projects. And we still assume that there is some notion of subset feasibility. So since there is not enough money to fund all the projects, only a subset of them can be funded. And we would want this subset to be the welfare maximizing one, or the P star, which we denote it as P star. So now the idea is we assume P star is subset feasible. So every agent has enough money to contribute its equilibrium contribution in P star at least. And then we have a refund scheme that satisfies contribution monotonicity. Despite all of this, we have this theorem which says that there may not exist that a socially efficient equilibrium, even in such a condition, may not be possible. So to prove that, what we have is an algorithm, which essentially is a proof by construction, where one of the agents where we show that we can construct an example where an agent has an incentive to deviate from P star whenever P star is funded. So we show that such a constructing such an instance is always possible for any refund scheme, as long as it satisfies contribution monotonicity. So this proves that having such a is in general impossible to guarantee a funding of socially efficient equilibrium. So in budget deficit, we see that it is impossible, and sometimes finding optimal deviation is also very difficult. So what we do is we propose certain heuristics to better understand what is going on and to observe the trade-off between the welfare and the utilities that the agents receive. Some simple heuristics that we consider which can be practically implemented. Some empirical analysis is the first one is symmetric, where every agent is contributing equally to all the projects. The other is weighted, where they contribute based on the valuations that they have in a ratio of that. The third is the greedy approach, where we first order the projects according to their decreasing value that the agent has, and then the agent contributes X bar or the equilibrium in that order as till the budget is exhausted. Then we have greedy var theta, where the projects are ordered with respect to the overall value that they have, and the agents contribute PPR till the budget is exhausted. Then finally, we have this heuristic of opt welfare, where agents contribute their equilibrium in P star. We compute P star, and we have agents contribute X bar to the P star and equally distribute the leftover budget to the remaining projects. This is NP hard and is not always practical to be implemented, we consider smaller instances where we are able to show some results for the same. So we have two measures. One is the normalized social welfare, which essentially is the ratio of the welfare obtained from any heuristic upon the overall welfare that we can potentially get from funding P-STAR. And then we have normalized agent utility, where it is the ratio of agent utility obtained with respect to a certain heuristic. And then the maximum ratio, that maximum utility that an agent can get, could he have played X bar for all the projects? That is, if he had enough budget to play X bar in all the projects. So these are the two measures with respect to which we compare all the heuristics that we have. So here is the results, where it's in the x-axis, we have fraction of agents deviating from opt welfare. First, we assume that all agents are following the strategy of opt welfare, but few of them deviate and follow either symmetric or weighted or one of the other strategies. So what is the effect on the overall social welfare and overall agent utility when few of the agents do so? So what we observe is that when few of the agents deviate, there is little drop in the social welfare, but there is a huge increase in average agent utility. So what we observe is when few agents deviate, it's good. It's good for them to deviate, since we gain a lot of agent utility with less drop in welfare. But as the number increases, as more and more agents deviate from the basic opt welfare, we see that a lot of projects are not getting funded. Hence, there's a large dip in the welfare, as well as agent utilities are also not increasing. So it is optimal. So overall, the idea is it is optimal for the agents to deviate if few of them deviate, and it's good for all. But when more and more agents deviate, it's not a good thing overall for all of us to do. So these are few insights that we could get from these preliminary heuristics that we have. Considering that the evaluations are of course drawn from some uniform distribution, this is true only for this distribution, and we have set up the other targets and budgets such that subset feasibility of P-STAR is satisfied, and a refund bonus, refund scheme that satisfies contribution monotonicity is in place. So that's it. And in future we are exploring other weaker notions of equilibrium, like Bayesian-Nash equilibrium or epsilon-Nash equilibrium. And we are also wanting to figuring out some other improved heuristics with an improved trade-off between utility and welfare, some algorithms like randomized or round-robin algorithms. So thank you. That concludes my talk. These are a few references, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you very much, Manisha. There's first a question already from Janik or Yannick. I hope I'm not mispronouncing it. Janik, do you want to say it out loud? I mean, it's written in the chat, but if you want to actually say it, then go ahead.
Sure, I can try. So this setting seems very similar to this donor coordination setting. Don't know if you've heard of that. And in this setting, the Nash welfare, i.e. the product of the welfares of the individual agents, is quite a good rule. It has some nice properties. I think it's cross-stable. Do you know if similar things hold for this setting?
Is in donor coordination setting, are the agents strategic? Are they trying to
I don't think it's about like strategicness, but more of like proportionality, something like this.
I see. So because in a normal, let's say, participatory budgeting kind of a setting, where also we are trying to look for crowdfunding, where we are wanting a lot of people to donate towards a certain project, we do not assume that the agents are strategic, and this entire notion of free riding is out of picture. And then we have nicer results there as compared to here. I'm not very familiar with the donor coordination setting, but it's maybe good to look at if Nash social welfare has better properties here as compared to simple maximizing utilitarian social welfare.
Thanks. Manisha, I just have a small question. Are the crowdfunding projects the strategic players here as well, in the sense of adjusting the amount of reward they give out, or is that predetermined?
No, it's predetermined. The
see.
refund scheme it's already public knowledge.
I see.
All the agents know this is the refund scheme that they're going to get. Yes.
I see. So it's not being a strategic component.
No, it's not being the strategic.
Thanks. Any other questions? Okay, so thanks the speaker again. Thank you, Manisha, very much. And our next speaker is the Denistop or Amy here.
So I've not seen them. Hadi reached out to them, and perhaps the Auckland and international time zones are confusing. But in any way, we have another speaker who has generously agreed to give their talk now. So we have Federico from the next session who is willing to give his talk.
Wait, so we'll push the 5-minute talk. The next this was supposed to be a 5-minute talk.
Yeah. Yeah, I've reached out to them, but I haven't heard back yet. I don't know what's going on.
So is the 5-minute?
Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, wait. So if it's a
I'm saying it's the 5-minute talk of Buhong Liu, Carmine Ventra, Maria Pulkarov. Is anyone here?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Wait. So maybe not for the is Buhong. Can you hear us? Are you here? I'm feeling like we're doing a seance.
Oh yeah, here's Buhong. Yes. Hey.
So.
Okay, so maybe Buhong is a weekly better choice. So Federico, thank you for volunteering. But yeah, Buhong, perhaps it would be better to have you now.
Okay, a second. All right, is my voice clear? And then can you see my share screen? Okay, I'm going to start. So yeah, I'm very glad to present our primary work on the impact of iceberg orders in financial markets. So, right, so we know that most modern financial market adopt the so-called order-driven mechanism, and we can see a dynamic limit order book. So the book contains much information which are important for participants. For example, the distribution of the trading interests, and people can develop their trading strategies based on this information from the limit order book. But such transparency is not always good, because if someone submits, for example, a limit ask order with a large volume, potential buyers may take it as a negative signal, because they will offer, for example, a bid with much lower price, and some speculators may be attracted, and the price will be extremely unstable. So one way to address this problem caused by the large volume order is the iceberg order. So as the indicated by the name, so the order for a large volume order, and we can see only a small part of that, and most of them are hidden. So we say it's an iceberg order. So in this study, we're going to investigate the impact of the iceberg orders to the market and also to the traders. So we adopt the agent-based modeling and follow some recent research on this market, and we introduce a mean reverting stochastic process to represent the true value. And we also introduce some common and private measurement for the participant agent, and these two are both the measurement of the true value, and agents will generate their strategies based on the personal valuation. And we have 4 types of agents. The first one is the background agent, and they only consider the personal valuation to generate their strategy. And the strategy is represented by a range, so alpha minimum and alpha maximum, which are the minimum and maximum required surplus from a trade. And the second type, the heuristic belief learning agent. So this type of agent will consider the historical information and search for the quote, which will maximize its surplus. And you can see the variables considered for the HBL agent. The third type is simple speculating strategy. They will perform buy low and sell high. And the last one is the iceberg agent. So this guy will submit limit ask order with a large volume, and in different settings, it will submit the normal one or the iceberg. And in our, and I also list the parameters of our experiments, and you can see the details in the PDF file. Okay, so we do the following research. So the first is about the impact of the large volume orders. So in this experiment, the iceberg agent will just submit the normal order instead of the iceberg order. And we find with the order volume increases, the speculating strategy accounts for a higher proportion in the equilibrium strategy. Oh, by the way, all the equilibrium profiles are calculated by the empirical game theoretic analysis EGTA method. And we also find when the volume increases, the market efficiency goes down and the bid-ask spirit goes up. So we say it's not ideal for both the agent and the market if someone submit a single large volume order. And next, we are going to look at the situation when the agent submit the iceberg order instead of the normal order. And we find the situation goes better because the market efficiency increases and the speculating strategy is less popular. All right, but we find the surplus for the agent which submits the iceberg orders is kind of interesting because the surplus increases first and then decreases with the increasing order volume. So we guess there is a trade-off because if the order volume is too large, the hidden part is also very large. So most of them will not be fulfilled. So maybe there is a trade-off here. So our next work is to try to find if there any optimal iceberg strategy exists. And in our experiment, we find in most cases, so if the order volume is kind of reasonable large, the optimal iceberg strategy for the agent is to keep the peak size be around 10% of the total volume of the order. But if the order volume is too large, and the optimal strategy here is just submitting a normal order instead of the iceberg order. But it will also attract the speculating to do some harm to the market or the agent itself. So in this case, maybe our suggestion is to split the single large volume order and submit them separately. But this is just the first step of our research, and in our future work, we will expand the strategy space and maybe have more accurate conclusions. Yeah, so yeah, that's all for our presentation.
Thank you very much. Great talk. Any questions? We're running a bit late on time. We're supposed to have a 10-minute break. It'll be less than 5, but are there any questions? Okay. Thank you very much, Buhong again. And let's go for a 5-minute break. We'll be back.
Omar,
yeah.
Shall we do breakout rooms just in case people want to kind of socialize a little bit?
I mean, it's sure. I never know how to set them up, but if you do,
I can set it up. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Omer, you're showing your age.
Yes, I am. Yeah. I'm also showing my need for a refill of my cup of tea, which is why I won't be participating in the breakout room.
Okay, I'm opening the breakout room. These are randomly assigned, so I have no control over them, just for socializing. All right. See you guys in a bit.
Hadia, you returning people from the breakout rooms?
I will right now. So close all rooms. There you go. So they'll be here in 50 seconds at
Great.
most.
Yeah,
I was doing a puppet master, because some rooms nobody attended, so I had to move them around.
Federico, you're presenting next, right?
Yes,
Okay.
I am. Thanks.
Great. So that's great. You're supposed to be able to share a screen. So
yeah, okay, awesome. Yeah.
Great.
Can you see?
Yes.
Ooh, let me check it here. All right.
Oh, I see you have New Zealand time because you have May 9th, when at
Yeah.
least locally it's 8th.
Yeah,
Oh.
exactly.
We should have been given a warning or something before going back. But anyway, yeah, okay. So Federico, you'll be speaking now instead, but in your scheduled session. But yeah, thank you.
Nice. Thank you for having me.
Yeah.
So I'll be talking about our paper that is capacity expansion in the college admission problem. So this is a joint work with Margarita, Alfredo, and Andrea. Let us dive directly into the problem that we want to work with, which is basically the college admission problem, which means very standard, probably the vast majority of the people of the audience know about it. We have on the left colleges, and on the right students. Every college, under its name, there is a preference list, likewise for the students, which means basically that we do not have a standard, well, just a step, a matching, but we have also preferences for every agent. Therefore, we have to take in consideration a refinement of a matching that is a stable matching, probably already many of you know about it. And we have capacities. So every college has a certain capacities and students want to be enrolled into colleges. In this example, we assume that every college has capacity 1 and we have 5 students. So given that there are preferences, we take in consideration a certain notion that is called stability. And there is a theorem that ensures that in a matching market with preferences, we always have a stable matching. Usually there are many stable matching. And among them, we decide to take in consideration the one that is the most preferred by the students. That is called the student optimal stable matching. So let us take a look at this matching right now. We have the student stable optimal matching. Still, we have that one of the students is not assigned into any college. Of course, we hope to fix this somehow, right? Especially if we have that colleges are schools or that high schools or elementary schools. So how can we address this problem? Let us take in consideration the case of in which we have scholarships. Scholarship, and in this framework, we mean that a scholarship has the power of expanding the capacity of a college. So the point is, how should we allocate extra capacities or extra funding or scholarship to colleges to improve a matching that is already the best for the students, but it is clearly not what we want in a real world situation? Let us try to see in our example what happens. And let's go clockwise, starting from top left. If we allocate 1 extra capacity to college C, the matching doesn't change. And it's still the best student optimal stable matching. If you assign 1 extra capacity to college M, we have that Bob is still unassigned, but Lee improves his own matching. Then we allocate 1 extra capacity to college Q. We have that nothing changes. But if we allocate 1 extra capacity to college D, Bob gets assigned to college D. So this is like a signal telling us, we can do something, but it is not a trivial problem. So why this framework? Why do we add preferences to a standard matching market? Well, because it's very used in the real world to assign residents to hospitals, centralized college admission system, even high school. So there are algorithms that are used every year to allocate students in elementary school, high school, and many other applications. And there is a huge literature on this. And it is estimated that every year, certainly many hundreds of thousands of students are allocated through these systems, probably millions. Let us try to give a little bit of a mathematical formalization of what we're doing. So we have a bipartite graph, we have colleges on one side, students on the other, and we have a capacity function. That is telling us, of course, that student can be allocated only to one college, which means that they have capacity 1, and college can have capacity greater than 1. And the matching basically is an assignment that respects the capacity function. Of course, as we said already many times, we have preferences, which we assume are linear orders. So we assume that are strict and complete. Please note that all the results that I will be presenting today, they also hold for the case in which preference lists are incomplete, which is the normality in the real world, meaning that students, when applied to colleges, they do not rank all the 5,000 colleges or 10,000 colleges that are all over the world, but maybe 10, 20, 30. And likewise, the colleges. And we have the stability condition. The stability condition tells us something very interesting, which is basically, it rules out what the blocking pairs. What are the blocking pairs? Basically, when we have a matching, let's say in the case of a centralized institution that is doing the matching, what we want to rule out is that agents on opposite side may come up with private agreements that end up having a better outcome for both of them. So we want to ensure that there is some kind, let's call it fairness in the matching. And to ensure this fairness, we have to rule out the blocking pairs. Therefore, we get a stable matching. As we said, there may be many stable matchings. And among the many stable matching, we choose the student optimal stable matching, which is the most preferred by the students. So our problem, again, is we have some extra capacities. We want to allocate these extra capacities to the college to improve the student optimal stable matching. So the point is, how should we allocate these extra capacities to minimize the cost? Why the cost of the students in the stable matching? Because, so let's take in consideration, let's first try to solve this problem from a standard perspective. If there are no extra capacities, this problem can be polynomially solved through the deferred acceptance algorithm, which is a super standard, well-known algorithm. If there are extra capacities, but their allocation is fixed, the problem can be, the algorithm, the deferred acceptance algorithm can be modified in a way that we still solve the problem polynomially. The point is what happens when the extra capacities are a variable. So we basically have two variables in this matching market: the assignments of students into colleges and the allocation, let's say allocation of extra capacities to college. How can we solve that? How can we formalize that? Let us define the cost of the matching for the students, which is basically the sum of the ranking of the colleges in which every student is allocated. There is a well-known fault theorem, which states that very nice result that says that when we have the stability condition, social welfare is equivalent to individual welfare, which means when we minimize the cost of the ranking of all the students, is as if we are minimizing the cost of every single student. This is because simply the objective function is linear and we have the stability condition, which basically means that when we compute this minimum cost stable matching, minimum cost for the students, we are also finding the student optimal stable matching. which means that we can provide a mathematical program that has an objective function, the cost of the students and the stability condition and the condition for matching. And by solving this mathematical program, we obtain the student optimal stable matching. This is this model that we provide is based on extensive literature on the problem, starting from 1989, from Van Leeuwen, Gasfield and Irving, and many, many others. And there are many formulations, and we chose this. Unfortunately, we have a problem. As we see, I highlighted here 2 variables. So TU is the allocation of extra capacities. XSH is the assignment of students into colleges. We have an integer quadratic mathematical program, which means that it will be tough to solve and to find the exact optimal solution. Still, we provide some aggregated linearizations, and the blue one is the integer quadratic programming model, and the red one is the best aggregated linearization that we also prove out should theoretically outperforms all the other linearizations. And as we can see, it solves a higher percentage of our synthetic problem that we created. As we are most probably expecting, this problem is very hard. So not only it's NPR, the decision problem, but we prove that it cannot be approximated within a square root factor of the number of the students. So this poses as a very big limitation on the computational performance that we can provide. That is why we look for heuristics. First, we prove that if we take away the stability condition and we relax the integrality constraint, we can still obtain an integral allocation of the extra capacities. And this is awesome, because it basically gives us the possibility to solve the linear program without the stability condition, obtain a suboptimal allocation of the extra capacities, and then run the Gauge-Shapley algorithm, the fair acceptance algorithm that runs in polynomial time. And then we propose also another approach that is greedy, in the sense that we allocate one capacity after another, given that we have a budget. And for every extra capacity, we evaluate the impact on every college, and we allocate it greedily. Let's see how these 2 heuristics perform. On the x-axis, we have the amount of extra capacities. On the y-axis, we have the gap from the optimal solution. And as we see, so the orange one is the greedy, the green one is the LP-based approach. The greedy perform, so we want to keep them the lower, this curve, we want to keep them the lower possible. We have that the greedy performs better when we have a smaller amount of capacities, and the LPH manages to keep track of how the matching market evolves as we add capacities inside of the bipartite graph. While the greedy somehow at a certain point loses track of what is happening. Okay, but this is from the perspective of the overall cost. What happens from the perspective of the individual ranking for every student? We are still having the perspective of every student. So on the x-axis, here we have the rankings. So most preferred, second most preferred, third, fourth, etc. And the y-axis tells us the percentage of the students who are enrolled in the most preferred, second most preferred, etc. The 3 color columns say blue, we have no extra capacity. So it's just the vanilla student optimal stable matching. B equal to 1, it means that we have the orange one, we have 1 extra capacity. And the red one is we have 30 extra capacity. So there is something very interesting happening here, which is basically when we have 1 extra capacity, 10 students are reallocated into their most preferred college. When you have 30 extra capacity, this is synthetic data, uniform preferences list. What happens is that 150 students get allocated into their most preferred college, which means basically that when we put inside an extra capacity into the market, not only one student gets allocated better, but there is a kind of reorganization into the stable matching and a kind of cascade effect. So this is very interesting because it basically tells us that the improvement is not trivial, but is definitely remarkable. Ongoing research, strategy proofness. So how can this mechanism be manipulated from the perspective of the students or the colleges? It is well known that from the colleges there is no hope. The mechanism is not strategy proof from the perspective of the colleges. And then if there are a couple of questions about it, I'll be happy to answer and show more slides about it. Under very certain particular conditions, the mechanism is strategy proof for the students. When these conditions are not satisfied, the mechanism can be even manipulated from the perspective of the students. So this is something very, very nice. Let's wrap up. Conclusions. We formalize the problem of allocating, formalize the problem for the first time in the literature up to our knowledge, of allocating optimal extra capacities and prove that it is not approximable within a certain factor. We provide a model that is quadratic and some linearization, and we prove theoretically and experimentally that some of them perform way better than the standard form. We formulate heuristics, and finally we prove that it is clear the problem is clearly not strategy proof for the colleges, and under certain additional conditions is strategy proof for the student. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much for your talk, Federico. And we already have a question from Hadi, so I'll let him lead off with it. Hadi,
Actually, I have two questions. Yeah, thank you for the wonderful talk. So one question is about whether you have tried other distribution models, like more of correlated distribution models like models, etc. And the second question, I'm just going to ask them so that you can answer, is what happens if you have some minimum quotas on the hospitals? So the hospitals must be allocated, let's say, a minimum quota, even if the minimum quota is 1.
Yeah, so this is two wonderful questions that basically, unfortunately, we didn't have the time to submit it for the workshop, but we're going so fast that we have it in the follow-up paper, well, in an extensive version of the paper that we are gonna release soon. So we've correlated the preferences. What happens is that the cascade effect, what I was showing here, it depends. So it depends. If we assume that it's not reasonable, but let's assume that preference lists are complete, then in certain cases the cascade effect becomes huge, because if you add it on the top college, then you have that all the students improve their allocation, especially if we have completely correlated preference list on both sides, because basically you have a cascade effect that is almost the number of the students. If preference lists are incomplete, then it's tricky. And there comes in the problem of the meaning of what it means to have what is the cost of having a student that is unassigned. And then that is, at that point, is a cultural or political question to address, right? And then you can have many models, and that is super interesting. So it's super ongoing research, open questions, and yeah, so many possible ways to answer them. Yeah. The second question was about, sorry?
I asked what happens if there are minimum capacities for the college or hospital.
Yeah, yes, this is also a very interesting question. There are, so in Japan, there are because they're trying to address this. I've shown some papers, because, for example, they have the problem that they want to try to avoid the problem of the rural hospital problem, which means that you have hospitals that are not in cities that are completely undersubscribed. So they, as you say, they try to enforce a minimum capacity on that. So we also, in a follow-up paper that we just put on archive, we proved that this problem is even more difficult. Unfortunately, we didn't provide any approach yet, but more a theoretical kind of limitation, preliminary study on the limitation. But these are all very interesting questions about this problem. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, so let's thank the speaker again. Thank you very much, Federico.
Thank you.
And our next speaker is, I believe, I saw they're here. Antonio or Jesse, which of you is speaking?
Anthony, yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Are my slides visible?
Yeah.
Awesome. All right, thank you all for coming. This is commitment games with conditional information revelation. And this is joint work with Jesse Clifton, and we're at the Center on Long-Term Risk. So just to signpost things a bit, this talk is going to be fairly math light. I'm going to give the broad strokes, motivations, and our contribution, but you can get the mathematical details in the actual paper. Our motivating question here is, how can we get rational agents to guarantee cooperation under private information? So I'll break down those two parts in a second. In this context, I'm speaking of cooperation as meaning Pareto efficiency, and in particular, ex post efficiency in a private information game. So that just means that after the game has been played, and as if the players knew each other's private information, which determines their payoffs from their actions, is the outcome efficient or not? As opposed to, is it efficient from their uncertain perspective before they know each other's private info? And I'd encourage you all to think of this as sort of agenda setting for this field of cooperative AI. So we're going to be considering at this abstract level interactions between some highly advanced computer agents. If rational agents had certain conditional commitment abilities, could they guarantee cooperation despite private info? So I currently don't see this being implementable yet, but we're sort of setting future research directions. So the second piece here is this private information, which is key because in the real world, games are not going to be complete information. Players will have uncertainty about each other's preferences, their strength and potential conflict. And in this cooperative AI context, they'll be uncertain about each other's source code, determining the agent's behavior. And further, we get these inefficiencies in these private info settings, generally because agents have these incentives to not always tell the truth about their private info. So I'll go over an example where this is a key source of inefficiency right now. So imagine that we have two agents, an attacker and a defender, on the brink of a cyber war. The attacker is trying to hack the defender. Now, the hacking strength or capacity of the attacker is common knowledge between the players, but how good the defender is at defending against the hack is uncertain. Uncertain from the attacker's perspective. So we can have a simple distribution with probability Q. The defender has really sophisticated cyber defenses such that an attempted hack would fail, assuming the defender actually uses their defenses, as we'll get into in a moment. With the rest of the probability from the attacker's perspective, the defender has weak cyber defenses, so the attack would be successful. So just putting numbers into this and a little more formalism, the action space here is that the attacker can either attack or not, and the defender can either defend or not. A strength is common knowledge, as I said, and both attacking and defending are marginally costly to each player. And so this is, in particular, a general sum game. If neither attacks and defends, they're both better off than if they attack and defend and the attack is not successful. In particular, if the attacker attacks and the defender is weak, or the defender doesn't defend at all, then the attacker gets some extra payoff, and the defender is worse off. So on balance, if the attacker knew that a defender was weak, for example, the attacker would attack and prefer this 3 - 2 payoff to the status quo. And further, we can imagine this hypothetical where suppose the defender thought, if I'm strong and the attacker knew that I was strong, they would not want to attack me because that would be a waste of their resources. So I will just report that I am strong. And suppose that this is verifiable in the sense that the defender couldn't lie about this. Either the defender doesn't reveal their strength of defenses, or they have to tell the truth. In this example, we're going to suppose that if that's the case, the problem from the defender's perspective is that sharing your strength also shares the code that tells how to successfully hack you in the first place. So the defense becomes ineffective once it's known what sorts of defenses the defender is using in the first place. So that's what this last bullet point is saying. If the attacker knows the defender's source code and their strength of defenses, the attack can be successful. So to summarize, the problem we get here is that there is a Bayes-Nash equilibrium where if the defender is in fact strong and the attacker places high enough probability on the defender being weak, the attacker is going to take this risk of a hack. It will fail, given that the defender has defended. And both of them have wasted compute on this attack that was pointless. So they both have -2 rather than 0. This is a clear case of ex post inefficiency. So this actually comes down to 2 problems. The first is relatively clear that the attacker is uncertain about the strength of the defender's defenses. So they think that it's worth the risk of making this attack because the defender is probably weak. But also, the slightly more subtle problem here is that, as I said, the defender can't reveal how strong their defenses are without making the defense ineffective in the first place. So there's this inability to partially reveal the private information is a key source of inefficiency here too, even if the defender could verifiably reveal their strength. So how could we solve this? First, I'll give a little background on similar tools that have been used for complete information games, and we'll build up to the private information case. So imagine that instead of just playing the base game itself, the players submit these commitment devices that will submit their actions in the base game on their behalf. And these are conditional commitments in the sense that the action that I commit to depends not only on my device that I submit, but also on yours. And a classic example where this can be really useful is the one-shot prisoner's dilemma. So imagine that we have this device called Fairbot that says, if my opponent's device is also Fairbot, I'll cooperate, but in any other case, I will defect. And if you have this conditional commitment ability, you can get cooperation in the one-shot prisoner's dilemma. So no reciprocity needed or anything like that. And the key here is that if I know that you're playing Fairbot, then if I play Fairbot as well, we'll both get the cooperate payoff, which is great. But if I switch to anything else, either you will defect against me and I defect against you, which is just by hypothesis worse for both of us. Or even worse, I cooperate and you defect against me, so I get cheated and I'm even worse off. In either case, I am better off staying with the Fairbot in the first place. So that's why this is a Nash equilibrium of these conditional commitment devices. But how does this work in the private information case? One key problem here is that, as I said, the defender in this case doesn't always have this incentive to reveal their private info. But if they can conditionally reveal it with these commitment devices, we can overcome the inefficiency. So in this context, just to make a little less hand-wavy this private information concept I've been talking about, we'll say that private info just means this is some variable such that the payoffs in the game depend both on the player's actions and the private info. And of course, each player only knows their own private info at the start of the game. So in the Bayesian game jargon, this is called a type, T sub I. Now, in our commitment games framework, we're going to say that players can reveal their private info to each other as a function of their commitment devices conditionally, just as they could take actions conditional on everyone's devices. Again, as I said, we're going to assume that revelation here is verifiable. One cannot lie about your private info, but you can choose not to reveal it. So all told, we'll have actions here that are functions, both of these commitment devices themselves that everyone submits, but also any information that gets revealed to you from the other player. So the workflow here, when we apply this framework to our example game, is in this figure. First, the players are going to simultaneously submit their commitment devices. Then we'll have two sort of functions that map those commitment devices to whether they reveal information to each other and their actions in the game itself. So first, let's assume that these devices are such that the defender is going to reveal that the defender is strong if and only if the attacker commits not to attack, given that information. Given this, the attacker can learn that the defender is strong using the conditional commitment device. And then, so that's this second set of arrows here, but the attacker has no private info, so we don't need to worry about that. And the last set of arrows here is that what are the actions they actually play in this game now that this information has been shared? So by hypothesis, the attacker has committed not to attack given this information. And the defender is also committed not to defend, wasting their resources as well. So what we get out of all this is that there is an outcome where the players avoid wasting resources attacking and defending when the defender is strong, and so the attack would fail. And using the conditioning of this conditional revelation of this information on the devices, the defender doesn't have to run this risk of, if I reveal, then the attacker is going to attack me anyway. So the formal result, the main result in our paper is this Folk theorem saying that this whole solution will hold more generally, in the sense that if you have a payoff that is both achievable by some combination of actions by the players, so we'll call that feasible, and this payoff is also enforceable by some punishment policy. That's what individually rational means in this private info case. Then any payoff that has these two properties can be reached in a Bayes-Nash equilibrium. In particular, where the actions of the game in question are these commitment devices, which determine the actions in our original game. And a nice corollary of this result is that all the ex post efficient payoffs are going to be in equilibrium, which is exactly what we wanted. In particular, our contribution here builds off the work of Voorhees, who used similar conditional commitment devices to get a similar Folk theorem, but they were only able to achieve payoffs that also were incentive compatible, which means that if there were no ability to verifiably reveal information in the first place, then the players would prefer to lie about their private info for some of these payoffs. But because we have conditioning of this information revelation, this incentive compatibility constraint goes away, and you can get any efficient payoff in an equilibrium. So lastly, for the lack of time, I can't get into the details here. You can check out the paper for this, but briefly, a natural question you might have about this is how exactly this sort of scheme would get implemented beyond this abstract level. One framework for doing this is to let these devices in question be computer programs that make calls to each other. And you can have this stack of recursive calls of player A's program to player B's and vice versa. And naively, one might think that because these programs are calling each other recursively, you'll get this infinite loop because you can never tell if the other player is going to cooperate with you without them knowing what you are going to end up doing. But the trick to get around that is to have some very small probability of cooperating unconditionally. And in our context, that just means you reveal your information and you play the payoff, play the action that achieves the sufficient payoff. And since this only happens with one small probability, you don't get exploited much, but in equilibrium, all the devices can use these programs, all the players can use these programs and achieve the efficient payoff anyway. So as I said, you can see the paper for the details on this. That's all I have for the main talk. And if you have questions on the technical details I glossed over, I can address those too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very interesting talk. Yes, I see Vince already has a question, so I'll delay mine. Go ahead, Vince.
Hi, Anthony. Very nice talk. I'm just trying to relate this to the other concepts. And so first I was thinking, well, what if you just apply the concept of program equilibrium to a Bayesian game, right? So like, thinking about the strategies there that are functions of what type you have. And I guess that wouldn't be quite the same because then you couldn't, your action wouldn't be conditional on the type that the other person has. But if you additionally,
That's right.
So if you took now, okay, so fine. But now take the Bayesian game and add a cheap talk phase before that, right? So that the players can communicate, like in and of itself, that doesn't mean any, or it's cheap talk, right? So they could say whatever. But now you have that larger game with the cheap talk phase before it. And now if you consider that larger game, also taking into account, like, you're going to learn your type in that game, and you apply the concept of program equilibrium to that, does that coincide with what you're doing? Sorry, it's kind of a long and detailed question, but does that kind of make sense?
Yeah. So my understanding is that if cheap talk is allowed, I'm not sure you could get the full folk theorem for payoffs that are not incentive compatible.
But what I'm thinking here is, okay, good. So what I'm thinking here is that your program also tells you how to play in the cheap talk phase. And so now your program also, like, it has to be trustworthy that in fact your program has access to your true type and your true type only, right? And so in that way, you could also commit yourself to talk in a particular way, including actually revealing honestly what your type is. That's how I'm thinking about it.
I see. That's an interesting point. Off the top of my head, I'm not sure if there's an equivalence there.
Which would still be interesting. I'm just trying to relate it all together, like, cognitively all fit it together.
No, that makes sense. Yeah, I do think that yeah, so if you try to apply this to our example here with the cyberware thing, I think it's tricky there that you'd have to make sure that the that the choice of like committing to this cheap talk such that you actually reveal your info within this, does this leak in any way to the actual players of the game? So if I see that you've submitted a device that's going to end up exploiting me, for example, or doing some action that I don't want you to do, so my device would want you to have committed to that. If I see that you've deviated from that, but my device has actually submitted my true type to you, you need to have some protocol for like preventing that from actually being exploited by the real player anyway. And that's where I think conditional revelation is pretty important.
Maybe. I was thinking that first my program would verify that the other program is as it is, and then it would truly access my type and communicate that. But if the other program's something else, then it's just going to send noise or something like that. Anyway, maybe this question is probably getting a little too detailed and technical for this, but I'd be happy to talk about it more.
That's good.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Mehmet, you want to
Go ahead, Omar. I think you had a question, so
I'll definitely delay mine till I prefer that I can bug probably Anthony later, but go ahead with the question.
Okay, so let me just quickly ask one of the questions I had in mind regarding the avoiding circularities. So, how do you make sure you avoid the circularities in case of the Bayesian games? Do you just yeah, I mean that's my question. I mean, is there anything that you specifically do to avoid the circularities in the programming execution of the programs, basically? You see what I mean?
Right. That's a good question. I think there are roughly two ways you could approach this. So at the abstract level that our folk theorem is based on, the circularity is avoided by having the function that spits out each player's profile of actions and their revelation of info is a function of these devices that are just sort of like abstract devices in some space. So the device itself doesn't say what action you're going to take in the exact game. It's a list of rules of if I'm paired with some other device that is in some list that I find cooperative, I'm going to play this kind of action. But it doesn't need to know what actual action the other player is going to play. So there's no circularity in that context. As for the literal computer programs reading each other thing, where you don't have this abstract level, that's what I was getting at with this small probability of cooperation rule. So you'll have each program calling each other, but that will bottom out eventually with positive probability, with the programs unconditionally playing some action.
Okay. So yes, just so basically, you do not condition on the realization of the other programs, but just on the other devices, basically, right? But not there on the realizations. Is that kind of okay? Cheers. Thanks.
Good question. Thanks.
Great. Thanks. Won't have time for more questions. I'm sure there are others like me with several others. Thanks again, Anthony, for an interesting talk. And our next talk is, I saw Patrick here before. Patrick Lederer. Yeah. Are you giving the talk or someone else?
No, I will.
Okay, great. So take it away.
You see the screen?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, I'm Patrick Lederer, and I'm going to present our results about strategy-proof social decision schemes on superconductor domains. That is joint work with Felix Brandt and Sascha Tausch, and we are all at the Technical University of Munich. So let's get started. The problem that we consider is, in essence, classical social choice. That is, we have multiple voters, and these voters have preferences over some alternatives. For instance, in this toy example here, the leftmost voter states that it prefers A to C to B to D. And the goal now is to choose one alternative as winner of the election. And even if you look at this little toy example, this is not so straightforward. You may, for instance, say that B is a good choice because it's top ranked by 2 voters, whereas every other alternative is only top ranked once. Or you may say C is a good choice because it's among the best two alternatives of every voter. And now social choice tries to find a good alternative, but this becomes all the more difficult if we take into account the strategic incentives of the voters. So for instance, if considers a plurality rule, which chooses the alternative that's top ranked by the most voters, we choose B here, as we discussed before. And if you look at the rightmost voter, B is his least preferred alternative. So this naturally leads to the question, for him, maybe he can influence the outcome in his favor by stating a different preference relation. And indeed, if he just reports A as his top choice, both A and B are top ranked by 2 voters. And if you assume a lexicograph tiebreaking, A will be the winner of the election, which is favorable for him. That's what we call a manipulation. And of course, we don't want manipulable voting rules in general, because we are then not guaranteed that the preferences are true of the voters, and if we don't get the true preferences, we cannot make a good group decision. And therefore, I will try in this talk to try to find strategic voting rules. And in this talk, we essentially do this by considering a restricted domain. these superconjugate domains. And for explaining this a bit more, I need to formalize the setting a bit. It's not too difficult. It's really the standard voting model. So we have a set of alternatives A. We assume that we have at least 3 alternatives, and we have a set of voters N, which is just any finite set. And every voter has a strict preference relation over the alternatives, so no ties are allowed. And a preference profile is then just what we saw on the previous slide. Every voter contains the preference relation of every voter. And for our needs, we also need domains of preference profiles, which are just subsets of all feasible preference profiles for the given numbers of voters and alternatives. For such a domain, we can then define voting rules, and there are a few options of how to really define a voting rule. Maybe the most common one are such choice functions, or short SCF, which, given a preference profile in its domain, just returns a single alternative, which is interpreted as the winner of the election. For instance, the plurality rule, which you saw before, is a such choice function. A more general model are social decision schemes, which map every preference profile in their domain to a lottery over the alternatives. And the idea here is the following. The social decision scheme determines for every alternative its winning chances, and the final winner is then drawn by lottery according to these probabilities. For instance, a very well-known social decision scheme is the uniform random dictatorship, where we just pick one voter uniformly at random, and his favorite alternative will be implemented as such choice. In this talk, I will mainly talk about social decision schemes because they are more general concepts than social choice functions. In particular, we can, of course, interpret every social choice function as social decision scheme, which picks always an alternative with probability 1. So that's just why we talk about social decision schemes. The important thing main axiom which we want to discuss is strategy proofness. And I guess most people here are aware how strategy proofness is defined in the voting setting, but just let me repeat it. We are in the randomized setting, so we need to compare lotteries, and for that we use stochastic dominance. So we say a voter prefers a lottery P to another lottery Q if P stochastically dominates Q according to the voter's preference relation. And it's formally defined on the slide, but I'm not going to spell that out. Next up, strategy proofness event just requires that voting honestly is the dominant strategy for every voter. Or another word, the lottery the voter obtains by voting honestly is preferred to every lottery he could obtain by lying about his true preferences. And an important thing to note here is, since we talk about domain restrictions and F is only defined on a domain D, that both R and R prime must be in the domain, so we cannot leave our domain by manipulation. And unfortunately, strategy proofness is known to be a rather challenging property, and there are a lot of impossibilities based on it. Maybe most famously, there is the Gilbert's random dictatorship theorem, which states that a social decision scheme on the full domain is strategy proof and non-imposing only if it is a random dictatorship. Now, non-imposition is a very mild criterion, which only demands that every alternative can be chosen with probability 1. And a random dictatorship is in essence a mixture of dictatorships, so that it's a generalization of the uniform random dictatorship, which we discussed before, where we choose a voter with a fixed probability, but it must not be the same for every voter. And the chosen voters, the favorite alternative of the elected voter will then be the winner of the election. Now, our goal is to get around this impossibility theorem. And for doing so, we consider restricted domains because it's actually known for quite a while that if you do not consider the full domain of preference profiles, but only a subset of that, many impossibilities vanish. So for instance, Moulin has already shown in 1980 that for the domain of single peak preferences, there are attractive strategy-proof voting rules, the generalized median voting schemes. And once we have this observation, it's very natural to ask not for any domain, but for a maximal domain that allows for attractive strategy-proof voting rules. And in the best case, the domain itself is also attractive in the sense that it's not too technical or that it's also useful in practice. Our approach for doing so is to consider the condensate domain. And for defining that domain, we need to introduce the concept of condensate winner. A condensate winner is just an alternative that beats every other alternative in a pairwise majority comparison. So if X is a condensate winner, I can compare it to any other alternative Y, ask the voters which alternative do you prefer, and majority of the voters will answer X. And condensate winners are unfortunately not guaranteed to exist, and therefore we define the condensate domain just as the set of all profiles that have a condensate winner. And observe that the condensate domain is quite important in practice because empirical results show that most real-world elections have a condensate winner. So this means that most real-world elections are in the condensate domain, and we could use we could just, for instance, return the condensate rule winner for these elections. Another important point about the condensate domain is that it's actually known that there are attractive stretch-proof voting rules for it. Particularly Campbell and Kelly have shown in 2003 that if the number of voters n is odd, a social choice function on the condensate domain is stretch-proof and non-imposing, if and only if it is a dictatorship or the condensate rule. The condensate rule is the rule which always returns the condensate winner, and we consider that as a very attractive rule because it's nicely aggregates the preferences. It can be seen as a strong compromise, right? And therefore, the condensate domain is just by this result already a possibility domain in terms of strategy proofness. Now, the first question which we asked ourselves is what happens if we allow for randomization, right? What happens if we move from the social choice functions to social decision schemes? We may just get completely new stretch-proof voting rules, but as we show, that's actually not the case. So same setting, still an odd number of voters, and what we now get is essentially that we only are allowed to mix the rules which you saw on the previous slides. So social decision scheme on the condensate domain is stretch-proof and non-imposing if and only if it is a mixture of random dictatorship and the condensate rule. A straightforward consequence of this result is that the condensate rule is even the most appealing stretch-proof voting rule on the condensate domain if we allow for randomization. So we could randomize, but we still would probably choose the deterministic condensate rule. The next natural question to ask is the condensate rule really maximal, right? It may just be a subset of a larger domain, which is also quite attractive. And for doing so, we considered these strict and connected super condensate domains, and under the assumption that the number of voters n is odd, we have shown that on these strict and connected super condensate domains, only random dictatorships satisfy strategy proofness and non-imposition. And now, what are these strict and connected super condensate domains? That's a bit technical, but in general, a super condensate domain is just any domain that contains the condensate domain. We call a super condensate domain then strict if there is a profile that has no weak condensate winner. So every alternative there's a profile such that every alternative loses a pairwise majority comparison against another alternative. If the number of voters is odd, this really just means that that there is one profile outside of the condensate domain in this domain. So any strict super condensate domain that is not the condensate domain is strict if we consider an odd number of voters. And lastly, we have this notion of connectedness, and roughly this notion links profiles outside of the condensate domain back into the condensate domain. So what we want here is that for every profile outside of the condensate domain and every alternative X, there is a path along which we only swap H's and alternatives in the voters' preferences. And following this path, we get into the condensate domain. And along this path, we don't have to move this alternative X. In case anybody of you is familiar with that, that can be seen as a variant of Sato's non-restoration property, which kind of says we should not move if we consider two profiles or two preferences, and an alternative is at the same position in both profiles, we should not move it to go from one profile to another. Lastly, you may wonder, we always have this assumption that n is odd, which may seem a bit unnatural. Unfortunately, if you don't make this assumption, the characterizations break down. There are some quite ugly counterexamples by Merrill for the deterministic case, showing that there are more voting rules than dictatorships and the condensate rule that satisfy a stretch proof and non-imposition on the condensate domain. And the main reason for that is that a single voter cannot change the condensate winner if the number of votes n is even without leaving the condensate domain. And because of that, the condensate domain essentially breaks down into several disconnected subdomains where you can do different things. And a natural idea to restore this connectedness here is just to use group stretch proofness instead of standard stretch proofness. Group stretch proofness requires that not even groups of voters can manipulate by cooperating. And if you use group stretch proofness, we can strengthen the previous two results. So first of all, for the condensate domain, we can show that only the condensate rule and dictatorships are group stretch proof and non-imposing. So first of all, we get rid of the parity of the number of voters. And second of all, what is quite noteworthy, we also are not allowed to use any randomization here anymore, because group stretch proofness actually only allows for the deterministic voting rules. Again, even so randomization is in principle allowed. Secondly, for the case of strict supercondensate domains, we can show that group stretch proofness and non-imposition is only satisfied by dictatorships. So this means, again, by adding a few, even a single carefully chosen profile to the condensate domain, we end up in an impossibility result. Note in particular that if the number of votes n is odd, these two results are actually tied in the sense that every super domain of the condensate domain does not allow for positive results, but the condensate domain still has the condensate rule as attractive stretch proof voting rule. Finally, one can nicely compare our results to classical results of the literature. So what you see here is every column denotes a domain. So the leftmost column is full domain, the rightmost column is the condensate domain, and every row denotes different types of stretch proof functions. So for instance, in the last row, we consider group stretch proof and non-imposing social decision schemes. And by a result of Barbera, it follows that only dictatorships satisfy these axioms on the full domain. And by the result you just saw, we know that even for strict super condensate domains, this is true. But when we move to the condensate domain, then the condensate rule becomes stretch proof and even group stretch proof. So in essence, the takeaway here is twofold. Firstly, the condensate domain is indeed a maximal domain, or essentially maximal domain that allows for attractive stretch proof voting rules. And secondly, we also see here the important role of the condensate rule, because whenever we get into the possibility area, the condensate rule is one of the stretch proof voting rules. So that's also quite a strong argument, of course, for choosing the condensate winner, even if you're not on these restricted condensate domains. That's it. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks so much for a great talk. Very interesting. I have multiple questions, but I'm still forming them in my mind. So if anyone else has a question, I see Vince. Go ahead.
Hi, great talk. I just wanted to have a clarification question. I feel I should know the answer to this, but how do we think about this again? So in this condensate domain, if we're thinking about strategy proofness, so suppose I change I misreport my preferences, and as a consequence of me misreporting my preferences, actually the profile is no longer a Condorcet profile. There no longer is a Condorcet winner. What happens, or how do we think about that? Like, is the rule supposed to specify what happens there, or
yeah? We assume that we cannot leave our domain. In essence, the rule is not defined for rules outside of the condensate domain. And in particular, with the strict and connected super condensate domains, I tried to answer your question in some way, because if you're allowed to leave the condensate domain, you end up with an impossibility again, in fact. So that's why we really need that you cannot leave the domain, which may seem a bit untypical, but it's necessary for the positive results.
Mhm. Right. And in some cases that makes sense, like in single peak preferences, that's a more restricted domain, right? But then we know, like you might be able to detect a vote as not satisfying the single peakness condition, and so then it makes sense. Okay, good, thanks.
Great, Janik, I think you had a question as well before.
That answered my question.
Oh, okay, great. Okay, so any other questions to Patrick? Okay, so Hattie, you'll divide us again to breakout rooms for the next break. We have a break until basically a 9-minute break. I won't say the time because it's probably different for each of us. Anyway, Hadi will break us into breakout rooms, and hopefully people can go, I know, drink coffee and get settled in for the final hour of this session. Okay, great.
All done.
Thanks.
Hey, Omer.
Hey, you're turning the people back.
Yes, so I just gave everybody 50 seconds to finish up.
I see, great.
I think these social breaks should be a little bit longer. Seems like people are very enjoying it. Some people are not joining at all, so I'm playing Kingmaker and behind the scene, moving people around.
Well,
but those who join are very interested.
Great. I guess next session, maybe make them 15 minutes then?
Yeah, we have to see how we can keep the clock, right?
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so our next talk is, I believe, by Nicholas Boma. I think I saw him here. Nicholas Boma? Yes.
Yes. Yeah, I saw Nicholas here too.
Yeah.
There we go.
Great. Let's wait. Are the breaks room all back, or should we still wait for them?
My computer's okay. Something is happening to my.
Hadi? Are the folks from the breakout room all back?
My computer is freezing, so I don't know what's going on. Zoom is freezing, not my computer actually. So I don't know if you guys even hear me, but I'm trying to see what's going on. But people should be back if you're hearing me. I cannot work. Yeah, all right. So this is.
Okay, great. So while Hadi sorts out his Zoom, let's begin. Wait, Hadi, I'm muting you because I think you're. Okay. No, I can't mute Hadi because he is the host. Okay, so Nicholas, take it away.
Thanks. And then hope you are not too distracted by the echo. So yeah, welcome everyone. My name is Nicholas Böhmer. This is joint work together with Nathan Shah, a student worker of mine. We are both from TU Berlin in Germany, and this is work about collecting, classifying, analyzing, and using real-world elections. So in the first part of the project, we collected some real-world elections because we had the feeling that the available real-world elections that are publicly available online weren't really fitting our needs because either they contain very few candidates or voters there are heavily incomplete, or votes are heavily incomplete or contain a lot of ties. And this is why we wanted to create some or find some new data sources which don't have these drawbacks, basically. And here I just want to give you a very brief overview of the kinds of data that we looked at and the kinds of elections we created, just to give you a general flavor of our data, basically. And beforehand, I probably should tell you that we created data in kind of two different ways, or created elections in two different ways. First is what we call time-based elections. So in time-based elections, very abstractly speaking, we have some candidates and they compete against each other at different points in time. And then we have basically one vote for each point in time, which ranks the candidates according to how they perform basically at this point in time. And for criterion-based elections, we just look at one point in time, and then judge kind of the candidates at this point in time from different perspectives. So basically, probably different from the perspective of different criteria or the perspective of different indicators. So yeah, and the first type of data, so the first data that we looked at, just to give you one example, is we looked at Spotify chart data from different countries. So the top 100 charts from different countries at different days of a year. And we created two types of elections from it. So first of all, Spotify month. Spotify month here is basically we look at one country and we look at different days of a month, and then basically each day is a voter which ranks the songs according to the top 100 list of at this day in the country. And Spotify day means we just look at one specific day, and then we have kind of one vote for each country which ranks the songs according to the top 100 list in this country at this day. And yeah, to just give one more example, we also looked at college football power rankings. So in college football, you basically have different weeks in the season, and different media outlets publish each week a power ranking. So basically a ranking of the best football teams at this point in time. Again, we created two different types of data. First of all, football season, where we look at one media outlet and basically create one election for each year, where we have for each week one voter, basically ranking the candidates or ranking the teams according to the power ranking in this week, and football week focusing on 1 week. And then we have basically each voter represents one media outlet, and then basically also the power ranking of this media outlet. And moving on, so for time-based, we also look at some world rankings, boxing top 16, tennis top 100 at different points in time, basically how it evolves over a year, and some Formula One, so basically some competition-based data. So for example, Formula One seasons also consisted of multiple races, and we can say, okay, we create one voter for each race and basically rank the drivers according to their finishing times in this race. And we also did some more criterion-based elections where we have city ranking, country ranking, university ranking. So all of this are basically some indicators published online, and then we create basically one vote for each indicator, and yeah, rank the objects according to this indicator. And overall, we created 7,528 real-world elections divided into 25 datasets, and they are all kind of available online. And I would be happy if some of you would consider using them. And I think they are kind of interesting and easy to use in basically two ways. So the first way, or the first advantage I think that they have, is that because the data that we selected has basically no ties. So we have nearly no ties in our elections, so we don't have to apply some arbitrary tie-breaking scheme if we want to do some experiments on strict preferences, which I think is kind of nice. And also most of the elections here are relatively complete. So each voter ranks nearly all candidates, or at least even after we delete voters and candidates until the election is complete, elections are still relatively large. So even if we just focus on these complete elections, then we, I think, still have elections with 100 candidates, multiple hundred candidates, and also some of them have, I don't know, 100 voters. So overall, our elections have kind of varied sizes in terms of voters, in terms of candidates, even before deleting or before basically completing the elections and also after completing them. Then in the second part of the project, we wanted to understand our data sources, our data sets a bit better. And for this, we used the map of elections framework developed by Schufa and co-authors. And here you see such a map of elections. And basically what this means here is it's a visualization of our data. And here each point represents one election. And the intuition here is the closer two elections are on the map, the more similar are these two elections in reality, basically. And you can ignore the paths here for now, but what is probably important is what this point here means and this point here means. So these are kind of canonical extreme elections. Identity elections are elections where all voters cast the same preferences. So basically all votes are the same. And uniformity is kind of chaos. So here each possible vote appears exactly once. So we have kind of maximal chaos, maximal uninformedness of the voters in some sense. And if we look at the data here, or if we look at the results here, then we can observe multiple different things, just to highlight two basically. So for example, this boxing top 16 data set here is relatively close to identity overall. So it seems that their voters vote very, very similar. So these rankings seem to not really change over time that much. And for example, also tennis top 100 is also relatively close to identity, which is kind of a nice observations because these two, I mean, the data sources here are kind of relatively similar, and it's nice to see that also the resulting elections are kind of structurally relatively similar to each other. And you can observe the same here with Tour de France and Formula One, which are also kind of similar in structure. And then we did the same for criterion or criterion-based data sets or elections that we generated. If you compare the two maps, then here this is a bit more evenly spread out over the map, whereas this is a bit more crowded to identity. And now we wanted to proceed a bit, and basically we now propose the categorization of our data into three categories, because also based not only on the map, but also kind of on the real distances. So we also examined the real distances that is behind this map, so distance measured that is behind this map. And we propose kind of a division into three categories. The first one is kind of close to identity elections. So these are the squares here. So here we have, and here, so these are the data sets which are close to identity. Then we have the circles, which is kind of a bit in the middle, nowhere's land, and we have the triangles, and the triangles are a bit more chaotic elections, which are closer to uniformity. And the interesting thing is we also looked at how the different data sets performed in our experiments that we did. And usually we observed that two data sets from the same category perform very, very similar. So if you do experiments, then it's probably sufficient to just pick one or two data sets from each of the categories, which is nice because you probably don't want to run your experiments on 7,000 elections. So this is in some sense some good news. Okay. Moving on, we wanted to even understand our data a bit better and wanted to look into the different features of our elections. And we did a lot of different experiments, and I just want to kind of highlight one single snapshot, one single aspect of the analyzing part of the paper. And this is about single peak elections. So as a brief reminder, we say that an election is single peaked if there exists some linear ordering of the candidates such that for three candidates A, B, C, where A is preferred to B to C by the linear ordering, or which is also called the societal ordering, then if a voter prefers A to B, then also prefers B to C. So what this basically means is voters prefer candidates which are closer to their top choice to those which are further away. And kind of a canonical example application here is, for example, political elections, where you can imagine that you have kind of this political spectrum which can be ordered from left to right. And if a voter is kind of a center guy, then he probably prefers kind of right-centric parties over right extremist parties. And then his elections are, or his preferences are then single-peaked in some sense. Okay, and we wanted to understand here one aspect of single-peaked elections, namely where the voters' top choices are on the societal order. So we wanted to understand kind of are all of them, are the top choices all at the middle of the order, probably what you would expect intuitively, or are they more extremist? How are they distributed? And these were the results that we observed. So here we have kind of the top choice rank. So it means that most of our, or nearly all of our votes, or all of our voters have their top choice at the right end of the societal order. And we were a bit surprised by this and ask ourselves, okay, is it because the voters in our case are all extremist, or what is the reason for this? And actually the answer is it's because of the single peak detection algorithm that we use. So basically we use some algorithm to detect whether an election is a single peaked or satisfies the single peakness property, which then also constructs us such a societal ordering. And we looked a bit closer into this, and here we have that if we have some tie breaking in this construction of the societal order, then it seems that the top choices are always put at the end of the ordering, so kind of at the right of the societal ordering, and this is how we get this picture. But if we apply random tie breaking, then we get a bit different picture. And now the question is, okay, why do I show you these two? Why do you make it even more confusing? And the reason is because I think you can get something from these pictures. And the first part is that it seems that the top choices of voters in such single peak elections all come from the same part of the societal order. So it's not like as if all top choices are possible and can appear in such single peak elections, but this is not what we observe, at least not in our data. But it's more like, okay, they are all kind of at the same or around the same range of the societal order. And also, it's interesting that we can produce such different pictures here just by changing the tie breaking of the kind of societal order that we produce. And this suggests, and what we also found was that the single peak elections that we have are kind of compatible or are single peaked according to very different societal orders. So you can find very different societal orders, and our elections are not only single peaked with respect to one of them, but also kind of all of them. And the reason for this is because all the single peak elections that we have are kind of characterized or all share the property that votes there are very similar. So it's kind of the single peak elections that we have are just, more single peak by accident by design, basically. And we also looked at some more single peak elections. So there also exists such a distance measures from single peakness. And here we looked at single peak elections which can be obtained by deleting 3 candidates from an election until the resulting election is single peaked. And also we could observe similar things. So we again have kind of, it's only very limited part of the societal order appears as top choices. Okay. And then the last part of the project, we also used our elections to address some classical social choice theoretic questions. And one question that I now exemplarily selected was, how similar are different voting rules on our data? And here you can see the results if we look at all the data that we have. Unfortunately, I don't have time to introduce the rules, but just to give you, so here a 1 would mean that they always return on all elections the same winner. A 0 means they never return the same winner. And overall, these values are relatively high. And we were also a bit surprised by this. However, then we looked into the literature and actually found that in previous works, they were reported to be even higher. So, while these values are high, especially I was surprised with this probability border. This is still a pretty high similarity, given how different the rules are. So this is kind of in line with previous works and a bit lower. But then we went one step further and looked at the different data sets. And here the results were even more different. So if we look at, for example, the city ranking data that we had, which was a bit more chaotic data, so it was closer to uniformity on the map, then the similarity scores drop a lot. So here we have probability border 0.24, though this is really not such a high similarity anymore. However, if we move to boxing top 16, so this is kind of other data sets, which are more closer to identity, so very different data sets, then we again observe very high similarity measures, which again highlights how important it is to use different data sources in your experiments, because different data sources can produce very different results and different pictures. And then as the last step, we also looked at kind of how often Condorcet winners exist on our data, and also the Condorcet efficiency of our rules. And we observed, okay, Condorcet winners quite often exist. So I think in 86% of our elections. And if Condorcet winners exist, then all of our rules also select them with a pretty high probability. And maybe this is why they are so similar in practice. And actually these results somehow support this intuition or support this hypothesis, because here we have the statistics if we just look at the elections that don't admit a Condorcet winner. And you can see that the similarity scores are much lower here. So to sum up, what have we done? We have collected, classified, analyzed, and used real-world elections. And I think there are multiple different parts of our works, multiple different facets, multiple different questions that we analyzed where people could follow up on. But what would be most important to me is please use the data. I mean, we did this project or we hope that with this project we can contribute something to the community. So it would be really a bit wasteful if no one would use them. So I'm also very happy to answer any kind of questions that you have on the data. So just please reach out to me via email. And with this, I want to thank you for your attention, and I'm very happy to take questions.
Great. Thank you very much for the talk. I should say that the result on this finding single peak election is one I find really surprising, because there's a paper, I think, from a few years ago analyzing all the preflib elections that found that no election there was single peaked at all.
Yeah, I probably also have to say that on our data, it was only 1.5% of elections which are single peaked.
But it was not approximate. It's actually single peaked, like completely so.
So we did some pre-processing of the data and did some normalization of the data. So it's like not really the real world elections that we have, because we wanted to normalize and make them a bit more comparable. But yes, the elections are really single peaked. So it's not some approximate measure. It's really elections that were like come from the real world, or at least approximate elections from the real world, which are single peaked.
I see. Thanks. Any other questions? I know we were hurrying for Lirong's talk, but if there's any other questions. Okay, great. So let's thank the speaker again. Thanks again, Nicholas. It was a fascinating talk. And Lirong, I believe you're up next. I see you're here. Great. Okay, take it away.
Yeah, so can you hear me? Can you see the screen?
Yes.
Okay.
We can't see you, but we can see the screen.
Okay, let me. I can. Well, you know what I look like, so it probably doesn't matter too much. So let me see if
maybe some students here don't know how you look like. It's been a long COVID years. And
yes, I become much more bolder than I was in the past few years. So let me see. I was trying to use this pointer, laser pointer, but somehow I cannot find it now. That was a little bit unfortunate. If somehow okay, great. So they changed it. They changed it. Okay, great. So it's still red. Okay, great. Thanks so much, Omer. And it's really great pleasure to be here, and especially because it's online. So very happy to share with you some of the things that excited myself. So please feel free to interrupt me anytime, or just tell me to shut up, because I may not keep up with the time very well. Okay, so I guess this paper is about elections and the social choice in general. But let's just think about the general election framework, where we have M candidates or alternative. Here we have 3, 1 to 3, and we have N agents. Again, we have N 3 agents, and everyone uses a linear order or full order or full ranking, whatever you call it, to represent his or her preferences. And we call the collection of preferences a preference profile. Then, based on this reported preference profile, we're going to apply a voting rule. For example, let's just try the most popular rule, the plurality, which chooses the candidate that is ranked at top most often. And sometimes you have to use a tiebreaking mechanism. For example, here, 1 to 3 end up with a tie, and if you use lexicographic tiebreaking, then candidate 1 will be chosen as the winner. Now, in some cases, actually in many cases, some voters may have incentive to influence the outcome of the election. For example, the third guy can say, well, my true vote is actually 2 prefers to 3 prefers to 1. And then if you apply the same plurality rule, then candidate 2 will be chosen as the winner. And you can see that he actually, according to his true preferences, he prefers 2 to 1. That creates an incentive for him to make some influence to the election outcome. So Now, there is actually long-standing belief that the influence of a single voter in large election is small, right? So, for example, I just found some quotes for this belief. For example, Condorcet said it's in large elections, the influence of a single voter is very small. And even Hegel, in the very famous book, The Philosophy of Rights, said there's no significance of a single voter. But what does it mean, right? So what is definition of influence? What does it mean by small, and why it is important? I mean, is it small a good thing or bad thing? So actually, there's been a lot of research on it. And let me just take one of the most popular notions of influence, studying the social choice literature, called manipulation, which can be viewed as a motivated influence, as you've seen in the example in the first slide. So the formal definition is really just, it is a phenomenon where a single voter has incentive to misreport preferences to influence an outcome, actually change the outcome better with respect to his or her true preferences. And well, in this case, the influence is no way it's going to be always small. Actually, many of you probably know this is probably, I mean, in my opinion, the second most famous theorem in social choice, the Gibbard-Staten-White theorem, after arrows, of course. So which basically says that for any fixed number of alternatives or candidates, any non-dictatorial voting rule, there always exists a situation, a manipulable profile, while there exists someone who has incentive, who not only can, but also has incentive to influence the outcome. That's pretty bad, right? The basic says there's no way you can avoid influence, and sometimes influence cannot be small. So all this belief influence is small is just wrong. Well, it's probably wrong in the worst case sense, but then people were just asking, probably when we say influence is small, we meant some interesting measure, especially the likelihood of manipulable profiles to be small. So in the worst case, you can change it, you can influence the outcome, you have motivation to do it, but typically you probably won't be able to do it. So that's it's a good thing, because even Botanic back in 1978 was really just a few years in the context of Gibbard-Staten-White, it's just saying, well, this is a kind of worst case analysis, and if it doesn't, if the likelihood is very small in practice, then we probably don't need to be too worried about this impossibility thing. So, okay, and then since then there's actually lots of work, I cited some of them, about characterizing the likelihood of influence, especially the manipulability of a randomly generated profile. But of course, we have to talk about the distribution. Because if you think about general distribution, that just, it can be just worst case analysis, and it can be probability can be 1 if you allow people to generate their appropriate rankings deterministically. So, and again, this is just a very commonly studied distribution in partial culture, which is a fancy name for ID uniform distribution. So you have n factorial rankings, everyone independently draw one of the rankings out of it at random. And people have looked at all kinds of interesting rules and provided an upper bound of likelihood for of 1 over square root n. So here n is the total number of voters. So you can see that when the total number of voters gets larger, the likelihood of manipulability goes to 0. So maybe this is good news. And then there's also a lot of work trying to characterize a lower bound under this commonly studied voting rules. So the only matching lower bound was by Akali-Slinko exactly 20 years ago, which basically says that for plurality, there's a matching lower bound of 1 over square root n. But for all of the other rules, there's actually a line of very nice, very technical quantitative Gibbard-Staten-White saying that under impartial culture, for any voting rule that is constantly away from dictatorships, the likelihood is this, omega 1 over n raised to 67. I mean, there's, from theoretical point, there's a big gap. Probably we say it doesn't matter and all of them converge to 0, but actually the rate of convergence matters, because at the end of the day, your decision made, this probability may not be very small if the decision is made for everyone. Anyway, so Then a curious researcher would say, what might be the tight bound beyond plurality? Would any of these voting rules beyond plurality doing better than plurality, at least with respect to this? So our contribution, we showed that for all of these rules, all of the lower bounds matches. So we have theta 1 over square root n. Not only for plurality, but for all of the previous rules, well, the upper bound were proved. So this is improving the lower bound for these rules, but we are not actually proving a general result that holds for all voting rules, of course. Now, a curious researcher would say, well, you just prove it for one manipulator. I mean, in practice, I can walk with my friends. I don't care about your one manipulator. What about your collision of manipulators? You have, say, B voters for any number B who can collisionally change the outcome. Maybe they're motivated to do it. This is called a collision manipulation problem. And for this problem, there was no matching bound, was previously known. And we expected that the likelihood might be a function of B, right? So the larger B have, more voters you have, the larger chance you're going to be able to influence the outcome. So we proved that collision manipulation for any B voters, for every B, it doesn't even have to be a function of a number of voters, is for all of the voting rules we have, we mentioned over here, is we have the matching, symptotic matching bound, which is, let's take a look at it. So it's minimum of B over square root n at 1. So the way to interpret it is that every single additional voter in your coalition would increase the chance by 1 over square root n, approximately, up to about square root n voters in the coalition. So this is actually holds, I would say, it's actually the asymptotic bound. So the values constant here actually does not depend on B. So fixed n for every B, you're going to have kind of this increase of power. Now, our curious researcher would say, well, you just proved the collision manipulability. That's just one of the many possible influence. What about other influences? What about the margin of victory in the sense that I care about there's a coalition of B voters who may or may not have incentive, but I just care about their power to change the outcome. So this is more like evaluating the stability of the elections, regardless of their preferences. We proved that, so no matching bound was previously known, of course. We proved that, again, a similar bound holds for all of the voting rules under impartial culture. That actually also holds for MOV and other kinds of electoral vote control problems. I'm not going to define it, but I'm happy to talk about it later on. Okay, but then our curious researcher would say, well, you just prove it for impartial culture. I mean, impartial culture is never realistic. No real election just follow impartial culture. It's, I mean, widely known to be impartial, unrealistic. So you're proving nonsense. And not only just impartial culture, I don't even believe people's votes are IID. So if you prove anything IID, that's nonsense. And actually, so little was known beyond IID in the literature, and another distribution called impartial anonymous culture, which sounds like Dirichlet distribution, but pretty much all of this has been criticized of being unrealistic. So why we are doing all of this? Well, we proved that all of these things holds not just for IC, not just for IID, but holds for a large class of semi-random models, which I'm going to talk about later on in this talk, but it's believed to be more realistic and general than just IID distributions, and similar to the smooth analysis in the computational complexity theory. And still we have the same kind of result, like every additional voter in the coalition would increase the chance by approximately 1 over square root n. All right, you think our curious researcher would be satisfied? Of course not, right? So are you just doing boring case-by-case studies? There are just so many voting rules. I've never heard of this. Actually, I didn't even list show us all kinds of tournament-based solutions. Our results certainly apply over there. Oh, by the way, this is a real feedback I got from one of my friends when I first talked to him about the research. But of course, he was polite. He didn't say boring. He was not doing social choice, but his first impression is that, oh, you talk about so many rules? Are you just doing case-by-case studies? The answer is no. The real contribution of this paper is that they're developing a tool set, improved so-called polyhedral approach that does pretty much all of these things. And of course, at the end of the day, it must be case-by-case studies, but with the polyhedral approach, it converts the problem and makes it much easier to analyze. And as you can see, that solves the longstanding open questions and probably even justify the smooth influence belief that has been around our community for, let's say, let's brag it and exaggerate it for centuries. Anyway, okay, so very quickly, what is semi-random model? In this paper, we are using a semi-random model. Well, there's an adversary. It's a kind of worst average case analysis. So not like IID, let's say there's an adversary who's trying to screw you up and maximize the chance your election can be manipulated by B voters. But this adversary must have some limitations. What he can do is that he can choose everyone's distribution to be something from a set of pre-given distributions pi. And then after he chooses this pi distributions for everyone from this pi, the voters' preferences will be randomized according to these distributions. And then it will be evaluated by kind of random measure. It mimics random measure in information analysis of whether or not the randomly generated profile is manipulable by B of voters under this voting rule R. So this is I'm just using CM as an example. For other MOV and other things, it's pretty similar. And this is a deterministic function. If it equals to 1 if P is B manipulable under R, otherwise it's 0. So it's a kind of worst case where the adversary chooses distributions, and it's a worst average case. And once the distributions are chosen, you're going to run generate profiles according to that distribution. Okay. And we further assume that pi is strictly positive and closed. These are somewhat technical, but I would say still somewhat natural assumptions. Closeness just says that it's a closed subset of the Euclidean space. Strictly positive says that there needs to have some randomness in the profile. If you allow there's no randomness, or randomness can go arbitrarily close to determinicity, of course, it's going to be worst case analysis, and then there's very little you can do over there. But I mean, how to improve it is another. I'm describing it at high level. There is still a place for improvement. And specifically for social choice, this assumption that people's preferences are independent is not that bad. So their preferences are statistically independent, just means that their ground truth preferences can be arbitrarily correlated, but the noise are independent. So for example, in the classical random utility model, you can view it that adversary is setting this first guy's intrinsic utilities to be, for candidate 1 is 9. I mean, no matter what this 9 or 10 or 1 mean, it's just some numbers, just view them as utilities. The adversary can say, oh, I'm going to set your utility for first guy to be 9, second to be 10, third to be 3, third to be 1. And then when this first guy, this guy is going to be asked to vote, what she's going to do is that she's going to do some kind of measure of her utility of saying, well, my perceived utility for a 1 is, well, I probably don't realize that I think she's 9, but somehow I have a good feeling for her today. So my preference is, my utility is 9.19. And for the second guy, there's a noise and making it 9.4. And for the third guy, the realized utility would be 1.2. And then she would compare these utilities in the decreasing order and say, well, today I'm going to vote for the first guy, prefer the second guy, prefer the third guy. Okay, so this is a very, one of the most popular model in social choice or economics or behavior science and so on. And in many literatures, people's noises, this kind of noises are independently generated. But these numbers 9, 10, 1 can be arbitrarily correlated in our model. All right, so how do we solve the problem? The polyhedral approach is it's very similar to the approach of putting an elephant into a fridge. It only has 2 steps. Step 1, open the fridge. Step 2, put the elephant in it. So same here. Step 1, we're going to model coalitional manipulation or other interesting problems, MOV, as something called a PMV instability problem, which I'm going to give a very quick example in the next slide. And second, step 2, we can apply the so-called PMV stability theorem proved in this work to characterize this semi-random likelihood. So what is the modeling part? Well, we're going to model a profile satisfying coalitional, can be coalitional manipulable to be equivalent to the histogram of this profile, which just counts how many votes of every type is. It's a vector of n factorial numbers. So it is equivalent to the histogram to be in the union of some polyhedra and can be manipulated to the union of another set or finite set of polyhedra using normal and B kind of things we call the vote operations. And then remember that this histogram P is something that is similar to a it's called a Poisson multinomial variable, which is similar to the Poisson binomial variable. And basically the histogram of n random variables, each of which is the distribution, it's ranking controlled by the distribution pi1 through pi n chosen by the adversary. Okay. And then the PMV stability theorem basically just characterize the likelihood of the PMV stability problem to be either 0, exponentially small, or theta, a polynomial of the minimum of bn squared of n, and over another polynomial of square of n, and the order of polynomial are both integer numbers. So the conditions and the exact degree of polynomial are also characterized in the paper, but sometimes it can be pretty nasty to analyze. So that's why we still need case studies. We still need to look at exact PMV stability problem to figure out the conditions numbers, but those can be done. All right, so almost the last slide. You would think this b over square root n is pretty natural. So if a first manipulator has power 1 over square root n, maybe I would expect every additional manipulator would still have the same power. Technically, this is just not true, but it gives people a temptation that this might be the case. And now here is a counterexample that's saying that, wow, this is actually not true. So it's a new type of manipulation. Maybe it's a new type. I'm not aware of similar things. So it's a coalition manipulation for both losers, which basically said that this coalition of B guys are motivated to make the loser of the current winner, current election win. And using the polyhedral approach, we can prove that under impartial culture, the probability of the CML under every position scoring rule is theta taking the minimum of b over square root n 1 raised to m minus 1. Here, m is the total number of alternatives or total number of candidates. So you can see that in this case, every additional manipulator has more power. And the likelihood actually can be much less than the previous bound for a coalition manipulation. Remember this 1 over n raised to the 67. So if you have a large number of candidates, this likelihood can be very small. So I mean, it might be an interesting thing to look at, but what I really want to show is that it's not as trivial, not just technically, and but even at high level, it's not as trivial as like, oh, your first manipulator has 1 over square root n. So for every additional manipulator, you still have just multiplied by this. That's just not true. All right, summary and future work. We took this polynomial approach for accurately characterizing the likelihood of interesting kinds of influence in semi-random models, which I believe to be realistic. And it's kind of give us some idea about accurately how likely a coalition of voters can influence a large election. And for future work, well, I mean, this general smooth solving semi-random approaches can be interesting. You can look at more realistic models or stronger theorems or other applications. So recently we have a bunch of approaches following the similar polyhedral approach, but different polyhedral theorems. Some of them are solving long-standing open questions, and the others about complexity. So it's a pretty interesting topic, and we have some interesting new tools that can potentially help to push the research frontier forward. Okay, thank you, and I hope to talk to you more at the poster session.
Thanks so much, Liron. Great talk. Any questions from someone else? Wasn't me. Okay, I just wanted to ask if, can you use the polyhedral approach to actually, because you show, for example, that one manipulation is theta of 1 over square root of n.
Mm-hmm.
Can you use a polyhedral approach to find a rule for which it isn't so? Because, or is every known rule as I think you've shown, I mean, the main rules, of course, but is there a rule for which we know it isn't? And can we use this approach to find a voting rule for which it isn't?
Yeah, that's a very good question. Yes. The short answer is no, and it's still open question. If there exists a natural rule that can beat this 1 over square root of n, and it's not so close to dictatorship. So I mean, we actually can construct rules that close to dictatorship to some extent and can be arbitrarily have this b over square root n raised to whatever degree. So that's easy. But yeah, so that's actually an interesting open question. Like we don't know like if this 1 over square root n can be beaten by any approach actually.
Oh, so I see Nilhandra Misra has a question as well. You want to speak out?
Sure, thanks. So yeah, thanks for the great talk. So I was just wondering if, considering, for instance, that single peaked profiles do have the median rule and so on, I was just wondering if you have any thoughts on whether manipulability is a relatively less serious issue on profiles that are close to single peak, which I think there is also some argument that such profiles are not completely unrealistic, given that they are motivated by what maybe actual election data might look like.
Yeah, that's a great question. We have an ongoing work which view this domain restriction as kind of soft, kind of constraint in some way. So technically, one of the assumptions we're making here is that there must be a probability that everyone submit every ranking. So that immediately under this model, we actually have the semi-random kind of likelihood, which basically says that strict single peakness is just almost impossible. It's exponentially impossible. So approach exactly here is different. It cannot be applied. But we have another way of thinking about you have distribution, not on every now the distribution is strictly positive, but not on every ranking, but in a subset of ranking. Then it's somehow related to the single peakedness. So you have, for example, we're going to have a social axis. We're going to ask everyone, the adversary chooses and distribution for everyone to generate ranking in this domain. And then what interesting things can happen. So yeah, so that's definitely an interesting question.
Right. That makes sense. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Okay, so we now are going to our final 4 short talks. Each of them is a 5 minutes. We have some great talks there. Starting with Monique Mittelman. I think you're the speaker from that paper, or is there another person here? Okay. Liron, can you just unshare your screen? Great, thanks. And go ahead. You have the floor.
So are you seeing my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to present a work about strategic reasoning in mechanism design. And this work has been published in the last KR conference. So just introducing the problem, we are in mechanism design. We have a set of agents, each one with a different preference, and they report these preferences. And the challenge is to make a decision to design a game from aggregating these preferences into a decision. Usually, there is a designer that creates this game. And this designer also has a number of objectives in relation to the features of the decision, of the outcome of the mechanism, and also of the desirable in relation to the desirable behavior of the players. For instance, the designer could want that the agents tell the truth when participating, or also that the mechanism does not enter in depth. So usually the process of evaluating a mechanism, of verifying in relation to these objectives, is a process done by hand. And in this work, we propose instead using a logic-based approach. We propose a logic called SLKF for doing the automated verification of the mechanism in relation to this type of properties. For doing so, we have a number of requirements. First, we want to consider quantitative aspects. So we can talk about properties involving the payment of the agents, has the balance of budget, as well as the utility, as in the efficiency, as in individual rationality. And second, we also consider that the agents may have private preferences, and thus we consider imperfect information. And third, we should be able to express complex solution concepts. For instance, Nash equilibria and dominant strategy equilibria. And with this, we can talk about what happens when the agents are behaving strategically. So for dealing with all these dimensions, we propose a quantitative and epistemic version of strategy logic, and is denoted as LKF. For giving an intuition of what we can do with this language, so here is how we express Nash equilibrium. And a strategy profile S is in a Nash equilibrium when for each agent A and for all alternative strategies of this agent, when the agent plays this alternative strategy and all other agents follow their strategies in S, this agent does not get a greater utility than if she had also followed her strategy in S. So with this language, we can talk about quantification over strategies. We can talk about associating an agent to a strategy, which we call bindings. We can also talk about time, as here representing future. And also, not in this formula, but we can also use epistemic operators denoting the agent's knowledge. In our work, we talk about how to encode the notion of implementation of associative trace function. And we show that this is correct that our notion is correct for Nash equilibrium and dominant strategy equilibrium. Then what we can do with that is that we can verify properties in the strategic equilibrium of the game. For instance, for expressing individual rationality, we can write the formula that all the agents have an utility of at least 0. And we can see whether this is the case in Nash equilibria or dominant strategy equilibria. Again, we showed in our work that our definitions are correct in relation to the classical definitions. In our paper, we also consider a number of other properties, including efficiency, strategic proofness, and others. In conclusion, verifying this type of properties in strategic equilibrium boils down to model checking logical formulas writing in SLKF, which we show in our work that can be done in p-space complete when we consider memoryless strategies. For future work, we are considering the probabilistic setting, where we can talk about Bayesian mechanisms, but also about mixed strategies and mechanisms that are randomized in the sense of not being deterministic in choosing the outcome. So that is it. Thanks for listening.
Thank you very much. Very interesting talk. Sorry, someone. Okay. We don't have time to ask questions. I'll ask you privately and during the poster session if anyone wants. The next paper is, I see we have multiple presenters here. Shirin, Imrod, Ben, which of you is?
I saw Ben here.
And so is Shiri and Imrod.
Oh, Shiri's there. Yeah, okay.
Shiri, you're presenting? So go ahead.
Yes, indeed. For all of you that cannot speak Hebrew, it's aloof. Now let's go on. Let me share, if it's okay, guys. I'll just get to it. It's great to be here, everyone. Really, really fortunate. I have to say, I was really excited when this paper got accepted to GAIW. Because fun fact, I reviewed Ben's submission like a year ago. And the reviewers were like, discussion, GAIW is so good workshop to get connections. And I'm trying to implore all of you to accept controversial papers. So this paper got accepted to HCAI. So now I'm very happy. So be controversial sometimes. Now, this is a collaboration initiated by me and Ben Armstrong, who is a PhD student of Kate Larson. And the idea was that we try to analyze the average case scenario for votings when there is a ground truth, i.e. when there is a right and wrong outcome. The two systems we were most interested in are sortition and liquid democracy. For me, they are both very interested because I'm trying to think about a community that governs itself. And then attention becomes a very scarce resource, and we can look at it from very different lenses over time. So in this case, we just Nimrod bought an amazing cluster, and then we just ran tons of simulations on it. So let me crack on and give you the exact model and the math. This is the abstract for posterity. So if any of you just wonder what it is, you can read it, and it's going to be on Google. Next, we assume a ground truth. We assume a social network that every agent knows its immediate neighborhood and can also judge its neighbor competence in the decision-making on that vote. We will have different voting scenarios, and they would also be derived from the agent ability to judge its neighborhood competence, which is quite important. Next. In the experimental setup, we essentially do Monte Carlo simulations many times. And we generate the underlying network either randomly using Erdős-Renyi networks or Barbasi-Albert, or we take actual real networks from Snap, i.e. Facebook, Twitter, whatever you got, your local WhatsApp group, graph. Then we assign competence level based on competence distributions, i.e. uniform, Gaussian, exponential. These distributions are fixed. So every agent samples from the same distribution. It would be in our feather work to make distributions that vary based on the agent network properties. That would be in the future. Then we choose a voting system and we run an election. An election runs many times. Everything is randomized from the bottom to the top. I don't know, read the paper. And then we plot it. We see like over, let's say we did 100 trials, what was the group accuracy? Okay, let's look what we found out. Here's the two main variants. I want you to somehow, if you have some cache or available memory, focus. One is liquid better. It's me identifying my neighborhood and assigning my vote randomly to one of my neighborhoods. I assume you all know what's liquid democracy. If you don't, it's not too bad. You're allowed to vote, delegate, and delegation are transitives. And because of the way I did the math, there's no delegation cycles. So it's all good. Then we do sortition, but we assume sortition has some noise. So you order everyone from the best competence to the bottom. Then you do a lot of random swaps. How much random swaps? We set that parameter to 10%. Our reviewers will love to debate on that. We would love to know how much noise there is in real life. Hard to know. Then liquid max is a version when I basically delegate to my most competent neighbor. So to summarize, liquid max, most competent neighbor, liquid random better, give it to one of my neighbors. And sortition, a bit trickier, read later. Now, this is a free distribution we use mostly. Uniform, Gaussian, exponential. It's not really exponential, it's truncated. And we did some tweak to move the mean close to half. Okay, the x-axis is how many of the voters in the community we set to be active in a given election. That is a very important parameter. It's a proxy for the amount of attention the community give to that vote. Quick. Now, slide. Behold the slide and be amazed. So it's really interesting to observe that liquid max and liquid better are doing roughly the same in all scenarios. Just watch it. Liquid max, green line, liquid better, orange line. It is really surprising. We scaled up, we did with 10,000 voters, and we did simulation with much bigger graphs. It seems to be an interesting artifact. So that is one takeaway. If you can assess your neighborhood, randomly better or the best one for the community, pretty much the same. All right, did I run too fast? All right, okay. So these are the key takeaway. And another graph, which I didn't show you, is that network properties did not affect anything. So we plotted like average degree, connectivity, anything we could use network X library against something was basically dot in a single line, meaning that signal had no information. And finally, we compared Groffman heuristic of log QI over 1 minus QI. We wanted to see how fast simulated annealing would pick that up, because obviously that's what we should approach. And surprisingly, if you start with kind of a random delegation and you employ simulate annealing with, I'm not going to get into that, we don't have time, then it finds the optimal delegation rather quickly. Behold. And I guess that figure is why that paper got accepted, actually, which was a morning before the deadline. So if you can see on the left figure, the first spike, the orange is the L2 distance, goes down rather quickly. And then because it's log scale, it means all of them are secondary effects that have almost no meaning. If there is a secondary or third order effect, that would be really, really interesting to think about. And beyond that, you can see it's consistent for the Erdos-Renyi networks and the BA networks and the complete networks. And I would like to say thank you for your time today. And if you have any question, just do not hesitate to shoot us an email or tweet or send us a post. Thank you for your time.
Thanks so much, Shiri. I'll probably try to grab you on campus to ask a few questions on that. I have some, especially on the network relevance. We're running out of time, so I will ask, I know who's presenting, Lihi or Tamil.
I am. I'll share my screen.
Great, so go ahead.
Okay, so hi, I'm Lihi Deli, and I'll present a paper co-authored with Tamil Tassa, who's also here. The topic is towards secure virtual elections, multi-party computation of order-based voting rules. And the first thing that comes to mind in the context of secure voting is usually voter anonymity, meaning no ballot can be traced back to the voter who cast it. But this is not enough. Consider this scenario. We have Alice and Bob, and Alice asks Bob, will you vote for me? And Bob replies, sure. But he thinks to himself, well, we have voter anonymity, so I'll vote for Carol, but Alice won't know. But there is someone that does know. The tallier who counts the votes may notice that Alice received 0 votes and that Bob is a liar. So anonymity is not enough. We want perfect ballot secrecy, where only the result is revealed. The ballots are not revealed. This reduces the trust vested in the talliers, because if the talliers are not exposed to information, they cannot misuse it. And also, it may encourage voters to vote truthfully. I'm saying this very, very carefully because there are other reasons that voters may decide to manipulate, but this may reduce manipulation a little bit. We studied 2 families of voting rules. In a previous paper, we studied score-based voting rules, where the rule considers the score given to each candidate by each of the voters. In this paper, we tackle some order-based voting rules, where the rule considers the relative order of the candidates, the ranking, as determined by each of the voters. And specifically, we provide solutions for Copeland, Maximin, Kemeny-Young, and model ranking. So what do we actually do? We devised a protocol for computing the results of elections that are governed by order-based voting rule. The output is a ranking of the candidates. Our protocol maintains perfect ballot secrecy. It's lightweight, it can be readily implemented in virtual elections, and it's tailor designed specifically for order-based voting rules. How do we do it? We employ cryptographic tools, existing tools. One is secret sharing. These are schemes that allow splitting a secret into n parts so that any subset of at least T smaller than n can reveal nothing of the secret, while any smaller subset can reveal the secret, sorry, while any smaller subset reveals nothing about the secret. We also use multi-party computation, which is the art of performing computations on secret inputs without learning these inputs. How do we do it? It's the secret. No, I'm joking. It's not a secret. We are willing to tell you. It's a paper. I only have 5 minutes, so this is only a bird's eye of the basic protocol, which is this. In the first steps, the voters secret shares their ballots among the talliers. It all boils down to arithmetic computations, additions and multiplication of secret share values. For Copeland, this means the voters share a matrix of either zeros, ones, or minus ones, for example. In the second step, to validate the legality of each ballot, the talliers use an MPC protocol based on the algebraic characterization of legal ballots. The example here is for Copeland, and we prove in the paper that this validation reveals zero information. Lastly, to aggregate the results and determine the winners, the talliers engage in another MPC protocol that compares shared values obliviously. It actually compares two secrets and decides which one is bigger without knowing the secrets. So to summarize, we study secure computation of election results. The output of the election is the election winners. It's actually easier to extend the output. So if we want to also output the score of each candidate, if the rule allows us to determine the score, this is easily done because it actually means this less cryptographic effort. The talliers and the voters remain oblivious of the actual ballots. The protocols are lightweight and they utilize standard cryptographic techniques. So the innovation here is not the cryptography, but the use of the cryptography in order to create a secure election setting. Our protocols take care of the secure computation that the underlying voting rule entails, but of course there is also the surrounding voting system, and that needs to take care of other aspects, such as the identity of the voter, making sure that voters only vote once, etc. There are existing works that do that. That's it. Thank you, and thank you for staying this late to hear this talk.
Thanks so much, Yihi. We have one final talk by
Denny and Amy.
Yes. I'll just use the time by when you're finishing off. Is there an election system for which it doesn't work, or does the mechanism work for any voting system?
We don't know yet. I mean, I think it can work for any voting system, but we need to design it specifically for each voting system. It's not a general, it's not general that you really need to look at the voting system and then design something that can work specifically for it.
I see. Thanks. Okay, so go ahead.
Cool. Hi, everyone. My name is Denny. I am a third-year PhD student at Brown. And this is joint work with my advisor, Amy Greenwald. I have longer versions of these slides as well as the recording. So if you're interested, please reach out to me. So min-max optimization problems have attracted a great deal of attention recently because of their applicability to a wide range of machine learning problems. And such applications require us to minimize a function f along one dimension x while also maximizing it along another dimension y. And so when f is convex concave, the seminal and the constraint sets x and y are compact convex. The seminal minimax theorem holds, and this means that the order in which we optimize the function f, so the order in which we take the min and the max, does not matter, and this optimization can be seen as a zero-sum simultaneous move game. And so the solutions to this optimization problem can be seen as a Nash equilibrium. In our paper, we consider a natural extension of this model in which the constraints on the y variable are dependent on the choice of the x variable. And this particular extension has a lot of applications to robust optimization, to the computation of optimal auctions using neural networks, as well as the computation of competitive equilibria in a large class of markets called Fisher markets. And so it turns out that in this setting, the minimax theorem does not hold. And because the minimax theorem does not hold, we cannot interpret this game as a simultaneous move game. And in which case, we have to look at this game as a sequential two-player game, which are known as Stackelberg games. And so in a Stackelberg game, the solution concept that we consider is the Stackelberg equilibrium. And at a Stackelberg equilibrium, what we want is essentially, we want the what I'm going to call the X and Y players in this optimization problem. We want the Y player to be best responding to the Stackelberg equilibrium strategy of the X player. So this is the bottom left hand of the poster. While we want the X player to be minimizing their loss while assuming that the Y player is best responding. So in a previous paper that appeared at NeurIPS, we proposed the first polynomial time algorithms to solve these types of games. And we've shown its application to the computational competitive equilibria. And so what we did in this particular work is to try to discover actually simultaneous gradient descent ascent algorithms, because the previous algorithms that we had proposed took a nested approach, which means that they were algorithms that had 2 for loops in them essentially, and that tried to solve this optimization problem in a sequential manner. And here what we tried to do is essentially only use 1 for loop in order to solve this optimization problem. It turns out that actually the traditionally well-known gradient descent ascent algorithms do not work in this particular setting. And we have counterexamples of that. And more generally, we have to make some stronger assumptions in the setting. And in particular, what we assume is that we have an access to a Lagrangian oracle, which essentially gives us the optimal KKT multipliers associated with the optimization, with the inner optimization problem, essentially the maximum over the y's such that the g's are greater than or equal to 0 of the function f. And so we provide sufficient conditions under which such an actually oracle exists. So you can find these in our paper. And we propose 2 algorithms that converge at a rate of 1 over epsilon square in convex strictly concave min-max games in average iterates, and another algorithm which converges in convex concave min-max Stackelberg games in expected iterates at the same rate. We then use all this theory that we develop and apply them to Fisher markets, which satisfy essentially the assumption of a Lagrangian oracle existence. And we show that in these markets, myopic best response dynamics converge at a rate of 1 over epsilon square to an epsilon competitive equilibrium. And we run some experiments which essentially show empirically whether if we can achieve faster convergence rates for our algorithms, at least in the Fisher market setting or not. That's it. And if you have any more questions, please reach out to me or send me an email. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Denny. And thanks so much to all the speakers in this session. I'd like to remind everyone that there is a poster session tomorrow, and details are on the website. And there is also another session in 5 hours. For those on relevant time zones that can participate, we'll be delighted if you join us. And before I hand it back to Hadi, I'd like to thank, there are many organizers for this workshop, but I think the main one was Hadi. And he did an exceptional job, and I'd like to thank him, I'm sure on behalf of all of us participants and people in this workshop. So Hadi, if you have anything else to add regarding details or anything else, please go ahead.
Oh, thank you so much, Omer. The only thing is that just attend the next session as well. So it's, as Omer said, it's less than 5 hours from now. And there are 2 different poster sessions tomorrow, and these are joint poster sessions with the 2 other workshops. So you can kind of go and, well, it's on a Gather. So I think at this point everybody's familiar with Gather, the platform. And our keynote speakers are also posted on the LSA workshop, so you can also check those out. That's it. So hopefully we'll see all of you in less than 5 hours. Bye.
Bye. Have a great day,
Bye,
everyone.
everybody.
And have a great AAMAS in general.
All right, welcome back, everybody. For those of you who have been in the previous session, and happy to have the new faces who couldn't manage to join the first session. We really tried to kind of accommodate, but obviously we understand that people living in different parts of the world. So hopefully we have new people in this one, and it's going to be a new new conversations and new discussions, especially during the breakout times. So I just want to emphasize before the first talk starts, I want to emphasize that, so the main talks are going to be over. So this is the second session and last session for all the main talks. Tomorrow, New York times, so you do the math, but if you check the program, it actually tells you exactly the time based on where you live, or you can find the closest time based on where you live. We're going to have 2 poster sessions. As I mentioned before, these poster sessions are joint with LSA and ALA, 2 other workshops that are kind of sister workshops. One of them is, again, from 10 to 10:55 a.m. These are all happening on Gather. So if you have worked with Gather, you know it's very simple. It's kind of fun to hang out and talk to people. And that second session happens in the 4 hours after that, again, for another hour. So please join if you have posters. If you don't have posters, still you can join and have wonderful conversations. We also have invited keynotes, 2 keynotes that the keynote speakers, again, you can find the information about keynote speaker again on the website. So without further ado, I'm going to kind of unshare and ask Justin to share your slides. Perfect.
Okay, everyone can see that and can hear me? All right. So, hi everyone, I'm Justin Pion. I work with my advisor, Yair Zik at UMass Amherst, and I'm presenting our paper, I Will Have Order, Optimizing Orders for Fair Reviewer Assignment. In peer review, it's incredibly important that papers be assigned a suitable set of reviewers. The right set of reviewers will be able to provide relevant feedback, assess the originality of the paper, and potentially spot any important flaws that need to be addressed before publication. An incorrectly matched set of reviewers will lack the context for the paper and may not be able to provide these important functions. Therefore, conferences have to solve the reviewer assignment problem, which is, given a set of papers, for example, submitted to a conference, how can we best assign the scarce set of reviewers to review these papers? This problem is often parameterized using affinity scores, which measure the alignment between the reviewers and the submitted papers. These affinity scores are widely used in systems like OpenReview, Microsoft CMT, et cetera, and they roughly correlate with the reviewer expertise and interest in each of the papers. So in general, high affinity is good for the papers because they get the right set of reviewers each, and good for the conferences overall because the right reviewers are assigned to all of the papers. In addition, we have requirements for the papers. So each paper requires a certain number of reviews and requirements for the reviewers. Each reviewer has sort of a limited attention budget. One interesting thing about this problem that doesn't appear in a lot of fair allocation problems is that reviewers can be assigned only once to any given paper. So that's kind of an interesting constraint that we have. And for now, we'll assume that the paper demands for reviewers are uniform. But later on, we'll talk about the general case and show an algorithm that works in that general case. Our goal is to allocate the reviewers to the papers to fulfill several desiderata. So our first desiderata, as I alluded to, is we want high total sum of affinities. and this is referred to as the welfare or the utilitarian social welfare. We also want our algorithm to be very fast to run, because conference organizers will often run an allocation, maybe fix some of the assignments, change some constraints, and then rerun the algorithm. So we want it to be fast so they can do this multiple times. We also want our algorithm to be adaptable to any new constraints. Different conferences may have additional constraints on this problem. A common one, for example, is that reviewers sometimes have lower bounds to even out the workload across the reviewers. And finally, we'd like to be fair to the papers. So papers with poorly matched reviewers might get bad feedback, unfairly rejected, and so on. And even from the conference's perspective, if any individual paper gets a poorly matched set, we may have undesirable outcomes, for example, papers incorrectly getting through the vetting process. The fairness criterion that we use here is called MB freeness up to one item, or EF1. We use this, number one, because there's a large literature in fair allocation that gives us simple and fast algorithms that can give us EF1, and we'd like to leverage those. EF1 also makes a lot of sense in this setting. If we have any two papers with disparities in their subjective value, EF1 ensures that it's due to at most one reviewer, as opposed to a complete imbalance in the allocation. And so it means that the kind of the subjective quality is evenly distributed throughout the assignment. So what can we do with EF1 and high welfare? Well, there's a theorem from Siddharth Barman et al. That says there's no polynomial time approximation to maximize welfare over all EF1 allocations. So this theorem justifies our use of a simple mechanism that does give us EF1 allocations, which is called round robin. In the full version of the paper, we prove a proposition very closely following some techniques from Harisides et al. That says that maximizing welfare under round robin is in fact NP hard. And so our goal is to approximately maximize the welfare under round robin. First, I'm going to tell you what does round robin look like in the context of reviewer assignment. In round robin, we'll set an order over the papers, and then papers will be assigned one reviewer each in that fixed order per round. So to show you with this small example, say we have two papers, each of them requires two reviewers, and we have four reviewers that can each review one paper. Now, if we set the round robin order to be orange and then green in each round, we would assign the reviewers as follows. We would first assign the best reviewer possible for orange, which would be the orange reviewer. We would then assign the next, the best remaining reviewer possible for green, which would be the gray reviewer, and so on and so forth, in that fixed order over rounds. And in this case, the welfare would end up being 16 if we did this. To come back to the constraint that reviewers can only be assigned at most once to each paper, this actually implies that some of the matches or some of the assignments will need to be explicitly disallowed through this process in order to maintain that EF1 criterion. And the details of that are in the paper, and that's why this is reviewer round robin and not just vanilla round robin. The other important thing and the main focus of this paper is that the welfare of this process depends on the order that we choose for round robin. So if we had started with the green paper in every round instead of the orange paper, we would have ended up with a welfare of 19, which, with this small problem is actually a good bit higher than 16 that we would have gotten before. We use a greedy approach to try to find a good order for round robin. In this approach, we'll put papers in an order so as to maximize the welfare greedily for round robin when run on a subset of the papers. So again, coming back to our example, we would start out with an empty order for round robin, and then we would look to see if we just run round robin with one of the papers over all of the 2 rounds in this case, but generally K rounds, which paper should we include in that sort of singleton order? So if we include just the orange paper and run it for 2 rounds, we would get a welfare of 11. Whereas if we included just the green paper and run for 2 rounds, we get a welfare of 15. And so in this example, we would lock in the green paper as the first paper in our order. And then we would continue on asking, greedily, what would be the best paper to go second in the order, and then third, and so forth. In this small example, orange is the only one left. So it goes second in the order, and we would run round robin with our final order over all rounds to get a final welfare of 19 and the output allocation. Formally, we proved that this greedy reviewer round robin gives a 1 plus gamma squared approximation to the maximum welfare over all orders for round robin, so long as the welfare as a function of the order is gamma close to being submodular, for a definition of gamma weak submodularity that we give in the paper. The sketch of the proof is as follows. We consider sets of tuples of the form paper, comma, position, and then round robin orders are equivalent to sets with exactly 1 tuple per paper and per position, right? So essentially just permutations over the papers. Finally, the greedy reviewer round robin is equivalent to maximizing a monotonically increasing and gamma weakly submodular function over the intersection of 2 partition matroids, where the first partition matroid allows us to have at most 1 tuple per paper, and the second one allows us to have at most 1 tuple per position. So we use that to prove our theorem. Now I'm going to show you the case when the demands for the papers are not uniform, right? Round robin results in all papers getting the same number of reviewers, and so we need to do something slightly different now. Our variant here we call fair sequence. It's again a picking sequence. So we'll have papers be assigned reviewers sort of one by one. But here we don't assign in a fixed order. We'll assign to the papers that have the lowest fraction of their demand satisfied at any given step. In general, there will be a lot of ties in this priority ordering, right? For example, when we start out, every paper has none of its demands satisfied. So anytime we come up with a tie, ties will be broken so as to greedily maximize the affinity at that step. And this fair sequence ensures a weighted version of EF1, which is basically EF1 normalized by the demand for the paper. So to quickly show you how this algorithm works in practice, let's look at this small example. So like I said, each of the papers starts with none of its demand satisfied. And so they all could go first in the picking sequence. And we'll assign the reviewer to the paper that maximizes the affinity for this one assignment. So that would be assigning the orange reviewer to the green paper because the affinity of 9 is the best that we could do in this step. Next, we'll recompute the priority, and we determine that either orange or blue should be assigned next. And again, we'll assign whichever reviewer to whichever paper maximizes the affinity for that step. And we would continue until all of the demands are satisfied. Now, this process doesn't have any welfare guarantees, but it has very high welfare in practice. And in particular, we found it always outperforms the greedy reviewer round robin. In addition, it's much faster because we no longer need to compute round robin multiple times for different partial orders. We just need to determine at each step sort of what is the maximum in some submatrix of the affinity matrix. We run our algorithms on 3 real conference data sets. We compare against TPMS, which gives the optimal welfare, under the constraints, but with no fairness guarantees. And we also compare against the algorithms FairFlow and Peer Review for All, which are fair reviewer assignment algorithms that have been used in real conferences. We compute the welfare as a percentage of the optimal welfare, which is TPMS, as well as the number of pairwise violations of that EF1 constraint. We find that our approaches have very high welfare relative to both the optimal and these existing fair reviewer assignment algorithms, not necessarily beating them in terms of welfare, but very close and reasonable. In terms of EF1 violations, we see that in particular, the other 3 approaches have a large number of violations, pairwise violations of EF1, especially on the CVPR dataset, indicating that our algorithms are important for meeting this fairness constraint. So to kind of conclude, fair sequence and graded reviewer round robin fit all of our criteria from the top. Fairness, both of them are the only approaches that satisfy the EF1 or weighted EF1 if the demands are non-uniform. In terms of welfare, we have very high welfare with respect to the optimal and algorithms used in practice. So we're not sacrificing much there. In terms of speed, this is a particular benefit of our approach. Fair sequence in particular has an over 5 times speed up compared to Fairflow and peer review for all on large conferences. So this means that fair sequence could be run 5 times when one of them could only be run once. And in terms of flexibility, the simplicity of our approaches gives us flexibility with respect to constraints. These are picking sequences, so we could achieve new constraints by just constraining any individual assignment at any step. And we've done this for a couple of new constraints that have come up during this work. So look out for fair sequence. We're working with the open review team to get it integrated into the platform. We're kind of in the final stages of that, just working out some small technical details that I didn't talk about in this presentation. So ask your conference organizer today if fair sequence is right for you. Thank you very much. You can check out the full paper on archive or on the GAIW proceedings website. And please take a look at my website and or follow me on Twitter if you're so inclined. Thanks.
Woo! Okay. There are already a couple of questions in the chat. So Reshef asked the first one. Would you like to, Reshef, unmute yourself and ask the question?
Yeah, sure. Very nice talk, Justin. Just if you can go back to the table of results, then I mean, there's a number, like you counted the violations, but I mean, it's not clear, like 23,000. If it's like out of 1 billion, then maybe I don't care. If it's out of like 30,000, then maybe it's a problem. So what does this number mean?
Yeah, sure. Well, so this conference has, I think, somewhere around 1,500 or 2,000 papers and a similar number of reviewers. So it's roughly out of 1 million, right? Just multiply the 2, or sorry, square the number of papers. You know, we didn't look at kind of how concentrated on single papers these violations are. But, you know, this is a fairly large number of violations for 2,000 papers or so.
I mean, for TPMS at least.
Yeah, for TPMS and Fairflow, they have a very large number. Yeah.
So Alan, oh, sorry, go on.
Okay, no, go
I thought you were
ahead.
done. Sorry.
Other people. No, I'm done for now. Maybe later.
I was just going to say Alan asked a question, but it seems like it was answered. I have a question, Reshef. I'm going to get your time. How important it is to satisfy fairness for papers? Because usually papers are only like assigned to like 2 or 3 reviewers, right? EF1 is really not a very strong fairness notion, maybe. It makes sense when you are dealing with like multiple assignments where you're dealing with like 10, 20, 100 different items, but each paper gets only 1, or sorry, like 3 reviewers at most.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I guess maybe I might actually counter and say, because each paper does only have, you know, 3, 4 reviewers, that does make EF1 very important, right? Because if you're not satisfying EF1, it means that you've, you know, let's say you only had two reviewers assigned and you don't satisfy EF1, it means you've gotten a very bad set of reviewers, right? So in a way, this is sort of saying, there was another paper from a while ago that said each paper should get kind of at least 1 qualified reviewer, right, for that paper. So in a way, this is kind of similar to that, saying, you know, sort of at least 2 of them should be decent relative when you compare to the other papers.
Right. So even though you can always get like EF3 or EF4 by default, yeah, but the importance of those 3 or 4 is very important, so that you want to make sure that. I see. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's how I'd respond to that. Mm-hmm.
Any last question? Very quick last question. We have maybe, we don't have a minute, but if there is any last question. Okay, let's thank the speaker again.
Woo! Thank you.
All right, Anael, if you're ready.
Woo! Yeah, we'll try. Can you see my screen? Yeah, perfect. Okay. So, welcome everybody. Thank you for accepting me at this workshop. And I will going to present a joint work with Khaled Bellarsen and Vincent Mousseau. And it's about combining fairness and optimality when selecting and allocating projects. So it was an accepted paper in HKAI of last year. So the idea, one of the motivation example, is that imagine that you are giving a class when you want to organize a seminar where your students would present research articles, and you want to propose to them different articles with different topics. So imagine that it's a global AI seminar, and that, for instance, you have 3 papers on machine learning, 2 on ComSoc, and 1 in planning, for instance. And you have here 4 students who have preferences over different articles. And yes, you want to assign 1 paper per student. If you follow only their preferences, you may have such an assignment, for instance, where you have assigned all machine learning papers because it's so trendy and they all want to study that. And for instance, no paper in planning at all. So the idea is that in such a context, it may be desirable to look at both allocation and selection in the context that we have more objects to assign than the number of agents. And we want also the set of selected articles to be nice in the point of view of the class, because they will all follow the seminar. Another example is the case of the organization of a conference where you want to assign slots to speakers. And imagine that you have a week like that. Then if you do a direct allocation, maybe all the speakers prefer the middle of the day, and at the end you would have the entire week for your conference and not something very compact. So maybe it's not very satisfactory for renting a room or something like that. Another possibility is that you ask them first to give preferences for the days of the conference, and maybe in this case they would give very compact days like this, like Monday and Tuesday only. But at the end, once you will really assign slots to speakers, then maybe the 2 speakers who are in the morning will not be very satisfied by their assignment. So the idea is to not do the things separately, but to combine the 2 goals of allocation and selection, and also to have a focus more generally on optimality and fairness issues. So I will first present some concepts about optimality and fairness, and then I will talk about selection via hard constraints on via quotas, and also selection based on agents' preferences. So first, let's just present briefly the framework. So it's like more or less usual, but here we assume that we have more projects than agents. So here I talk about projects, but it may be objects or at least something to assign to agents. And you have more projects than agents, because otherwise the goal of selection does not really make sense. And we focus on house allocation setting where each agent should get exactly 1 project. And so the idea is to find an allocation that is optimal and fair, and which is good according to the set of selected projects. And what is good is the question for sure. Okay, so for optimality issues, we'll look at Pareto optimality that you all know, so I will not precise that really, and also some refinements of Pareto optimality and notably rank maximality. And the idea here is to look at the signature of each allocation, that is the vector which gives the number of agents who are assigned their ith most preferred object. And we want to optimize this vector lexicographically, minimize this vector lexicographically. And so, for instance, here the blue allocation has a smaller allocation signature lexicographically, so it should be better regarding maximality, rank maximality than the red allocation. We also look at another refinement of Pareto optimality, which is popularity. And for the concept of popularity, we compare in a pairwise way allocations, and we will let the agents vote for their preferred allocation. And at the end, an allocation is popular if there is no allocation that is more popular than this one. Here, for instance, if we have these two allocations, then Alice is indifferent because she says she gets the same thing. Bob prefers the blue, etc. So at the end, the blue allocation has 2 votes and the red one only 1. So the blue allocation is more popular than the red one. Okay, it was for optimality. Now let's talk about the fairness concept that we look at. So we look at the concept of what we called rank ambiguousness, which was already a concept that was used in by Harless and Ramezanian and Faizi in previous papers. And the idea is to avoid the rank envy. That is, you have an agent who is envious towards another one, but also she has ranked the envious object in a better rank in her preference ranking. Here, for instance, we have Alice who is rank envious towards Bob because she does not get the deep learning paper, and the deep learning she has ranked it in 1st position, whereas Bob has ranked it only in 2nd position and he got it. So Alice could be really frustrated by this assignment and the fact that Bob got it but not her. Okay, we also refine a bit this concept of rank indifference with a parameterization by K, where we say that we want to avoid the rank K envy, and rank K envy occurs when an agent prefers the object assigned to another person for sure. But also she has ranked it higher in her preferences than the other agent, or the agent does not rank it high enough in her preference ranking. That is, it's not in the K first most preferred object. For instance, here, Carlos is rank 1 envious towards Bob because he prefers the clustering paper that has been assigned to Bob. Is the same rank in their preferences, but since we are talking about K equals 1 here, there is this rank 1 envy because Bob has not ranked the clustering paper in position 1. So, okay. And it enables us to have kind of scale of fairness with this parameterization by K. And actually, when K is equal to m-1, so m is the number of objects, sorry. It's equivalent to the rank indifference notion that we had in the previous slide. And when K equals 0, we boil down to indifference notion. So this is what is nice. And when K equals m-1, there is a guarantee of the existence of an allocation which satisfies it. And it's not the case starting from m-2. Okay, we have introduced for our own goal here of selection and combination of selection and allocation, sorry, the frustration freeness notion, which is very basic at least. it says that no agent should prefer a project that has not even been assigned. So here, for instance, we have Bob, who is assigned the planning paper, but the cake cutting paper has not been assigned at all, and he prefers it. So he's really frustrated by that, and for sure we want to avoid this type of situation. So it seems very basic because Pareto optimality implies it, but we will see that it is not so straightforward in other settings. Also, we have some implications. So rank maximality and popularity both implies rank envy freeness. It's due to the fact that if we swap the project of two agents where there is rank envy between them, then we improve lexicographically the signature of the allocation. Okay, we have other properties. I will not have a lot of time, so we can come back later. But what is really interesting here is that we were able to find a new characterization for the popularity concept in this case of the house allocation setting. So here we can say that popularity is actually equivalent to rank 1 envy freeness plus frustration freeness. So the concept of frustration freeness, which seemed a bit trivial in a sense, is not so at the end, because it enables us to have a new characterization. It was a missing piece in our puzzle here to have the characterization of popularity. Okay, let's really talk about our goal actually. And here, let's select the project via hard constraints. So the idea is that we assume that the projects are partitioned into different groups. So for instance, the machine learning papers, the ComSci papers, and we have some quotas over on all groups for the number of selected papers in each group. So for instance, here we do not want to have more than 2 papers in machine learning, and we have upper and lower quotas. Okay. We may assume at some point some specific restriction, especially no trivial group upper quota, which means that the upper quota is not equal to the size of the group. Okay, it's a restriction. And another meaningful restriction is to say that the agents would have group-oriented preferences, which means that for their preferences over all projects, we can infer a preference ranking over groups, actually. And what we have observed is that in this specific setting, actually, or more general setting, we do not have any more rank maximality and popularity, which imply frustration freeness. So frustration freeness here is not trivial at all. And yeah, unfortunately, we do not have our nice characterization neither, because actually frustration-free allocation may not exist in this context because of the lower quota. And we have even proved that the decision problem of existence of a frustration-free allocation is NP-complete, even under quite strong restriction, but we have a polynomial time algorithm when we have group-oriented preferences and no trivial group upper quota. Okay, let's now talk about selection based on agent preferences. So the idea is to find a socially acceptable set of selected projects, but based on the preferences of the agent, and while assigning the projects to the agent's portion. So we have chosen, in the first perspective, I would say, some concepts which are based on Condorcet criteria. And so basically, we will say that the Condorcet winner criterion we will impose that a project that is Condorcet winner in the preferences of the agents must be assigned to some agent. And the Condorcet loser criterion would say that a project that is Condorcet loser, must not be assigned to any agent. And what we have observed here is that the frustration-free criterion, which seemed very basic, is actually not so basic because it's even incompatible with these two Condorcet criteria. What we have done in this section, I would say, is to try to find a new concept for taking into account both selection and allocation goal based on the preferences of the agents. And the first thing that we have proposed is popularity RS. Well, it's not very a very sexy name, but the idea is that we make the agents vote in the popularity concept for the allocation. Okay, they compare two allocations based on what they personally receive. So, for instance, here Carlos, David, Elise are indifferent, and Alice and Bob prefer the red allocation. But this time, in this concept, we will let the indifferent agents vote again, but regarding the selection goal. So what do they prefer as the set of selected projects between the red allocation and the blue allocation? So in this case, the blue allocation has 3 votes in total, and the red allocation only 2. So the blue allocation would be more popular RS than the red allocation. Yes, RS for responsive set extension, because here we have assumed this preference extension because we need one to compare a subset of projects. Okay, what is unfortunate with this concept is actually that it is NP hard to check, so we cannot efficiently check that a given allocation is actually a popular RS, but it satisfies our 2 Condorcet criteria. So we have proposed another one, another concept set. This time we let all agents vote twice, once for the allocation and once for the selection goal. And this time we still satisfy the Condorcet criteria, but for the Condorcet loser one, only the strict version of the concept satisfies it. It's still co-NP hard to check, but it's polynomial time solvable to check if transitivity is dropped from the responsive set extension, preference extension. It seems a bit weird, but actually it means that we accept to compare allocation only if they differ with one object, which is not completely absurd in this context because it means that that we focus more on the allocation than on the selection goal. Okay. Okay, and something which is interesting is that for both concepts, the rank on the free swaps, when we swap object of 2 agents where there is a rank on V between them, still preserve these 2 allocations. Okay. Just to conclude quickly, so in this work, we wanted to combine allocation and selection goals because there are some realistic contexts when we perceive the need to do that. And we have identified 2 central notions for fairness, which are useful even for house allocation in general, so rank on V freeness and frustration freeness. And which is interesting is that frustration freeness is not so trivial as it seemed at first glance. And yes, for combining allocation and selection goals, so we have tried to do it by hard constraints, and especially with the preferences of the agents themselves, where we have investigated some variants of popularity. And what was also quite interesting, but I didn't really have time to talk about it, is that empirically we have tested our 2 concepts of 2 variants of popularity. And actually what was really good at the end for the 2 goals of selection and allocation was a kind of dynamics where we started from a random allocation, and when we performed some rank on the free swaps and frustration free moves, that is, an agent is allowed to take a project that is currently not assigned if the majority of agents agrees with that. And actually, the outcome of this dynamics was quite good. So it would be an interesting perspective to study this dynamic. And also here we studied only specific refinements of popularity, and it would really make sense to look for other type of refinements for integrating preferences in the selection. And yeah, for sure, we have studied only, oh, I talk too much, sorry, only household location settings, and it would make sense to be more general in what we study. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. So thank you for that talk. So let's see if there are any quick questions. I think Yair already had a question, right? Do you want to?
Yeah.
I had just a couple of questions. First of all, I couldn't quite understand, why do you require that every single set of projects must be restricted? I mean, is it not the case? I mean, it could be the case that like some projects are unrestricted, some of them are restricted, but still just because of agent preferences, could it not be the case that some non-trivial stuff happens?
I think I didn't understand. You talk about the quotas,
Yes.
the half constraints.
Yes.
Actually, it was for being super general. That is, you assume that you have lower and upper quotas, but for sure it's a first study, and it would make sense maybe to study more specific restrictions when you have maybe no lower quotas, which is usually super helpful. And maybe some groups have no upper quota or upper quota equal to the size of the group, which means no quota actually. So yeah, for sure, it was to be super general, but you may assume further restrictions in order to capture more things.
Thank you. Okay, so I guess in the interest of time, I'll skip my other question. And I will just want to repeat a request from the earlier session that some of you did not attend, that if you can, just turn on your videos if you're in a position to do it, just so that we have our speakers speaking to not a bunch of black squares, as is like depressingly often for Zoom talks, but rather to actual real-life people.
Yeah.
Okay, and I guess, Hadi, correct me if I'm wrong, but now it's time for Alexander Lam to speak.
Yes, yes. I think Alex is going to give the next 2 talks.
Okay. So if you take, so you can decide how you divide your time.
Okay, sure.
The first one, 8 for the second, up to you.
Yeah,
All
you're
right.
going to show us which one you love more, which paper you like more.
But no pressure. We will judge it accordingly.
I love my papers equally. Okay. Hello. So this is my paper titled Random Rank, and it's a collaboration with Harris Aziz, Mashbat Suzuki, and Toby Walsh from UNSW Sydney. So first, I'll present the motivation for the paper. Suppose we have a small rural town with a population of 1,000 at 0 and a large city with a population of 2,000 at 3/4, and we want to build a hospital to serve these 2 populations. Now, if we place the hospital at 1/2, this is proportionally fair because the hospital is twice as close to the population that has twice the size. Or in other words, the ratio of the distances is inversely proportional to the population ratios. Now, as it turns out, no deterministic and strategy-proof mechanism can always achieve such a proportionally fair solution in similar examples as this. So in our paper, we turn to randomized mechanisms to try and find a characterization with strategy proofness and proportional fairness. Now, our setting is the classic facility location setting where n agents with locations over the unit interval domain. And a deterministic mechanism is a mapping from an agent location profile to a facility location. And each agent incurs a cost equal to the distance from the facility. So they want to be as close to the facility as possible. Now, a randomized mechanism is a probability distribution over deterministic mechanisms. So now I'll present an axiom that we've defined to represent proportional fairness called strong proportionality. And what it basically means is that we place the facility at the average agent location when there are at most 2 unique agent locations. And what this accomplishes is that as shown as an example here, we achieve proportional fairness where the facility is closer to the larger population. Now, although this axiom only applies to a subset of location profiles where there's only 2 unique agent locations, it actually leads to a unique characterization of randomized mechanisms. So first, I'll quickly go through 2 definitions. A randomized mechanism is universally truthful if it's a distribution over deterministic strategy proof mechanisms, and a randomized mechanism is universally anonymous if it's a distribution over deterministic anonymous mechanisms. And this is our main characterization. The random rank mechanism chooses a number k uniformly at random from 1 to n, and it outputs the kth agent location. And what we show in the paper is that a mechanism is universally anonymous, universally truthful, and it satisfies strong proportionality in expectation if and only if it is this random rank mechanism. You might be thinking, well, this random rank mechanism sounds a lot like random dictator. Would random dictator work? And this I will explain in the next slide. So in our random rank mechanism, we define the kth agent location as the median of n minus k zeros, k minus 1 ones, and the agent location profile. And this means that each realization of the random rank mechanism is this median mechanism, which is anonymous. So therefore, the random rank mechanism is universally anonymous. However, the random dictator mechanism, each realization is the dictator mechanism, which is not anonymous. So if we know the realization of the RNG mechanism, then the random rank mechanism would be anonymous, and the random dictator mechanism would not be anonymous. And that essentially sums up this paper. Did anyone have any questions?
So if I'm understanding this correctly, so this is still an extremely negative result in the sense that I'm like thinking, okay, so if there's like 3 agents, okay, so n equals 3, right? So you're going to inject, and let's say k equals 1 or something like that, right? So then you'll have like n minus k, so that's like 2 0 0 on the left, 1 more 0, 1 more 1 on the right. So you're like with relatively high probability, you're going to be selecting a location that's like really terrible for almost everyone, right?
Yes.
And then with some probability, like you're going to select a location that's on one that makes one of the agents super happy and everybody else like presumably really, really not very happy. So in terms of welfare, I'm guessing that the guarantees here are not very good, right? Like in terms of like, and I'm talking about facility location in terms of like the standard stuff of like distance, like maximal distance, like not necessarily just some of the welfare, but rather like some of the distances, but rather maximal distance, right?
Yes. So while the ex ante guarantees do look good because we have strong proportionality, ex post, it's not so good because it has to be one or the other. But I actually came prepared for this question, sort of.
We coordinated this before.
Yes, so we also defined the average or random rank mechanism, which has better ex post guarantees because now we have a probability of placing the facility at the average agent location, right? So we can say, there's a 50% chance that we put it at the average agent location, 50% chance that we run random rank. And while this is not universally truthful, it is strategy proof in expectation. So there are better ex post guarantees, but obviously it's still not the best. Yeah.
Thank you.
I can't. So I fail to understand why, where the weights come in. What's the difference between a large city and 2 smaller cities?
Right, large city has 2 small cities. Well, sorry, did you say 2 smaller cities?
Yeah, like if instead of the city of population 2,000, you had 2 cities, each of population 1,000, would the requirement of proportional fairness, would it be the same or would something change?
Oh, So the way we define it is essentially the cities have to be at the same look. If the two cities of 100 are at the same location,
yeah,
then we can basically merge them to be one big city, because each coalition or group in this paper is defined as a group of agents at the same location. But at the end, we do define a similar axiom that accounts for groups of agents which are very close to each other, and that will let them merge into one bigger coalition, and we have proportional fairness for that as well. But with this weak enough axiom, we can get a characterization.
okay.
Were there any other questions?
Alex, for the sake of time, let's move to the second talk, or the last talk, at least, before we go on a short break. And again, there's going to be, while Alex is setting this up, there's going to be poster sessions tomorrow. So keep some of the questions for them,
Okay, sure. So this next paper is a bit similar. It's proportionally fair obnoxious facility location. It's collaboration with Harris Aziz, Fahime Ramizani, and Toby Walsh, also from UNSW Sydney. So here we're using a very similar setting, n agents over the unit interval. Mechanism maps the agent location profile to a facility location. For now, we're only considering deterministic mechanisms. And now the facility is obnoxious, it's undesirable, and every agent wants to be as far from it as possible. So we can say that each agent has a utility equal to its distance from the undesirable facility. And here we define our proportional fairness axioms a bit differently. So now what we want is that each agent has a minimum distance guarantee from the facility. So for example, with alpha individual fair share, this is a bit of an approximation, each agent should be at least 1 on alpha n distance from the facility. So for example, with alpha equals 2, these red intervals denotes where we cannot put the facility because that would violate the axiom, but you can put the facility at the left-hand ear, the right-hand ear, or in the middle between these two balls. And as it turns out, alpha equals 2 is the smallest approximation for which a solution always exists. Now, we can generalize this to coalitions of agents at the same location. So we can say that a facility location satisfies 2 unanimous fair share if every group of agents at the same location has at least, cardinality of the set divided by 2n distance from the facility. So a similar example here, we assume that x1 and x2 are at the same location here. So their minimum distance guarantee is twice as large as these individual agents, which are not part of any coalition. And as before, you can put the facility at the edges of the balls or at the right over here. Now, the first thing we look at with these fairness axioms is the price of proportional fairness. So for fairness property P, we define the price of fairness for utilitarian social welfare or total utility as basically the worst case welfare ratio between the optimal solution and the optimal solution satisfying P. So essentially, what's the loss of efficiency when we enforce a certain fairness property? And the larger the ratio, the worse it is. And what we found is that the price of 2 IFS and 2 UFS for utilitarian social welfare is 2, and this approximation is tight. So a very quick proof sketch, the way it works is that we have an agent location profile that looks like this, where you can basically only put the 2 IFS or 2 UFS facility in the middle, but the optimal solution is all the way on the left here. And this essentially results in a ratio of 2. Next, I'll be presenting the price of fairness for egalitarian social welfare or minimum utility. Same thing as the worst case welfare ratio. And as it turns out, the optimal egalitarian solution satisfying 2 IFS is just the optimal egalitarian social welfare solution. So in other words, if you have a solution that minimizes maximum utility, or maximizes minimum utility, sorry, that will automatically satisfy 2 IFS. However, if you wanted to enforce 2 UFS, the price of fairness would be n-1, and you can basically see that in this example here. We have n-1 agents over here, 1 agent over here. The facility is forced to be here, but the optimal solution is all the way over here. And lastly, we look at concerns of strategy proofness, because as it turns out, for deterministic mechanisms, strategy proofness is incompatible with any approximation of alpha IFS or of IFS. So one thing we can do is we can turn to randomized mechanisms. So if you place the facility at 0 with some probability and at 1 with some other probability, as it turns out, this mechanism is group strategy proof. It 3/2 approximates the utilitarian social welfare, and it satisfies both 2 UFS and 2 IFS in expectation. So in conclusion, we formulate proportional fairness axioms for the obnoxious facility location setting. We prove bounds on price of fairness for both utilitarian and egalitarian welfare. We show that we can't really have strategy proofness and proportional fairness, but we can if we use randomized mechanisms. That concludes the paper. Did anyone have any questions? No, all right.
In the interest of time, we should take a very quick break.
Yeah, I'm going to open the breakout rooms anyway, even though we only have 5 minutes, less than 5 minutes, but I mean, at least people can chat if they would like to. All right, we'll be back in 5 minutes. Stephen, I'm guessing you are giving the talk, right? I cannot hear you.
Sorry, yes, I am.
Okay, I can hear you now. Perfect, perfect. Okay, so yeah, I'm bringing back everybody. So in a minute, you can start sharing your slides just to double check everything to make sure everything works. Perfect. Everybody's back. So
good time, Hadi. We were about to complain about you to your student.
It's okay. That is exactly what I knew it's gonna happen. I cannot leave you guys more than 2 minutes.
You know.
All right. So the next talk would be given by Stephen Jackman. So whenever you're ready, Stephen, the floor is all yours.
All right. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you. So I'm here to present this work on strategy proofing peer assessment via partitioning. And this is joint work with Kamal, Pravesh, and Nihar Shah. So the setting we have here is peer assessment, where we have some agents who have authored some submissions, and we want each submission to be evaluated by some of the other agents. So in this example here, each agent has authored one submission, and each submission is evaluated by one other agent, but this might not be the case in general. And there's many applications that you could see this in. We had a few talks just now on conference paper review. You could also think about it in grant proposal review and in some other applications like peer grading of homework and employee evaluations. And I'll make 2 notes that are going to be relevant in this work that come up in these applications. So one is that in many of these evaluations are used to determine competitive outcomes. So in conference paper review, only a fixed number of papers can be accepted, or a relatively fixed number of papers. And in peer grading, maybe we're grading on a curve, and so only a certain number of people get A's and B's. So that's one point. And the second point, whoops, there's animation. And the second point is that agents might not have the expertise to evaluate every submission. This is clearly the case in conference paper review and grant proposal review, which means that we want to carefully consider how to assign evaluators to submissions. So how should we do this? Well, the natural objective might be to maximize our total expertise of the assignment. So we're going to take the standard approach to doing this, which is for each agent and submission, we'll calculate some score, which we'll call a similarity that indicates the expertise between that agent and that submission. And then with this, we're going to have the goal of optimizing the total expertise score of the assignment, or the total similarity score of the assignment. So we can solve this optimization problem to do this, where we want to maximize the objective I just said, subject to constraints that each submission is assigned a certain number of reviewers, and each agent is not assigned too many submissions to review. And then additionally, we might have some conflicts of interest we want to block. In particular, we want each agent to not review their own submission, of course. And then this, as written here, this is an integer program, but we can efficiently solve it via linear programming or via other matching algorithms to get a high expertise assignment. So that's all good, but recall that I said outcomes are competitive here. And so one issue that can arise in this pure evaluation setting is that evaluators might give strategic evaluations. So for example, in a conference peer review setting, some reviewer might try to give a negative review in order to improve their own paper's chances of acceptance, because only some number of papers will be accepted to the conference. Or in a classroom setting, maybe a student gives a low score because it'll improve their own homework's curved grade. And there is some past work to show experimentally that people do act like this in the real world. So this is a practical concern as well. So one solution from some past work that's been studied a lot is based on partitioning. And here's how it works. We'll assume for now that there's one-to-one authorship. So each submission is authored by one agent, and each agent authors one submission. And how this works is we'll partition the agents into 2 equal-sized groups, and then we'll assign the agents from one side of the partition to review the submissions on the other side, and vice versa. So in this assignment, every assignment edge crosses this partition. And then we'll use the evaluations to determine the outcomes, like the paper acceptances or the curved grades, like normal. But we want to make sure that we do this independently on either side of the partition. So if a conference wants to accept 4 papers, then they need to accept 2 from each side. Or if we want to assign grades to these, then we need to assign the same grade distribution on each side. And this is strategy proof, which here I'm using to mean that an agent cannot affect their own submission's outcome by changing their evaluations. And this is true because an agent on the left side of the partition is only affecting the outcomes on the right side of the partition, where their submission is not. And another quick note I'll make is that this method is nicely agnostic to the kind of outcomes we're determining, as long as we can do them independently on either side. So here, even though we're assigning a whole distribution of grades, or maybe in some applications we want to fully rank the submissions, as long as we do it independently on each side, this method will work. And so I'll briefly talk about a few related works in this strategy proof peer assessment literature. So there's a lot of works that references or studies some variant of this partitioning method, a lot of times focusing on choosing the partition at random. And this one other work that looks at finding a feasible partition in the conference peer review setting when authorship isn't one-to-one. And there have been other approaches to this problem as well, not based on partitioning. But in this work, we focus specifically on partitioning methods, in part because of the flexibility that they have, like I just mentioned, and because they've been studied a lot already. And we specifically look at carefully choosing this partition in order to maximize the expertise of the assignment. And this is the part of the work that has not been studied previously, is this maximizing assignment similarity in the partitioning method. So how do we do this? Well, we can view this in 2 steps, where we first partition the agents and submissions, and then we maximize similarity subject to this partition. And as it turns out, step 2 is actually very easy. So this is the exact same optimization problem I showed earlier, except that we've added some new constraints, which just enforce that each agent should be reviewing only things on the other side of the partition. And now also the agent and the submission loads are equal, because we're going to assume one-to-one authorship for now. So we can again just solve this optimization problem efficiently. So what we're left with is choosing the partition. And in particular, there's 2 objectives we might have in mind when we choose this partition. So one is what we've been talking about so far, maximizing the assignment similarity. But another objective that's important is that we want roughly equal quality submissions on each side. And this is important because we have to assign outcomes independently on each side of the partition. And so, if all of the good papers at a conference are on the same side of the partition, then the actual acceptances we end up with will be poor. So for now, we're going to focus on objective A, and then we'll return to B later and see how well we do on that. So the first thing we might try to do is just given some S, which here is again the set of similarity scores, we're going to look for the partition that is optimal. And as maybe you can guess, due to some max cut problems, this is NP hard when the load is at least 2. So we can't necessarily hope to find an instance optimal partitioning. So what instead will we do? So we're going to instead look for worst case optimal algorithms, where formally we'll define this as, for some similarity matrix, let's consider algo S as the similarity of whatever algorithm we're evaluating's assignment on that similarity matrix. And then we'll call opt S the similarity of the optimal assignment on S, which doesn't have to be a strategy proof assignment. So this is just the vanilla optimal assignment on S, and we're going to look at the ratio between our algorithm's assignment and the optimal assignment on a worst case similarity matrix. So we're going to look for algorithms that perform well on this metric. And to start off with, why don't we consider what happens when we just partition the agents uniformly at random, as has been done in a lot of past work. And so we can easily show that in expectation, this mechanism gets at least 1/2 of the optimal similarity. So if we can get 1/2 optimal uniformly at random, how well can we do in the best case? And it turns out that we show there exists some similarities such that no algorithm does better than this fraction, based on the reviewer and paper loads here. So when loads are 1, that means that the best possible algorithm can get 2/3 of optimal on any similarity matrix. And here I've actually depicted what the similarity would look like when loads are 1, where a green arrow indicates that the agent has similarity 1 for that submission, and otherwise it has similarity 0. So in this case, if we want to do a partition assignment, we have to first pick a partition, and it turns out this is the best one. Then we assign every agent to their good submission, except for these ones that I have crossed out, which we can't assign because they're on the same side of the partition. And so it turns out here we get 2/3 of the optimal similarity, which would have been 6. So random gets 1/2, and the best we can do when loads are 1 is 2/3. So can we actually achieve this? And yes, we provide an algorithm here that can achieve, for any S, similarity at least this bound, which matches the bound earlier. So this is a worst case optimal algorithm. And to briefly demonstrate how this works, we'll just walk through an example of what this algorithm does on a sample instance. But first, since this is called the coloring algorithm, let's just briefly talk about coloring. So a graph n coloring will be a coloring of graph vertices with n different colors, such that no adjacent vertices have the same color. And we can actually ask for more than that. We can ask for an equitable n coloring, which means that the number of vertices with each color differ by at most 1. So this picture I have here is a 3 coloring, and it's actually an equitable 3 coloring because there's two nodes colored with each color. And it turns out that if a graph has degree at most d, then you can find an equitable d+1 coloring efficiently due to some results from past work. So we'll use that in the following algorithm, which works like this. The first thing we do is we construct the graph of the optimal non-strategy proof assignment. So we just do our default assignment to maximize similarity with whatever loads are. So depicted on the right here, let's say our loads are 1. Here I've shown the graph of this optimal assignment, where an edge exists if the reviewer is assigned to review that submission. And since loads are 1, the graph degree is at most 2, which means that by the theorem I just showed, we can find an equitable 4 coloring. And 4 coloring is chosen based on the load, because in general, we're going to choose the number of colors to guarantee the similarity bound we're going to show. So we can find this efficiently by that previous theorem. And once we've done this, we're going to just brute force every possible combination, every possible partition of the colors in order to maximize assignment similarity. And we can do this efficiently because the number of colors is a small constant here, because loads are generally, in the range of 1 to 3, maybe. So in this example, let's suppose that pink and red together is the best partition. We then know at least that it's feasible to assign every edge in the optimal non-strategy proof assignment that's cut by this partition. And from this, you can show that because of the way we chose the number of colors, we can get similarity at least 2/3 in this case, or in general, we can show that we get similarity that matches the bound I showed earlier. So this is just an example of how the coloring algorithm works. And in the paper, we actually provide 2 worst case optimal algorithms. We also provide this algorithm, which we call the cycle breaking algorithm, which is worst case optimal when the loads are 1. And then in addition, we provide 2 other algorithms for slightly different settings, including one for if the authorship is not 1-to-1. That's a generalization of the cycle breaking algorithm. So with those, with the algorithm presented, let's talk about some empirical evaluations, which we do on real conference data from a past iteration of iClear. So here what we're showing is our 2 algorithms, the fraction of the optimal similarity lost when these algorithms find strategy proof assignments instead of the default assignment. So lower is better on this graph. And in particular, you see that both of our algorithms outperform random. Coloring algorithm loses about 12% in general, but the cycle breaking algorithm actually performs very well, even when the loads are greater than 1. So that's the similarity seems to be pretty good in practice. But another question that we have, if you recall, is that we want roughly equal quality submissions on each side of the partition. since we have to do the outcomes independently on each side. And so we haven't considered this up to this point, and we're just going to empirically evaluate this on the actual acceptances and paper scores from this year of iClear. So we run our algorithms to determine strategy proof assignments, and then we look at the sets of papers on each side of the partition. And in each bar here, we show the outcomes received by those papers, whether they were accepted or rejected by the papers on that side of the partition. And so what we would like here is for each algorithm to see that the two bars look exactly the same. That would mean that we've perfectly split the quality of the papers up. And what we see is that they do look similar for all these algorithms, which indicates that at least on this data set and maybe in practice in general, we don't need to be too concerned that these algorithms are coming up with very unfair splits of papers between the two sides of the partition. In addition, in the paper, we show that the scores received by the papers can't be distinguished by a statistical test, again, indicating that the distribution of scores on each side of the partition is similar, which is what we want. So that's all. And now we'll have some time for questions and discussion. Thank you.
Woo. Thank you very much. So thank you, Stephen. Are we, so I see one question already from Reshef with 2 question marks. So Reshef?
Yeah, I mean, it's great that it's roughly the same. Well, it's a very nice talk. Just ultimately, we want not just the same kind of distribution of scores, because this we can get without reviews. I mean, we can just generate this distribution. The question is, were the same papers roughly accepted? Because if we have the same number of papers accepted, but these are like the completely different set of papers, then there's might be a problem.
Right. So if I understand correctly, like really the statistic we might care about from these plots is like the orange and blue parts of these plots were what was accepted. So maybe we care about the difference in size between you know, the orange and blue on each side of this, because those would be the papers that we would have to reject if we used our algorithm compared to what we actually reject.
It's not the size. We care about the actual distance between the sets of papers, not the size of these sets.
Like imagine a really extreme example, like that on the right, with using the original one algorithm, we accepted papers 1 to 100, and another algorithm we accepted papers 101 to 200. Right, so we accepted the same number of papers, but just completely different set.
I see. So you're saying, like, in terms of the quality of the papers, like some underlying true quality, how far is that from
just set
from what we accept
between them?
Yeah, okay. I mean, that's one way to
whatever
to try and approximate the answer for this question.
Yeah, I agree. That definitely is. That's
just,
more of what we care
comparing. About. Yeah, just comparing the sizes doesn't. I mean, it's a very basic sanity check, but it doesn't say that the final allocation is close to what you want.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Another question I have is that there seems to be, I mean, I'm also looking kind of like at the little bars of accepted for oral presentation, and like I'm like looking at this slide, like, you know, just from eyeballing it, like if I'm looking at coloring, the difference between accepted for oral on the right bar versus the left bar is like 3 times bigger. Right? So I'm just saying, like, you know, that seems to be a pretty significant difference if you're just looking at that specific one. I mean, like, you know, you are right that if we squint and look at these like bar charts, they are very similar to each other. But it seems to me that where it really matters, it might be warranted to look into those parts, right?
I agree. Although at the same time, I think you could also make the argument that, like, because the set of papers accepted for oral presentation is so small, it's going to be inconsistent. And, you know, in, for example, the past NeurIPS experiments, the set of oral papers accepted is pretty inconsistent between different
And there's a recent study that I'm sure you might be aware of that is even more depressing, that they looked at the impact of accepted papers and they saw that there is very weak correlation between being accepted to a conference and actually having scientific impact. So yeah, so yay. But just maybe one, in the interest of time, I do have more questions, but I do think it's time to give way to our next speaker, who is Reshef, right? I'm assuming.
Not me.
Well, it's a paper you are. Oh wait, no, yes. So Joshua Kavner.
Yeah, the Reshef paper. I'll be speaking.
Oh, okay.
On behalf
Sorry,
today.
yes, Joshua. Hi. Okay, excellent. Even better. So Joshua, would you care to? So let's thank our speaker one more time. Let's thank Stephen one more time before while Joshua sets up. Thank you very much.
Great. Can everyone see my screen and hear me okay?
Yep, you're good to go.
So, hi everyone, my name's Josh, and today I'm going to be presenting on my work, Convergence of Iterative Multi-Issue Voting Under Uncertainty, in collaboration with Reshef Meir, Francesca Rosi, and Lirang Jia. So today we're thinking about social choice over multiple issues. For example, as a motivating example, thinking about condominium residents deciding to install either a new swimming pool or tennis courts in their facility. And this is an example of a multiple referenda where agents or voters are deciding on each issue independently, yet at the same time by majority vote. So this is a rather inefficient problem because if there are p different issues at the same time, then there are 2 to the p possible outcomes and that many factorial possible preferences for each agent. And that's a hard or exponentially large problem to elicit all of those preferences. And so for many social choice rules in this area, there's a trade-off between elicitation efficiency and quality on agents' preferences. So we propose a repeated process or iterative process where once agents submit their initial votes, we allow them to one at a time myopically improve their votes in order to, improve the outcome for themselves. So for example, let's consider 5 agents, 2 of whose preferences are fully shown and 3 of whose are fixed. And if we elicit agents' truthful preferences at first, then both outcomes are rejected. If we look at agent 1's, or the first agent's preferences though, conditioned on the tennis courts being rejected, they actually prefer to accept the swimming pool. And if we allow this change, then the swimming pool will be accepted. For the second agent, likewise, conditioned on the tennis courts being rejected, they would actually prefer to reject the swimming pool. And allowing this change adjusts the outcome back to our original vote. From here, we see that this is a stable outcome and no agent wants to change their vote in order to change the outcome. So what I just described is a process of iterative voting, where agents deliberate their votes before reaching a stable outcome. Generally, we are given agents' preferences and an initial vote profile. Agent J is chosen to improve their vote for a specific issue I, given some information pi of that vote profile. In the previous example, agents were given score vector information. And this process is repeated until some stopping condition is met. Either no agent has an improvement step or a cycle is reached indefinitely. So our work spans 3 background lines of research. The first in binary multi-issue social choice, which deals or looks into axiomatic properties of voting rules, where issues are dealt with or decided on sequentially one at a time. Another question in this area is paradoxes when all the issues are decided on simultaneously, as we had in the last example. The second line of research deals with these myopic improvement sequences under different voting rules and different types and strategic responses among the agents, and they look at convergence and quality results. And this third line of research looks at when agents are given different information sets, what is the computational complexity of their manipulation, and what are the properties or existence or reachability of various equilibrium. So our contribution is a combination of these three lines of research and to synthesize those as a model of strategic behavior under uncertainty for choosing a multi-issue alternative. So for example, make that a little bit more specific. Suppose we have 3 issues and with the scores 8, 9, and 11, 21 agents, so our majority vote threshold is 10.5, denoted by this red line across. And so the first 2 issues would be rejected, the last issue would be accepted. Given the score information, an agent would compute its best response, which is the best vote that they could change to in order to improve the outcome for themselves. And what that means in this context is that the score of a specific issue must be within some bandwidth of this decision threshold. Without any uncertainty, this bandwidth is just 1. So the issue must effectively be a tie in order for an agent to change their vote. If we introduce uncertainty into the model, instead of agents receiving just the scores themselves, agents are told or are revealed or have access to only a range of scores possible for each issue. And so in our condominium example, this might be if agents receive noisy polls are taken, say, every day, and some people participate, some people don't, some people over participate. And so those polls information every day is noisy, but we assert that only one agent changes at a time. So what this means is that the information a specific agent receives is the set of possible scores, and agents are take, instead of a best response, a local dominance improvement step. Formally, what this means is agents receive a set of possible scores and they adjust their vote on issue I if it can make that outcome at least as preferable as the prior outcome and no worse than before. I just got rid of a slide or two for that, but to interpret what that means is that agents need to have, or an agent has a local dominance improvement step if it is both pivotal and has a preference over that outcome. So for these 3 issues, we see on the first issue that it is decidedly rejected. For all possible scores, they're below the threshold, and so an agent would consider that as rejected. The third issue is uncertain. There's some scores which are above the threshold and some scores which are below the threshold. The second score is in between or borderline, where if an agent changed their vote, then it would cross the threshold. So an agent, based on that reasoning, only for these second and third issues, an agent can actually change the outcome. Now, the other question is, does an agent actually have a preference to change that outcome? If we look at the second issue, and suppose that some agent J is deciding whether or not to change that outcome, then conditioned on they only have an improvement step if conditioned on the first issue being rejected. They don't care about the third issue's outcome. So if they care whether the third issue is accepted or rejected, then their preference for the second issue might change. And so they don't have a local dominance step. If that third issue is irrelevant to that second agent or the second issue's preference, then the agent will have a preference to change the outcome. So moving on to a few of our main results here. We look at convergence from the truthful profile, and for any initial preferences and any order that agents are chosen to make their improvement steps, and specifically the no uncertainty case and with uncertainty case. We look at general agents preferences and O-legal agent preferences defined here on the slide. To recap what this means, a preference ranking is O-legal for some given order O if each agent J's preference for a specific issue OI is conditionally independent of the later issues given the former issues. Meaning that if an agent is familiar or is aware of what the outcomes are for the former issues, they're all certain, then the latter issues, or then an agent's preference for this OI issue does not depend on the latter issues. And we find that this, for general preferences, the iterative voting does not generally converge or does not necessarily converge, but with this O-legal preference restriction, then all preference profiles do converge. In our work, we look at two other domain restrictions, which I am not going to specifically cover here. But we do also run some experiments, and we ask 3 questions from our experiments. First is, even though cycles do not occur in the worst case, how likely are they to occur generally? The second is, what is the number of iteration steps to convergence? And the third is, how does social welfare of the equilibrium profile at the end of that social welfare sequence or that iterative voting sequence change relative to the truthful vote? And what we find is that uncertainty eliminates all or almost all, if not all, cycles from our experiments. We find that the number of iterations to converge is small when we introduce uncertainty into our system, and it's inversely correlated with not the uncertainty parameter itself, but the fraction or the ratio between the uncertainty parameter and the number of agents making these improvement steps. And lastly, we see, I'll show a slide on that in a moment. Lastly, we see that the social welfare in the equilibrium profiles do actually increase relative to the truthful vote. And social welfare is measured using additive social welfare. So this plot demonstrates our second question. We have 5 issues. We increase the uncertainty from 0 to 3 score units. On the x-axis, we have the ratio between the uncertainty parameter and the square root of the number of agents. And the y-axis, we have the log average number of iterations to convergence. And we see a general decreasing trend, not specifically related to the uncertainty parameter or the number of agents, which changes between 7 and 19. So disclaimer. So not either one of those specifically, but the ratio in between. So in summary, we've contributed a model of strategic behavior under uncertainty for choosing a multi-issue alternative. We believe this model is realistic because of the information elicited by the agents is limited in scope. The information available to the agents and the behavioral assumption response model or response function that agents undergo is reasonable, and the computation that agents perform is fairly efficient. And what we found through our theory and experiments is that although cycles do occur in the worst case, they're not very common in practice. There's a quick convergence time, and it does improve the quality of the outcome chosen. Some open questions in this area is to theoretically look at the average case quality change between those equilibrium vote profiles and the truthful vote profile. A second question is, even though we've looked at uncertainty and what information agents receive in order to make their decisions, we still suppose that the updates in that information is synchronous. And so if iterative voting, or one question we have is, if iterative voting is implemented in a distributed system with asynchronous communication, how effective would iterative voting be at choosing a better outcome? And the third is, what are some ways that we can resolve cycles, since if people were to constantly or repeat the same vote cycles, they would eventually learn to choose something different. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Joshua, is there any question? I see one question in the chat from Mehmet. Would you like to ask it live?
Hello, thanks for the talk. So yeah, my question was, in the beginning, I didn't see whether, you allow vote trading or log rolling, because in that case, I know if a result Casellan, it's a different framework. It's not strategic framework, but so Casellan Palfrey econometrica paper, interestingly, the circularity issue is solved there because, myopically improving utility, then it ends up with a stable allocation. But I guess that you have here best responding, myopically best responding in each kind of round. So my question was whether you allow actually log rolling or not, but yeah. Thanks.
Thank you for your question. I'm not familiar with that word specifically, or what log rolling might mean in this context. I'd be happy to ask about that a little bit later.
All right, excellent. Any additional questions from the audience? All right, cool. In that case, let's thank Joshua again. And who is giving the talk next? Vignesh, Justin, Rick? Who?
Yeah, that would be me.
Okay, good. So while Vignesh, so let's let Vignesh set up.
Yeah.
All right. So it is. So it is my pleasure. Hello.
Hello.
Yes. Okay, we're good. Okay, good. So yes, you are not. Well, we can hear you. You're not.
Oh, I'm unmuted. Okay.
Yeah, but now you stop sharing the screen.
Yeah. Okay. I'm. Let me share it.
All right.
All right. Are we good to go?
Yes. So I'm happy.
All right.
To
hey everyone. So
Vignesh, can you hear us?
Now here we're gonna talk about fair allocation and the EFX criterion. Wait, what happened? Yeah, my speakers aren't working. So if you say something, hand motions or something like that. Yeah.
Okay. So I just wanted to introduce you to say, well, welcome Vignesh. He's going to talk about local EFX allocation over a graph. Go.
I'm sorry, my speakers aren't working. So yeah, so hey everyone, like Yair said, we're going to be talking about fair allocations and the EFX criterion. and the relaxation to the EFX criterion that we came up with and studied. This is joint work with Justin and Rick. All of us are PhD students here at UMass Amherst, and all three of us are going to be involved in this presentation. So I'm going to go first. I'm going to introduce the problem and set it up. Rick is going to talk about our theoretical results, and Justin is going to talk about our empirical results. So let's get straight to it. Fair allocation is a very straightforward problem that has already come up, I think, twice before this talk. There are n agents, m indivisible goods, and each agent has a valuation function that defines its value for each bundle or each subset of goods, S. The goal here is to output an allocation that is a partition of these goods such that it is fair to all agents in some way. Now, the main notion that we consider here is NV freeness, and an allocation is NV free if no agent prefers another agent's bundle to their own. But however, this may not always be the case. An NV-free allocation is not guaranteed to exist. Think about a very simple counterexample with two agents and only one good. Whoever does not receive the good will envy whoever who does. So there have been several relaxation discussed in the literature. Justin talked about EF1 earlier today. But another interesting relaxation that's come up more recently has been very well studied is that of NV-free up to any item, that is EFX. So an allocation is EFX if for all pairs of agents, I can look at your bundle and by ignoring any good, the NV that I have for you disappears. For example, we have, say, the monocle man and the alien here. And we have that the monocle man values their own bundle at 15, but values the alien's bundle at 20. So the monocle man actually envies the alien. However, note that ignoring any one of the alien's goods, that is the dolphin or the dog, the envy that the monocle man has towards the alien disappears. That is, it becomes 10, and 15 is greater than 10. So this is, now note that we also don't remove any of the alien's goods. The whole idea of ignoring is just to bound the extent of envy. Now, while EFX allocations have seen a fair bit of papers, there are a ton of unanswered questions about them. For example, we only know that EFX allocations are guaranteed to exist when there are 2 agents or 3 agents, or all the agents have very restricted classes of valuation functions. But we still don't know if an EFX allocation is guaranteed to exist when there are n agents. And this is a major question in fair allocation. However, today we're going to try and attack this problem from a different angle and look at a particular relaxation of this problem. So instead of trying to create allocations that satisfy the EFX constraint for all pairs of agents, we are simply going to try and create allocations that satisfy the EFX constraint for some prefixed pairs of agents. So in this example on the right here, we care about satisfying the EFX criterion between the monocle man and the smiley face, but we don't necessarily care about the EFX criterion between the monocle man and the alien. Now, these problems can be represented using a graph over the set of agents where an edge exists if you're looking to satisfy the EFX criterion between those 2 agents. And we refer to any allocation that satisfies this subset of EFX constraints as a graph EFX allocation. Now, graph EFX allocations, we believe, are quite interesting as a solution concept by itself. For example, we think that in large instances, like large societies, where there's an underlying social network, graph EFX can model the problem well, because when you're allocating to these large instances, agents cannot envy other agents whose bundle they don't know, or other agents who they don't interact with. So using a graph to restrict the kinds of envy you need to deal with, we feel is very useful, and we can model these situations that way. The second thing is we believe that studying graph EFX allocations may provide insight into the general EFX allocation problem itself, as in the techniques we develop can potentially be used for the general case as well. Now, the question we want to study today is, for what graphs does the graph EFX does graph EFX allocation, are graph EFX allocations guaranteed to exist for? As in, what graphs and what valuation functions can we guarantee an allocation, a graph EFX allocation to exist? And now I'm going to hand it over to Rick for theoretical results on what graphs we know for sure these allocations exist for. Rick?
Cool, thanks, Vignesh. Can everyone hear me? Sorry for the tech problems at the start. Okay, great. Yeah, slides are back up. So as Vignesh said, I'll for the next 5 minutes or so, I'll just guide us through some of the. We can see the slides now. Yeah. We'll talk a little bit about the theoretical techniques that we have found over the course of studying this problem, and then once I'm done, I'll hand it over to Justin, who can guide us through the algorithmic aspects of the problem. So to answer Vignesh's question from earlier, it turns out that yes, we know when a EFX allocation exists in two particularly special cases. In case of the generalized version of two particularly simple graphs. So one of them is a star or a K1, n, and the other one is a 3-edge path. So I'll go through those in a second, including the generalizations. Slide. So let's start with the warm-up example of a star. So this is the problem instance when the agents are organized along the vertices of a star. So in other words, there's one central agent who can see all the other so-called outer agents. None of the outer agents interact with each other, but they can all see the central agents. And we are interested in maintaining this EFX property along the edges connecting the outer vertices to the central vertex. So we solve this instance of the problem by appealing to this canonical result by Plout and Roughgarden from 2020. They found that a general EFX allocation among all pairs actually exists when the valuation functions are identical and general identical valuation functions. And they do this by means of exhibiting this so-called Leximan allocation, which is a particular property of partitioning these allocations and choosing the best partition. Is in fact satisfies the EFX criterion for all pairs of agents. It's not important to go into what exactly the Leximan allocation is because we can use this result as a black box. So the way we do this is we temporarily imagine our instance to have copies of the central vertex at each of the outer vertices for now. So here in the example graph, the outer vertices have been replaced by copies of the smiley face, who was the original central vertex person. Now, by appealing to the canonical result, we know that a partition exists of the set of goods into 6 bundles, such that we can allocate these to all of these agents in question. And the important thing to note about that partition is that the central agent is actually happy in the sense of EFX happy with respect to any of these bundles, with respect to any other bundle. So now, armed with that knowledge, what we do is we now go back to our original instance and we let all the outer agents choose bundles first from among these unallocated bundles. And whatever bundle is left over, we assign that at the end to the central vertex. And now you can see that this, in fact, satisfies the GEFX criteria because each of the outer agents, you can see that there's no NV directed from any outer vertex to the inner vertex because those agents chose their bundles before their only neighbor in the graph chose their bundle. And we know that there's no NV directed outwards because of what we just described earlier, because by appealing to the black box result, we know that that EFX criterion was met for the central agent's valuation function. So that proves that GFX allocations exist in general for the case of a star. As we mentioned, we can actually generalize this in using essentially the same technique in 2 different ways. So in one of them, we replace this single central agent by means of any arbitrary graph induced by a set of agents who all share the same valuation function. So we can call them the core agents, and that's what we do in our paper. So here, for example, in our little figure here, we have an arbitrary graph induced by 5 of the central agents, the smiley faces, and we allow there to be an arbitrary number of outer agents as well. none of whom can see each other, but who can have arbitrary neighborhoods amongst those central agents. So we show using similar techniques as what we just discussed that, in fact, a GEFX allocation exists when the underlying graph is of this form as well. The second generalization is we can actually relax the constraint that the central group of agents, the core agents, have to have the exact same identical valuation function. We replace them by allowing them to have what are known as consistent valuation functions. So they value the goods, the set of goods in the same relative order between them without necessarily assigning the same value to each subset of the goods. So in that case, if we prove that if the core set of vertices have consistent valuation functions, and we again allow there to be arbitrarily many outer vertices, this time each with a single neighbor into the core graph, we can show again using these techniques from Plout and Roughgarden and sort of allowing the agents to choose in a particular clever order that a GEFX allocation exists on this graph. For the second sort of set of theoretical results, I won't go over those in detail, but we again start with a warm-up problem, which is that of the 3-edge path. So here we have 4 agents with arbitrary valuations placed on the vertices of a 3-edge path. We can show that, in fact, a GEFX allocation exists for this instance as well. And we do this by means of appealing to yet another known result, this one by Mahara from, I think, 2021 slide. So that result basically says that we can allocate, we can obtain an EFX allocation in general when all the agents have exactly one of 2 distinct types of valuation functions. So we can use that on a path by again, temporarily imagining the outer agents to share the same valuation function as their neighbors along the path and then assigning the bundles in a particular way. And we generalize that in a slight way by, again, expanding these 2 central vertices of the path. So now we have a core subgraph consisting of agents of 2 distinct valuation functions. And we allow there to be arbitrarily many outer neighbors with arbitrary neighborhoods into our core graph, as long as those neighborhoods are contained within agents of one valuation type. So that's our second generalization. Now, with that, I'm going to hand it over to Justin, who's going to take us through an algorithmic approach we found as well.
Okay, so Rick just presented some pretty interesting formal results. However, these formal results don't have any obvious extension to the general case. Ideally, we want to work with arbitrary agents and with any valuation and on arbitrary graphs up to the complete graph. So to that end, we introduced the algorithm that we called the sweeping algorithm. This algorithm will show an example and run some experiments on a path graph, but it should generally be generalizable to any arbitrary graph in a reasonable way. The idea of this algorithm is we'll look at each edge in isolation and rebalance the goods to the agents on that edge to make them EFX in some fixed order over the edges until all of the edges are EFX. For this, we use an algorithm for 2 agents that comes from, again, Plout and Roughgarden 2020, that it's essentially a cut and choose protocol. The left agent on the edge cuts and cuts the goods into 2 bundles, and the right agent on the edge gets to pick its favorite bundle of those 2. So clearly this algorithm, if it terminates with a graph EFX allocation, but it remains to prove that it terminates. We won't do that here, but we will show some empirical results that kind of suggest that it does, at least for some real world scenarios, and kind of suggest a way forward for proving termination. So just to give a quick example, we'll dump all of the goods on one agent, and here it would be sort of the left agent in the path. And then we iterate through the edges, making the agents on those edges be EFX in the fixed order. And on the path graph, we're generally sweeping from left to right and then back again. So that's why we call it the sweeping algorithm. We tested this algorithm on a number of instances from splitit.org. And we arranged the agents on the path from left to right, just in increasing order of their IDs. We found that for all of the instances, the sweeping algorithm was able to terminate, although some required up to 4 passes back and forth. We believe that the proof of termination might rely on a potential function, which is a quantity that is bounded, but monotonically increases or decreases over time. Some of the potential functions we considered were the total sum of the NV, the sum of the NV over EFX, or the minimum valuation for any agent. We plotted the instances for which these potential functions were not monotonically varying. And we found that in particular, the total NV over EFX, or the strong NV, seems to be the most promising. There was only one instance for which it was not monotonic. However, if we change who's the cutter and who's the chooser on each edge, we were able to make that instance have the strong NV be monotonic, which kind of suggests this might be a good potential function. In the future, we'd like to prove that the sweeping algorithm terminates. That's next step number one. Run on some more data. We'd like to show an algorithm that works for more of the graphs on 4 vertices. We think there are some other fairness notions that would make sense on a graph. And we have this question of, if you have graph EFX on a supergraph, does that imply graph EFX on a subgraph? Thank you very much, and let us know if you have questions now.
Thank you very much. Vignesh, Rick, and Justin. Are there any questions from the audience? No? Well, I've asked you a lot of questions about this before, but yeah, perhaps what are the hopes of getting something going here for specific classes of valuations?
Yeah, so
I mean, you're already doing additive, right? But
yeah, so we were looking at the binary submodular valuations, and it turns out that a very simple protocol works on graphs, and as Babayev showed in 2021, I think, the EFX exists for binary submodular valuations, but we found that modifying our algorithm slightly, we could make it work for any class of graphs as well.
Oh, nice. Thank you. Any additional questions from the audience?
I don't think I'm senior enough to make a comment rather than a question, but here it is.
You should. You absolutely should.
I really like this idea. It really reminds me of that notion of you don't envy the person who is really well off. You envy somebody who's similar to you, right? You don't, right? As computer scientists, we don't envy the MBA people who earn, millions of dollars per year. We envy the other, computer science grad who earns $1,000 more than we do, right?
I envy the NBA players.
This very local idea of envy, and I wonder if there is a way to quantify the amount of unfairness that can be permitted in a network under this local definition of EFX. I don't know where this is going, but that's just what popped into my mind.
Yeah, we did think about it in the sense that how many edges can you allow NV to be in when you're allocating goods? The only solution that we have is the trivial solution. When you allocate all the goods to one agent, there's n-1 edges where there is NV, but there is no NV in any of the other edges because no one else has anything. We tried improving on it a little bit, but we didn't get very far. So that's also, I also think it's worth noting that that only applies to the complete graph. So that's the general case of the problem as well. So depending on your graph class, that's a great question. It depends on how you model the problem in this context. So if you state it as a problem of a fair allocation is one which minimizes the number of edges of your graph with NV in it, you would just find the lowest degree vertex, like Vignesh just said, and you would just allocate everything to that vertex. Possibly, in case of most of our examples of the path graph or something like that, that would work great. In fact, if you have an isolated vertex in your graph, you can just dump everything on that isolated vertex, and then there's no NV anywhere essentially. If your question can be stated in terms of not minimizing the number of edges, but somehow going back to your original question of envying only people who are close to you in some sense of their evaluation function, then I would imagine that would be some sort of your edges would no longer be prefixed, which is the only setting that we have looked at, but your edges would then be defined by the disparity between the valuations on both sides. And that would be a very interesting thing to look at, absolutely. So, great question. Thanks for the question.
The other thing that I think both of you have alluded to is that the valuation, you might make an assumption that the valuation functions don't differ very much in a local neighborhood.
Yeah,
which would be helpful. So that would be cool to look at.
Yeah,
if we could do something like that with like increasing distances or something like that, that would be nice. But okay, this is a really, really nice discussion, but we have to stop because in interest of time. So why don't we take a 10-minute break? I am going to recreate the breakout rooms. Well, while I do so, you can thank our speakers again. Thank you very much. So I'm going to recreate our breakout rooms, and I'm going to open them, and we will meet again in 10 minutes precisely. Thank you, everyone. So therefore, no, join. Yes. Okay. So we have everybody kind of back, sort of, and I hope you had fun in your breakout rooms. Now I have to go back to the program one moment.
Who's the first?
We have.
Oh, we have Christian here. Yeah. Cool.
We have Christian here. So
Yeah.
Christian will be presenting, I'm assuming, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so while people trickle back from the breakout rooms, Christian, why don't you set us up, and we do just. I'll also take a quick look to see if all of the other.
Can you see everything?
Speakers are so Alfredo. I think I've seen before, right? Alfredo, can you make a sound if you are here? Or because I did see him before. Okay.
He's been here.
Yeah, I've seen him, right? And
Yeah.
and from Harris, Sean, and Zhao Hong, is anybody here?
Yeah, Sean is here. So
yeah, I'm here.
yeah,
Excellent.
and
So-
Mehmet was also here. So
Okay, so Mehmet. Okay, so we're good for this session. Perfect. Okay, so without sorry, so without further ado, so thank you for all of us that came back from our short break. And why don't we welcome Christian, for whom it is his first time at GAIW. So an extra warm welcome to Christian, who is going to present an algorithmic introduction to saving circles. Thank you, Christian.
Hi, thank you so much. So today I'm going to be talking about what people do when they don't have access to formal credit. And this is joint work with Reddy Debebe at UC Berkeley and Adam Eck and Sam Taggart at Oberlin College. And so 2 billion people worldwide don't have a bank account, 14 million alone in the US. And so these people don't have any sort of access to formal financial credit and financial services. This usually includes like the economically vulnerable, people in developing economies where there might not be a well-developed financial sector, and immigrant and refugees who may maybe not know how to, maybe language or for some other reason, not yet know how to navigate the legal and financial framework in their home country. And so without access to financial services, these people often form their own kind of informal, decentralized financial organizations. And one very popular form of such informal financial organization is known as a rotating savings and credit association, or ROSCA. And basically in a ROSCA, people pull money into a common pot and then take turns allocating the pot to each member. And so and each member gets it once. And so people who get it earlier are borrowers, and those who get it later are lenders. And so ROSCAs can be used for like credit or investment, which is going to be the focus of the talk today. But they can also be used as a form of informal insurance. And also because these groups are formed by very tight-knit and close communities, they also serve as a social support system. And so basically the main question in this talk and in our paper is understanding how effective the rules that these informal financial organizations use for allocating their resources, how effective are they for this allocation amongst people who have a diverse needs of investments and needs. And so our main conclusion is that we're able to use tools from algorithmic game theory and the price of anarchy to show that ROSCAs actually allocate goods and financial resources almost optimally. And that's like the main takeaway from this paper. And so to demonstrate this, we're going to first talk more about ROSCAs, then give our formal model of ROSCAs, present some of our main results just very briefly, and then talk about some of the future directions that we have where we think algorithmic game theory and AI can contribute to the study of informal financial organizations. And so ROSCA process generally works like this. You have N agents and they meet at the for a certain number of rounds equal to the same number of agents because everyone can only win once. And so in each meeting, they contribute some amount into the pot. Let's call that P0. And then there's some allocation mechanism, which is kind of the rules that are used to decide in each meeting who gets the pot at that meeting. And so roughly for each round T, which could be monthly, it could be weekly, it could be harvest season if they're farmers, just some periodically predefined time period, each agent contributes the fee of the contribution to the pot. And then the allocation mechanism selects the winning agent from those who have not yet already received before that round. And the winning agent receives the total pot. And then depending on what the allocation mechanism is, there might be some additional payments that other agents might make. And I'll go into more details of where these payments are coming from, but there might be some additional payments that the other agents can make.
And just a short question here. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
The winning agent receives the pot worth N times P0 or T times P0?
N times. So everyone still contributes even if they haven't, even if they are even if they already received the pot. So that's kind of where the borrowing and saving comes in, because you're paying in and then you get a lump sum at the end. If you're a lender, and if you're a borrower, you get a lump sum at the beginning and then you pay it back in the life of the whole ROSCA cycle. And so these payments, these extra payments outside of the contribution that are induced by the allocation mechanism are redistributed to the remaining members. And we'll get into more details later on what the allocation mechanism is and what kind of payments it might induce. But this is the general structure of how it operates. And so ROSCAs are important to study for a variety of reasons. One of them is that they have a very wide impact on a lot of people. They're used in over 85 countries and across 5 continents. For example, half of all savings in Cameroon was recorded to be mobilized through a ROSCA. And in addition, a lot of NGOs who do kind of development and financial inclusion type work often use ROSCA as a cornerstone for their program and their programs that are designed. In addition, as people who care about algorithmic decision-making, it's also important for us to understand how decisions are currently being made in these contexts to understand how new financial technology can impact or affect the currently existing context and use. And so now I want to kind of give us a kind of overview of the different kinds of ROSCA formats are. And usually the way we differentiate them is based on the allocation mechanism, basically the rules that are actually used. And so there's 2 broad groups. One is where there's no payments, and one is where they're able to use the payments to influence the outcome of the allocation outcomes. And so with the simple category where there's no payments, one example is the fixed ROSCA, where some fixed criterion, let's say like age or like reputation or even like religious divination, is used to just determine who wins, who gets the pot on each day. So maybe the oldest person gets it first and like so on. And then another commonly observed allocation mechanism is through a lottery. So there's someone randomly gets at each meeting. And then oftentimes these simpler structures that don't have payments are often used in smaller or younger ROSCAs, or maybe ROSCAs where it's a small group and everyone is very homogeneous and like way more tight-knit. But as you can imagine, people might have different preferences as to what time they want to get the pot. And so we want to be able to allow them to express these preferences in a better way. And so often in the real world, what ends up happening is that payments get involved. So the simplest form of one that is payment that often is the next step is one where there's some kind of initial allocation and then people can trade after. So we call this like a ROSCA with aftermarket or a swap ROSCA. So basically, as I said, there's some static allocation. Oftentimes it's random, but it could also be the age or some other kind of way of getting some initial allocation that people are giving to days. And then after their initial allocation at the beginning of the meeting, like the very first meeting, they're allowed to make pairwise bilateral trade agreements. Often these are facilitated by side payments in which you pay someone to swap a position if your position is preferable to what their position is preferable to your current allocation. And so they make all these trades, and whoever has the ticket on each meeting is the one who gets the pot. But also another way of doing this is through kind of like an auction-based mechanism where people promise higher contributions to get higher priority or earlier access to the pot. And so so in each meeting, some kind of single item auction is used to allocate the mechanism. And this can be standard auctions like first price auction, second price auction, or whatever your favorite auction format is, but they're run in each meeting sequentially. And so basically the bids that they make are then redistributed to the others as rebates, because there's no real seller or item to be sold here. So the bids that they make, which are the contribution amount, are redistributed. And they kind of serve as an implicit interest rate in the sense of like you're paying more to get it earlier. And so someone who waits is going to get more of the pot than you did. And so it serves as an implicit interest rate to facilitate this kind of informal market. And so, as I said, the added complexity of payments allows for like a much richer expression of preferences across agents for time. But it also induces some complications that makes understanding what's going on in the ROSCA and answering our question about allocation efficiency more complicated. So basically, there's some dynamic agents. It's kind of dynamic. There's a sequential nature going on. People are thinking about their past outcomes and anticipating their future needs. There's also asymmetry across the agents. Even though empirical studies show they tend to come from very similar communities, they do have different like occupations, different like preferences, and so they're not symmetrical. And then also, as I said, as I hinted earlier, the auction formats that are used are not standard. For example, the bids are redistributed, and that's like something that's like makes the reasoning much more complicated with the presence of these like rebates. And so in the standard economic analysis that normally just solves for the exact equilibria, whether Nash equilibria or Bayes Nash equilibria of the outcome, is extremely complicated when you have asymmetry, dynamicism, and this like weird allocation procedures. And so there has been some previous work in the economic theory to analyze Roscas. Besley, Cote, and Laurie are the first people to kind of do this kind of formal theoretical analysis of Roscas in 1993. They compare Roscas to credit markets, and also Kloner and Calamoris show Roscas can also be used as insurance. However, due to the analytical challenges that I kind of highlighted, someone asked, are these winner-take-all mechanisms? So you could technically use a winner-take-all. Yeah, one person gets the whole pot in each meeting. Yes, yeah. But then the bids might maybe reduce how much of the money they get depending on the allocation mechanism. But yes, one person gets the whole pot. Although there's some that show where they can maybe have like split shares or split the pot and have more complicated things. But in our kind of model, we assume that like the most standard way is that one person gets the whole pot. But in real life, there can be sometimes some variations of this. Good question. Anyway, yeah. So basically, all these pre-existing work exists in the microecon theory, but kind of due to these challenges that we kind of described before, there's some limitations on how much analysis, how much work they're able to do. So because they're focused on solving for the exact equilibrium, which I've said is like extremely difficult under all these complications, they often have to resort to kind of coarse-grained or ordinal welfare comparisons when comparing like two allocation mechanisms. They might say one is better than the other, but not kind of say how much these gaps are, or how like say more about that difference. So for example, something that's like 99% efficient and something that's 80% efficient, something that's like 20% efficient are indistinguishable when you're only comparing against like the optimal mechanism. In addition, because of these complications, they have to assume kind of stronger assumptions like small number of participants or completely identical agents, no asymmetry, or use kind of mechanisms that don't really match what are used in practice for their analysis. And in addition, because they're usually focused on solving the exact equilibria, the analysis, the insights they have are not like generalizable, applicable to other contexts where that equilibria doesn't necessarily hold. And so by leveraging the research and the tools from algorithmic game theory, and particularly the price of anarchy in auctions, we're able to reason about equilibrium indirectly without necessarily solving for the exact equilibria, which is kind of an approach that is more standard in computer science. And so we also focus on kind of worst case analysis and approximation analysis. And so we focus on the approximation ratio and kind of like worst case robust type bounds. And so using this kind of tool set, we're able to first of all give cardinal welfare comparison. We give actual kind of gaps between the optimal and our allocation mechanism. We're also able to work on a wider range of agents, properties, and types, and different, like a much broader set of allocation mechanisms that has existed in the previous literature. And in addition, we're able to give this robust welfare guarantees because we're focused on this kind of worst case analysis. Our welfare guarantees hold in the worst case in a variety of different kinds of scenarios. And so basically with this kind of insight, we can have more refinement on our main question. So basically our question is, how much can the optimal allocation be better than the allocation of commonly used Rosca formats? And so basically the way we answer this question is that we give the worst case performance guarantees, we give price of anarchy bounds on a variety of Roscas with formats that use payments, including swap Roscas and auction Roscas. And so now I'll give you like a brief overview of our general model, just kind of the general part and not the maybe specific allocation parts. And so we model agents as having some allocation vector where each index represents their allocation for a particular time. So if agent I wins around T, they get utility VIT. And there's one vector for each agent. We also, because agents are we're focusing on the investments, saving components of Roscas, we assume agents are going out to buy some particular good and durable good to purchase. And so under this assumption, we have non-increasing values, which means that all else equal, they prefer getting the pot earlier to getting it later because they just need the money by the time they need to have their investment, or they can keep it in some place until they actually need it for the time that they need. But let's say something happens, maybe they need it for a harvest. After that time, it might be useless to them, but as long as they get it before that time, it's good. And that's like, so basically we have non-increasing values across time for our agents. And then allocations are bipartite matching generated by the allocation mechanism. And we represent this matching through just indicator vectors where xit is 1.
Rob, just Christian, you have about 4 minutes left.
Okay. If agent I receives the plot around t, then the allocation vector is 1. And so payments are also given by some payments vector. And because we have these rebates where people might get money back, notice that payments could be negative or positive and just general real valued. And so we combine these utilities using using some possibly nonlinear but convex utility function, which expresses how much they value like rebates or payments, basically just changes in wealth. And in this talk, we're going to focus on quasi-linear utility, but in the supplementary material and the simulations, we explore more general nonlinear utility functions. And so our welfare is just given by the utilitarian social welfare, which is the sum of all welfare across all agents. And our benchmark is the welfare of the optimal allocation mechanism that gives the max weighted matching of agents to days with payments that are 0. And our efficiency measure is the worst case welfare approximation ratio, which is the worst case ratio between the welfare of the optimal allocation and our allocation. And this is often called the price anarchy when our outcomes are equilibria. And so basically, our question is, what is the worst case approximation ratio of outcomes from Roscas's payments under the assumption of quasi-linear utilities and non-increasing values? And so we show that most of the commonly used Rosca formats, including swap Roscas and many auction Roscas, have constant price hierarchy bounds, which shows that they are near optimal. And that partially explains why they're such a prevalent and common organization, because they're able to kind of allocate near optimally. I'm going to fly over this, but the main technical framework we use is the smoothness framework, which is a standard framework from the price hierarchy literature. But we tweak it for 2 things. The first thing is on Roscas, you can only win once, which is like a cardinality constraint on the allocation, which doesn't typically exist in most sequential composition or most sequential auction formats. And so basically the non-increasing value assumption is required to get any kind of constant price hierarchy bound when you have this kind of cardinality constraint on your allocations. And so without this, you can get bounded constant price hierarchy. And then the second issue is the rebates, as we said, which can cause overbidding or cause some distortion of welfare because people might value rebates more than they might value allocation. Basically, we show that in first price style auctions, it does negatively impact welfare, but not too much. And in second price auction, there's already a standard no overbidding assumption that usually happens. So if you have that no overbidding assumption, then rebates also don't affect things too badly in second price style auctions. And so basically, it's just a summary of some of the price hierarchy bounds that we give for a variety of different Rosca formats. And we also give the bounds for convex utility functions where there's some kind of bounded derivative. And then we express those ratios in terms of the upper derivative and the lower derivative, the lower bound on the derivative. And so, yeah, some future directions include looking at Roscas as insurance, where we have some kind of online or stochastic component to the way the incomes or the allocations are done. Also looking at the fact that people usually are from the same background, but we assume people, but expressing more about how the inequality of wealth can affect the outcomes. And also because these Roscas are formed by tight-knit communities, they're often altruistic. And here we use equilibria, which might have like a selfish kind of component. And so understanding how altruism affects allocations is important for understanding a better, more accurate picture of what's going on. And then finally, we don't talk about the formation dynamics or the enforcement. And there's been studies that show that default is actually quite rare in these organizations. And so understanding more about how they do the enforcement and how the formation actually happens gives us a much better picture of how Roscas work. And so thank you. In summary, Roscas are near optimal, and that kind of explains why they're prevalent. Thank you. And if you have any questions, let me know. Sorry, yeah.
Thank you. Very, very interesting talk. Does anyone have any questions for Christian? I mean, I do. Oh, yes. Do I see a hand up, Federico?
Hi, Christian. Thank you very much for your talk. It was very interesting. So you pointed out that one of the main results of your paper was about the fact that basically correct me if I'm wrong, price of anarchy for Roscas is very very low in the sense that you have that
it's a constant,
right? Huh?
Yeah.
So my question is, do you know anything in comparison with a standard banking system, how it is, that ratio?
Yeah, so so we're comparing against the complete optimal. So in theory, with any banking ratio, it can be better than optimal. So it would only go lower compared to that. There was some existing results from Bestley that show that ROSCAs are less efficient than like a formal credit market, but they don't really give kind of like how much this gap is. Because like, in theory, in practice, it could be really close to the credit market, but we don't actually know how far away these gaps are. And so something interesting would be like, instead of using necessarily an optimal allocation, how do we compare against a credit market would be a good extension, and getting these kind of price on key bounds compared to those as a benchmark. Yeah, okay. But it can be higher than these numbers. Yeah.
So but there is still no insight on the reason why there is this gap. You have no insight on that.
Between the formal credit and the ROSCAs, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Just thanks. Very interesting.
Well, thank you. We don't have any more time for questions, so I guess if you have any more questions for Christian, you can take them offline. So while our next speaker sets up, who will that be? That will be Alfredo, right?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes. So while it's Alfredo, so while we thank Christian once more. Thank you very much. And let's now introduce Alfredo, who will be talking about preserving diversity when partitioning, a geometric approach. Thank you, Alfredo.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for being here and the organizers for this great workshop. So yeah, I will be presenting today on the derivation of diversity when we divide a community in subgroups. This is joint work with Victor Verdugo from Universidad O'Higgins and Sebastián Pérez Salazar from Georgia Tech, joining Rice University next fall. Okay, so so diversity is quite a complex concept, multidimensional concept that kind of look to summarize the structure of a community, and there is some consensus that is a desirable property for multiple decision tasks. Especially when forming teams, it has been empirically proven that diverse team makes better decisions than individuals. And also in model training for machine learning, there is some requirements for diversity, especially for example, for speech recognition or for facial recognition. There might be other decision-making tasks that this is important. For example, when hiring, crowdsourcing, matchmaking, and of course, recommendation system, etc. Okay, so just to narrow down the application of what I'm talking today is with respect to team formation. Just I want to say that Chile currently is writing a new constitution. After a political crisis in October 2019, there was a referendum to decide, and 80% of the population voted for to draft a new constitution. And then months later, an assembly was elected that is currently composed by 154 individuals. And they constantly split in committees and subcommittees in order to discuss specific topics such as the political system or societal rights. And after that, they propose a draft. So in the whole assembly is voted this draft either to approve it or to reject it. Okay, so there were so many requirements for the composition of this assembly, such as gender parity or indigenous people, also independent organizations and classical political parties. So one natural question that arises in this context is how do we split the members on these subgroups such that represent that as much as possible the multiple political views that are present in the assembly. Okay, and the kind of the question now is how we measure the representation, how we measure the diversity in this sense. Okay. So the diversity has been, many diversity indices has been proposed in the literature, especially in ecology, since, for example, the work of Simpson in 1949. And most of the ecology measures are based on an abundance profile. But there has been other indices, classical indices that have been proposed that consider some similarity features and etc. in our discipline. But for today, and in this work, we'll consider the Simpson index that was proposed in the 1949. So the formulation for this is that there is a population of R types, okay, with an abundance distribution denoted by P1 to PR, that are values between 0 and 1, and denote this gives a distribution over the types in the population. Okay, so P1, for example, is a share of the individuals of type 1 in the whole community. Okay, so Simpson considers the probability of selecting two entities of the same type in two random draws with replacement. So this corresponds to the sum of the squares of this piece. Okay, so there is a consensus in the ecology community that there are some drawbacks in many of the indices. So in order to find some consistency for the indices, they consider the multiplicative inverse of these values. So the Simpson diversity index corresponds to 1 divided by the sum of the squares. Okay, and this index has several desirable properties, such as it's a continuous function, and also is symmetric, meaning that it has the same value if we consider the permutation of the distribution, and evenness, that is maximized when you consider the uniform distribution. Okay, so the diversity metric moves around between two values, 1 and R. Okay, where it reaches the maximum value of R when you have the uniform distribution, and it reaches the minimum value of 1 when there is a whole weight on one type. Okay, so we consider in this work, we introduced the first model that looks to study the deterioration of diversity when dividing a community in subgroups. And for that, we use the Simpson index. And the first question that we would like to address is that in which instances we can guarantee that each subgroup is as diverse as possible, is as diverse as the whole community. Okay, so in general, this is not possible. And when the answer of this question is negative, then the natural question is, what is the best division of the guarantees that the least diverse group is as diverse as possible? Okay, so we want to minimize the maximize the minimum of the diversity. And also in our work, we consider, we give all other comments for the general model and for other applications as well. Okay. Okay, so our model, so let me formalize that. We have R types, okay, and we have a vector. This is going to be the input of our problem. There is a vector of integers, B1 to BR, that denotes the number of types, the number of individuals of each type. Okay, so B1 corresponds to the number of individuals of type 1. So for that, with that, we can calculate the distribution, right? We can calculate these PIs, which corresponds to the BI divided by the sum of the Bs, which is BI divided by the norm 1 of B. Okay, and with that value, we can compute the diversity of the whole community, and we denote it by D of B, which is 1 over the sum of the squares of the species, and it'll give you exactly the square of this ratio between the norm 1 and the norm 2. Okay. So now we can define the diversity of any vector x, okay? And we define this function d that takes a r-dimensional vector, and it gives you a value between 1 and r, and it's given by this ratio, the square of this ratio between the norm 1 and the norm 2. Okay. Okay, so given this input, the problem of interest here is that we want to split, given a number k, we want to split the population in k subgroups, meaning we have now the output would be k vectors, x1 to xk, okay, of integers, such that it's actually a partition. So meaning that the sum of these vectors gives you exactly b. Okay, and also is that the minimum of the diversities is maximized. Okay. So you can see here that by partitioning the community, there is always going to be one part that is affected more than others. So actually the value, this minimum, is always less than the diversity of the whole community. Okay, so it's natural to consider the problem of maximizing this minimum as much as possible. Okay, so we assume that we have enough individuals, meaning that the minimum of the BIs is at least k. And also, you may consider this is an analogous version of the max-min fair division problem, but for this diversity metric. Okay, but there is some differences that this diversity metric is quite nonlinear. Okay. Okay, so in this work we consider a geometric approach, and this function has many properties, interesting properties. One of them is invariant under scaling, meaning that the value of the diversity of lambda x is equal to the diversity of x. Okay, So one natural approach is if, for example, we would consider fractional allocations, fractional partitions, then one way is to consider the dividing B by K, okay? Because exactly the diversity of B by K gives you the diversity of B. But this is not possible since we are considering integral partitions. So one possible option is to consider balanced solutions, okay? So consider the example of B being 6, 15, and 21, and you want two parts, okay? So what if we consider x1 as the floor of the value of B divided by 2? And x2 is going to be the remaining individuals. Okay, so in this case we have 3, 7, and 10, and we have 3, 8, and 11. But in this example, the diversity of the second group is strictly less than the diversity of the whole community. While the optimal solution actually considers 2, 5, 7, and the remaining and x2 being the remaining of this, and this solution will give you exactly the diversity of the whole community. And one key trick here is that the greatest common divisor of B of 6, 15, and 21 is 3. So I will show you that this is going to be our approach for the first part of this paper, is that that finding this greatest common divisor will give you an idea of how to split into subgroups. Okay. There are other two properties, is that the diversity is maximized when you have uniform distribution. So the diversity of vector 1 is exactly R. And in general, the diversity is proportional to the cosine of the angle that is in between the vector of x and the vector 1. Okay, so that would be the approach for the general case, is that we want to look for points. Now, if imagine, for example, that we're plotting a two-dimensional case, so we have two types, and you're plotting B. So these dots represent the kind of the possible allocation, the possible partitions. So you will look for a point that is close as possible to B, because this is because when you minimize the angle, basically you increase diversity. Okay, so you're approaching more to the segment 0B. Okay. Okay. So for the first part, the question is, when can we guarantee that each subgroup is as diverse as the whole community? And in this case, as I mentioned, it depends on the greatest common divisor. The diversity is preserved if the greatest common divisor is at least K. Okay, this applies for any type, any number of types. And the key fact here is that the number of breakpoints of the segment 0B is equal to the greatest common divisor minus 1. Okay, so let me give you an example so it becomes clear. So, for example, if we have a B being 5 and 10, the greatest common divisor will be 1, but then we cannot preserve the diversity, given that we don't have a breakpoint in the segment 0B. Okay. But if, for example, we have B equal 4 and 6, then the greatest common divisor will be 2, and we have one breakpoint, okay, which is here the 0.23 and denoted by x1. So we can possibly have two partitions corresponding to the segment 0x1 and x1 to B. Okay. Instead, if for example we have 4 and 8, then the greatest common divisor will be 4, and we will have 3 breakpoints. And that will allow us to find, like, at most 4 parts that preserve the diversity. And here I'm plotting 3 parts, that one goes from 0 to x1, x1 to the next point, and x1 plus x2 goes to B. Okay. Okay, but this is not generally the case. This is some particular cases. So when we have that the K is greater than the GCD, then that's our second part of the work. We want to look to maximize the minimum of the diversity. So the main result that we give for in this paper is for 2 types. Okay, and I'm going to give you the idea for 2 parts. Okay. Okay, so the naive algorithm, one possible algorithm is to try all the possible solutions, which would run in order B1 times B2, which is exponential in the size of the input. So it's not possible. And then the second naive algorithm is that we can check all the closest points to the segment that goes from 0 to B. Do you remember that I told you that the diversity is proportional to the square of the cosine? So if we look for the closest points, if we iterate over the x-axis and looking for the closest points, then this would run in order B1, which is still bad for our purposes. Okay, so the main theorem in this part is that we have an algorithm, an efficient algorithm that finds the best division in order log square of the maximum between B1 and B2. Okay, and the key idea here is that the vertical distances of these closest points. So if you travel the segment from 0 to B and you're looking for the closest integral points, then these points are the vertical distances to the line are in one-to-one correspondence to this set of values, 1 over B1, B1, and B1 minus 1 over B1. Okay, so and basically at the end, the algorithm looks to find solve an equation that corresponds to the reminders, and that we can do it with the Euclidean algorithm, basically. Okay, so this is for two parts. We only have to find one breakpoint. But for the case of any part, then the problem becomes more challenging, since we have to find now k closest points. And we do that by, we have an algorithm that gives you the best division in order k times log square of the maximum between B1 and B2. Okay, and the key idea, because I don't have enough time, is that we take it's a recursive algorithm that takes the original instance and transform it in other easier instances. But the key idea is that these transformations are bijections. So you can actually, when you reach this basic instance, you can map the points that you found into the original instance. Okay, and again, we use the extended Euclidean algorithm for this case. Okay, so just to finish my presentation, we studied the deterioration of diversity when dividing the community in subgroups. We characterize the instances in which we can find perfect diverse partitions, and we give an efficient algorithm for the case of two types and any number of parts. And the main idea, the main method that we use in this approach is a geometric approach, basically because the index metric, the diversity index allows for that. Okay, there are many technical extensions for this work. One question that remains open is what is the computational complexity of the general problem, and what kind of algorithms we can find for higher dimension, meaning more than two types. Okay, and another natural question is to study other metrics, and there is a long-standing consensus in ecology that the Hill numbers are the metrics that are more natural because they satisfy some properties. Okay, and this Hill number has this expression that depends on a sensitivity parameter Q. And for example, for Q equals 2, you recover the Simpson index. Okay. And with that, I would like to end my talk. I'm happy to answer any question. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions from the audience? So I have a couple of questions. Yeah. So the first one is, what happens if the types are overlapping?
Well, that would be a different model, but yeah, that's an interesting question. But we are assuming in this case that the individuals that belong to a specific.
In your example, it seems likely that they will be, right? I mean, you're talking about political affiliations and about ethnic identity, and it seems like, you know, that they will be almost overlapping by definition.
Yeah, in the real case, yeah, there will be some overlapping, and probably the problem for the higher dimension, when you consider more types, will give you some idea for the case of the overlapping. But in particular, in this case, we are not assuming overlapping.
Mm-hmm. And the other question I have is like, so there's other work on selecting panels, like selecting a set of panels with a target and with target values from each type. And there, one of the criteria is that the likelihood of any individual to be selected for a panel should be approximately equal. right? So that like it will be, let me give you an example. It will be very bad if just because of my ethnic and ethnic identity and my political beliefs, I have a lower likelihood of being selected to a certain committee than you, because you have different ethnicity and different political beliefs, presumably, right? That would be very that would be an undesirable thing. And even worse, suppose that I belong to more types than you for some whatever reason, right? Then and that lowers my probability. That would also be very bad. So I'm just wondering whether this is an angle that you consider here, or like what would happen.
Well, I'm not aware of that work, but it seems like what they look for is that you want to match somehow the proportion, meaning that you want to match the probabilities, which is would be like a proportional approach, and this approach kind of considers some non-linearity between the whole all the probabilities of the group. So I don't know if one extends to the another one, but is this would be a different. In one, you will look for proportionality, and the other one, you will look to the whole subgroup as a thing.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question.
Any other questions from anyone? All right, so let's thank our speaker again while our next speaker sets up. Thank you very much. So who do we have next, Sean? All right, so Sean, I don't think we'll have much time for questions, so just why don't you take 5 minutes to present your work on matching algorithms under diversity-based reservations. Take it away, Sean.
So today I'll be presenting a short review of the effectiveness of various matching algorithms when applied to the selection problem with some diversity constraints. So selection under diversity constraints is a rather general problem that we can encounter in situations such as a school looking to admit a diverse student body, or a company looking to hire a diverse cohort of applicants, or an immigration board looking to take an immigrant pool with diverse skill sets, for example. So typically we can represent these diversity constraints as two-level quotas, where we want to fill the first level of quotas before we fill the next level of quotas. And here in this paper, we generally present this, we present a comparative study on the effectiveness of various matching algorithms when applied to this selection problem, which hasn't really been done before. So generally we can define a selection problem with these constraints as a situation where we have some agents S with a specific set of types T. So these types can be ethnicity or political beliefs or something, for example, for school choice or something. And we're applying and these agents are applying to some institution C. And here the institution C will have a variety of two-level quotas eta, which they wish to fulfill throughout the selection process, with the first level of quotas being prioritized over the second. We'll also have a priority ordering of the agents S, which determines which agents have priority over others in the absence of types. So for the school choice problem, this can be something like a ranking of students based on entrance test marks, where if two students have equal diversity outcomes, you would want to take the student ranked higher on the priority ordering first. And finally, we also have this knowledge that this institution wants to admit a maximum of QC agents. So an ideal solution to this selection problem would be to fill as many first and second rank quotas as possible while selecting the highest priority agents as possible. So we can convert an instance of the selection problem into a reservation graph, as we can see here. And this would be by representing agents and quotas as nodes. So we have agents here on the left and nodes on the right, quotas on the right here. And this becomes a sort of matching problem. And in this case, we can see that we have two rank 1 seats available and two rank 2 seats available, and certain students have eligibility to these certain diverse seats. So in our experiment, we tested 6 main algorithms on a synthetic data set and measured the effectiveness in tackling this selection problem. Out of these 6, 4 of the algorithms were diversity-based in that they attempt to fill the quotas in the problem when doing the matching, while the other 2 select based on priority only and attempt to satisfy as many quotas as possible after. When doing this experiment, we focused on 3 main metrics. So these are the number of first rank quotas filled, the number of first and second rank quotas filled together. So that can be thought of as the number of total quotas filled, and the average percentile rank. So this would be in terms of priority of the selected agents. And when looking at these metrics, they considered both the average and worst case performance over 100 iterations for each algorithm. Results-wise, we found, unsurprisingly, that diversity algorithms, which kind of have all overlapped at the top here, heavily outperform priority-based algorithms when selecting for diversity. So this is for first rank. And otherwise, we found that of the diversity-based algorithms, the AS algorithm provided the best performance over the first two metrics overall. And this is for the quota-based metrics. However, most of the diversity-based algorithms were outperformed by SY1, which is a with respect to priority. Anyway, SY1 is this algorithm that focuses only on maximizing the first level quotas. And naturally, all the diversity-based algorithms were outperformed by priority-only algorithms when selecting for priority. So overall, we see that there's this necessary trade-off when selecting an algorithm for the selection problem where we have to sacrifice some priority-based outcomes if we want to maximize our diversity goals. And overall, we've also presented this review of existing matching algorithms and how well they tackle this selection problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And next, so we have, I'm guessing, our last speaker for today, Mehmet, right?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we'll be talking about his work with Lorenzo Bastianiello on conditional strategy equilibrium.
Yes, let me just do this. Okay. Hello, everyone. Yeah, thanks everyone for organizing this event. That's joint work with Lorenzo Bastianiello, conditional strategy equilibrium. So Anthony mentioned today about conditional strategies. I'm not going to get into the motivation of it. Let me just directly define the framework. We have a standard non-cooperative n-person game. AI is a set of actions and UI is an expected utility function. So a pure conditional strategy of player I is a function from the other strategies to your own set of actions. And a pure strategy profile is little s, and capital S denotes a set of pure conditional strategy profiles. So fixed point, we are interested in this fixed points of this conditional strategy profiles. What are those fixed points of S is basically a set of all A such that S of A equals A. So it's basically a fixed point. In particular, if a strategy profile has a unique fixed point, or there's a fixed point such that that's unambiguously better for every player than other fixed points, then we call the strategy profile an agreement. And the set of all agreements is denoted by B. But sometimes there might be disagreements. What do I mean by that? Well, for example, consider this conditional strategy profile in which against C, I respond by A, and against D, I respond by B, and vice versa. So this strategy profile does not pinpoint any unique outcome. Okay, so in this case, what we do to solve this kind of difficulty is to extend the utility function, okay, from standard utility function of the game to allow for a definition for what happens in case of disagreement. So when there's an agreement, UI of S is defined as UI of A star, which is the fixed point of this strategy profile. And if there is no agreement, then it can be it's defined as Fi of S, which can be any real valued function. And the game with the extended function and conditional strategy profile is called the conditional extension of the original game, which is kind of similar to the mixed extension of the game. And naturally, we define the conditional strategy equilibrium is basically the Nash equilibrium of the conditional extension of the game. Okay. So what are the results? Let me just quickly go over them. First, we have a result that says that in mixed conditional strategy equilibrium, in every n-person, there is always a mixed conditional strategy equilibrium in every n-person game, irrespective of the extended utility function. No matter how we define a disagreement, the payoffs of the disagreements, there is always one. But this relies on standard fixed point arguments, which is obviously his proof is non-constructive. we were interested in finding constructive proofs. So for example, we assume first that the disagreement, in case of disagreements, everybody receives their reverse payoff in the game, similar to Nash bargaining model. And in this case, we have an existence result in pure conditional equilibrium in every n-person game. And in case of two-person games, we have a Folk theorem, pure Folk theorem, in the sense that any payoff above the maximum payoff can be supported as a pure conditional equilibrium. And we also consider different kind of payoff functions for disagreements. Let's suppose that instead of reverse payoffs, players receive their average payoffs in case of a disagreement. And in that case, surprisingly to us, actually every two-person game is a pure conditional equilibrium. So there is a huge prior literature. There's an ongoing work. We haven't really discussed everything in this paper, but here is a couple of papers, related papers to our work. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mehmet. And with this, we conclude today's sessions, right? Thank you, everyone, for attending. We will continue our scheduled programming tomorrow. Right, Hadi, the timing can be found on our website. And for the keynote speakers timing, you can go, we have a link there to the Learning with Strategic Agent workshop website, so you can see the timing for that there. All right, and with that, thank you very much, everyone, for attending and for your talks, and we will see you tomorrow.